Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Samsung. SKTelecom T1. Afreeca Freecs. ENTUS. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo, and we have another wonderful day of Korean League of Legends. It's our first double day of the week. Are you excited?
I'm so excited, especially because we're starting off with such a good match, Doa.
Yeah, SKTelecom versus Samsung is going to be our first one. It's a battle for second place. And then later on, CJ versus Afreeca, which actually should be a pretty good match too. But I'm mostly excited about the first one, I got to admit.
Well, it is really important for Afreeca that they win the second match so that they can maintain a playoff seed.
Yeah.
And as you say, getting the second place here, now SKT has played a few less matches than some of the other teams, so they can't actually go ahead of the Rocks Tigers today. But moving on in the future, that first place seed, obviously getting the automatic berth into the final, super important. And both of these teams are still in the running to make that pole position.
It's closer than it has been since like 2014 as far as who's going to end the regular season in first place. And obviously in 2014 that didn't matter as much, but now that we switched over to league format in 2015, it's a big deal. So yeah, I think it's our closest season yet as far as like the top four are concerned, and things still could shake up a lot, and we're getting towards the end of the regular season anyway, so every match really matters.
Yeah, and as we take a look at SKT, yes, they've been in better form recently.
Sure.
They still have their weaknesses, obviously. I am totally not sold on Blank as being a long-term solution with his current level of play, and as we get into the games today, we're definitely going to see whether or not this Gragas crutch, we'll say, continues for SKT, because they did go way back. They lost 3 out of 4, and those losses were to ESC, Afreeca, and Jin Air. Now, they've gone on a 3-match win streak since then, but they have had Gragas in the jungle every single game in those matches, and I don't think that Samsung should let them have it tonight, because Blank really hasn't been showing up on any other jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see that SKTelecom is kind of perpetually this team that wins worlds, wins tournaments, but never really has a great jungler. So I don't know.
I don't know. Peak Bengi is pretty good. In the right meta,
a while.
He is great.
It's been a while since Peak Bengi, though. So there's our standings. Overall, Rocks Tigers still on top with their 11-3 record, of course. Playing a couple more games, but SKTelecom with a chance to hold on to that second place spot. And if Samsung wins, they'll be 1 win ahead.
Yeah, this is
close.
Yeah, this is a really important match for SKT also, because in the second round robin, they've already played the Rocks Tigers and KT Rolster. So as we look at the rest of the schedule, it's going to get a lot easier for SKT after this match. There will be no more teams that are currently in the top 4 that they have to play, so they should be able to coast and ride it out to a strong end of season finish.
Yeah, and honestly, you have to give SKT the edge coming into this too, because lately they've beaten the Rocks Tigers. They beat KT. They beat Rocks Tigers, yep, whereas Samsung has lost to those teams. So as far as who does better against the best teams, right now it's SKT. Samsung that we're going to take a look at first, they need to step it up a bit.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Now, Ambition been playing his fair share of Gragas also, but I do expect it just to be banned out for the entirety of this series.
Probably.
No point in letting it go through. Ambition has been a much stronger jungler than Blank this season, particularly in the early game. I mean, Blank has just been, there's no way to sugarcoat this. He has been terrible in the early game. And Ambition, he's sitting there with a 46% first blood contribution. Blank has only contributed to 13% of first bloods, which is atrocious for a starting jungler.
It's probably the lowest we've ever seen.
Yeah, and SKTelecom, they've been riding on the back of their strong lanes. Basically, their laners have been getting them through the game, while Blank basically just farms.
Yep, pretty much. And, you know, I mean, he falls into the category of players that need to step it up, and everyone else on SKTelecom looking pretty good. It's been an up and down season. They can't seem to beat ESC ever, which is a little bit odd, but they're beating nearly everybody else.
Yeah, and like I said, what's so impressive about SKT is that their lanes have really been holding it together. Duke right now has the highest CS differential at 10 minutes of any player in this entire league, and he's done that basically without a jungler.
Yeah.
Bang is also very high in those totals, so the lanes have been self-sufficient. The lanes have been winning for SKTelecom. Faker is having an awesome season, no doubt. His recent games, his hard carry performance on LeBlanc, it's all been coming together for SKT, but they still have that glaring weakness. Their lanes fall behind. It can cause a huge problem, and they just don't have any jungle pressure. So it really is on Ambition to try and turn the tides here.
Well, let's take a look at the stats a bit closer. SKTelecom, of course, way ahead on game score. They did, well, we're looking at Samsung first. They did just have that 0-2 loss to the Tigers. Aside from that, doing well, you know, in their last matches, but beating fairly soft teams. Whereas you look at SKTelecom, wins against MVP, KT, Rocks Tigers.
Yeah.
Then you got that weird loss versus ESC ever, but, you know, whatever. They kind of do that.
Well, they've only lost to teams that are in the bottom half of the standings this season. Except for Afreeca, they've now climbed their way up into that 5th place.
And, of course, the KDA, they look a little bit better. But, again, you know, Bang & Wolf has perpetually been, like, one of the highest KDA bot lane duos we've ever seen.
Yeah. Obviously, their performance has continued to be strong. And taking a look at some of the Gragas pick rates here. Blank with the 7 consecutive picks. That is all 7 games in their last 3 best-of-3s.
Yeah, I mean, so the Gragas will be a pretty contested pick here. Most likely, like you mentioned, it'll just be banned out, but we'll see either jungler certainly able to make good use of the big dude with the barrel. And it kind of looks like he has a G on his head, too, in that picture, the way the, you know, glare on his forehead kind of shines, but it's not. Just random paint.
He's got paint on his head?
Yep.
Nice.
I think it's like a U. I don't know. It's not supposed to be like the letter U, but it's sort of a U shape.
Well, I admire Gragas's artistic body paint, I suppose.
Gragas University. It's a bit of a party school. You know, kind of known for that. Coach is entering the booth right now as we get closer to picks and bans for our first game of the day. Hopefully we won't have to see Coma facepalm too much.
Absolutely huge match here.
Yeah, here we go. Moving right into it. Wow.
Wow.
Very fast.
So fast.
I know. Gotta go fast. It's the Sonic the Hedgehog of pre-games, I guess. Azir banned out, as well as in Italy against Ambition.
All right, well, the Azir, not a big surprise. Even though Blank has in the past been a big Nidalee player, it has hit the chopping block more often than not. So going back to the Azir Ezreal bans. Now, these were successful bans when SKT was losing towards the middle of the summer season. So they are retracing their steps. They will not first pick the Gragas. It will be taken out. Victor, Crown, of course, he has slipped up a little bit in the damage per minute rankings in this league. He's now down to number 5. Kuro, actually, surprisingly number 1 at the moment.
Oh, he's pretty good at not dying and doing damage.
But the Victor ban absolutely huge for Samsung because it's, by a long shot, Crown's most played champion at 11, and Azir is at 5, and every other champion he's played 2 games or less of this season. So we're really going to have to see something new here from Crown, or at least something that he hasn't played very much in the summer. Sivir first pick, no surprise. Basically, they're just chipping away at Bangs and Champion Pool.
You know, both of these AD carries, though, have played a lot of Ashe lately, so I don't think SKTelecom is too worried about it. They can just go with the Ashe, I suppose. With Braum banned out, you got to think that's what they might be thinking.
Yeah, it's interesting to me what SKT's strategy has been in this draft. So, Victor and Braum have been staples of nearly every single game of Samsung. 11 picks on Braum, too. So, they're taking away, trying to test the depth of Samsung's champion pool here just a little bit, and taking away the comfort picks, at least in the first game of this series.
Yeah, so Alistar Elise, the first lock-in for SKTelecom. Going over to the Samsung side for a couple more picks. The Rek'Sai would be pretty reasonable on ambition.
Yeah, Rek'Sai, his most played jungler.
Yep.
So he will be perfectly happy on that pickup. Blank playing that Elise, but the problem is that Elise is an early game jungler. So if Blank fails to make plays, as he has consistently been doing this season in the early game, his value late is not going to be particularly high.
Do you think that incentivizes SKTelecom to go for a lane swap where the jungler, isn't maybe under as much pressure to make plays early?
Yeah, but if you don't make plays early, why are you playing Elise? That's the
man.
problem. Is
I don't
that
have an answer for
she
you
doesn't
there.
have the same ability to scale. Obviously, if you're going for a pure pick comp, she can still be useful in the late game. But
Well, I think if you think about the possible Azir pick for SKTelecom, that's a possibility.
I mean, the Azir pick is banned, so
I meant Ashe.
yeah, possible for sure with the Ashe Alistar.
Hey, and they managed to pick Tom Kench without picking Teemo. Good job, Samsung. You have done what few have been able to do lately. Way to go.
CJ, it's KT, the
Yeah.
Teemo pickers, accidental Teemo pickers. So Gnar might be the blind pick lock-in here for Duke.
There's been a good amount of Gnar across the league lately. Only one pick for Duke so far this season, though.
Well,
You will go with it.
Cuve's definitely going to pick the GP. We've seen really good Gangplank performances from Cuve, and Duke has played the opposite side of this matchup and not done too well, so there is kill pressure from the Gnar onto the GP, but when it comes to late game team fighting, still going to be very strong, and with the Karma, that is going to provide the necessary tankiness for the GP and the Sivir when it comes to late game team fighting.
Yeah, they've got that Sivir Karma duo, and in SKTelecom's last match against Samsung, where they did 2-0 them, Faker did play Karma both games. But that was a long time ago. That was way back on the 11th of June, so it's been more than a month since then.
Yeah, I like the Tom Kench with the Karma here.
Right.
You got so many ways to keep Cuve alive. Cuve has had some really good GP performances in the past. The trick is going to be getting him through the laning phase, but for Samsung, lane swap here, probably going to be quite attractive.
I would think so. Karma GP are locked in. And a final pick over to SKTelecom. See what they decide to go with. Zyra would be pretty interesting. That would be a mid-Zyra, of course. I don't think we're going to see that.
No, I really...
I've learned to not underestimate Faker. He plays Malzahar, he plays Master Yi sometimes. Who knows what he's going to pick next. But I don't think it's going to be Zyra.
Yeah, I'm curious where he goes against the Karma to deal with the poke in the laning phase. May start thinking here about a LeBlanc to go with the rest of the pick composition that they have.
I think LeBlanc would be a very reasonable choice.
SKT is definitely not going to be looking to take a lot of these late game team fights. Samsung composition, it just provides so much AoE damage.
Yeah.
Well, Rise would be bold. Okay,
Oh,
here
wow.
it comes.
All right, they are going to go for the Rise.
That is, that's a tough pick against the Karma because you are just going to get poked out so frequently. A Faker, legendary Rise player, obviously, but has only played it once this season.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, for being such a well-known Rise player, he hasn't picked it a whole lot lately.
Well, it was permabanned for the first half of the season. All-time Faker is 16-3 on Rise, so one of his best win rates.
It does create a lot of gank pressure in the mid lane, at least, if Blank is able to actually make any of those plays.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if I'm SKT right now, maybe I don't try and go for the Rise Elise combo because it just hasn't been great for Blank to try and make plays when it comes to ganking in the early game. Now, Blank's, to give credit to Blank, his team fighting has actually been very good. And with the Gragas, he's really shown up. That's part of the reason why SKT was able to go on this 3-match win streak after suffering some trouble in the middle of the season. And we'll see if they can put it together again here.
Indeed. Well, Blank, an IEM champion, So he's already got that out of the way. He's got his champion.
He's got his MSI.
There you go. Yep, got an MSI as well.
Got his IEM.
Quite an accomplished player for his first year already.
Probably going to win Worlds, so he's got that probably coming up soon.
Got that going for him. We'll have our first repeat World Champion. Should be fun. But first, we have to see Samsung versus SKT. Game 1. Let's do it. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Infernal Drake for the first one in our match between Samsung and SKT. Monty, I have a quick challenge for you.
What?
We have like people waving green things around the audience. So quick name for me, the 2 Jedi who used green lightsabers in the Star Wars movies.
Luke Skywalker.
That's one. The Jedi, Luke Skywalker, yep. There's one more.
When he built his own lightsaber.
Yep.
Is it in the original trilogy?
No, I can't give you any hints. You gotta figure it out.
Well, if it's like prequel nonsense, then I'm not gonna know it.
It was one of the only cool characters in the prequels.
There were no cool characters in the prequels.
You are wrong, because Qui-Gon Jinn is the answer, and he was a very cool character.
Really?
Yeah, I like Qui-Gon Jinn.
He's just an awful character.
He's like a rebel Jedi.
He's one of the worst characters in Star Wars. He basically has no personality. And I liked Liam Neeson as an actor.
I don't know. I mean, when he said, I got really excited and taken when he said he had a particular set of skills because I thought he meant Jedi skills, but turned out he was just really good at punching people in the throat.
Here's a fun game to play with prequel characters, Doa.
Yeah. I don't. Okay.
Describe Qui-Gon Jinn's character.
He is stoic, yet wise.
Well, technically, if you were stoic, you were wise because you were a philosopher. So, you think an interesting character is stoic?
Well, it's just part of his personality.
So keep going. Stoic, we got one.
Wise, but yet a bit of a rebel as well, you know? He's not totally on board with the Jedi Council's plans. The prequels suck, by the way, but I'm doing this for you.
You said he was a cool character. I think he is one of the least interesting characters in Star Wars overall.
I think the movies can be bad, but individual characters can be cool. But stop distracting me from this game. I'm trying to analyze this early game between Samsung and SKT, and you keep distracting me with your Star Wars nonsense, please.
Yes, my Star Wars nonsense.
Would you let us get to the game now? Thank you. Yeah, well, looks like Faker's taking some
You just ran out of adjectives because there aren't any to describe Qui-Gon. Nice segue, though.
Bearded.
I'll let you. There you go. Bearded, yeah, exactly.
Long-haired.
Okay, but you can't describe his appearance or his job.
Oh, okay.
You just have to, his personality. That's it. That's all you get. Yeah,
lovable.
stoic. That's it. That's it. That's all he is.
Helpful. There we go. GG. Meaning I win. Well, it's
GG easy for me, meaning that victory was just simple.
Well, you know, I was trying to. Well, you lost the original challenge, which was to name the 2 characters that use green lightsabers. But like a politician, always twisting my questions to suit your own agenda.
Well, I'm American, and if I was a politician, I'd probably be a better choice than what we got right now. So
yeah, I'd agree. I'd vote for you.
Vote Monty.
Yeah.
2000. What? When would I actually be eligible for the presidency? I only have 2 more terms, and then I'm over 35, though.
Well, I'm turning 35 in just 2 years, so I'll be eligible for the next election.
Nice.
Yeah, sweet. If the U.S. is still around anyway, I mean, I'll be ready. All right. We'll cross our fingers.
I'll vote for you in 2020.
Great. Looking forward to it.
All right, so it's been a lane swap, guys. We have successfully not talked about the game at all for the first 3 minutes.
Well, you know, I mean, I think people are pretty familiar with lane swaps by now.
So this situation, as I said, probably a little bit better for Samsung. Anything that they can do to avoid the Gnar matchup where Gnar starts to have kill pressure against the GP after item number 1 is going to be pretty handy for them, and they're not going to get that as the swap heads back up into the top side for SKTelecom.
Yep, bang with a little bit of a CS deficit, but you know, we'll see what SKTelecom can do with these picks. I mean, as far as that Infernal Drake is concerned, if SKTelecom can make this work, if they can get a crucial pick on perhaps Ambition or really anybody else, they can set up that early Dragon and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, though, because they have lane swapped into the top side of the map. And the TP advantage is over to Samsung right now. Do see GP now heading down into the bottom side, so they will have the tempo advantage on the turret. Should just chain nicely into the Infernal Drake afterwards. So SKT sort of looking to give this one up. It would appear.
Dare they?
I mean, I think it's going to be fine. So. In the end, with the Rise pick, SKTelecom, yes, they've got obviously a great pick composition with the amount of single target CC that they have, but the Rise pick is also going to make them viable in late game team fights, so they don't really have to worry about that so much. Ambition, you're going to need some help there, buddy.
Yeah, here comes Kube to try to prevent Ambition from dying to this Drake. Wraith coming in as well. Looks like they'll be able to do it.
Getting a nice lick in on the Dragon.
Oh, yeah. Seems like you burn your tongue, though.
Lick the Dragon. Is that one of the names of your band still?
Lick the Infernal Drake. Sounds like more like an album title than a band name, really. Lick the Dragon as well. So that's more of an album title.
I can agree with that.
It is good, though.
Lick the Dragon.
That'll be my campaign motto for when I run for president.
Doa 2020, lick the
Lick
Dragon.
the Dragon. Or maybe I should just use...
That could definitely not be taken as a euphemism, Doa. No one will think that.
Well, if one of our candidates gets elected, I think we're in for a lot of euphemisms and presidential speeches moving forward. I think we're going to hear a lot.
Vote Doa, lick the Dragon.
Lick the Dragon. Or Winter is Coming, one of the two. I don't think that's been used yet.
Would you at least have Mark Hamill as your vice president?
Yeah, for sure. But only if he does the Joker voice the entire time.
I don't know if that'd be very popular with the voters. I think
a certain
I think that
demographic.
role-playing a psychotic clown probably wouldn't do much for U.S. foreign relations.
I don't know. It's working pretty well for one party at the moment.
Oh,
Oh, zing! And I wasn't even talking about the Republicans. Boom, hit both sides. I reach across the aisle. That's what I do.
I set that one up real well.
You did. You set that up and I spiked it, man. Good duo. Yep. I might wait a couple extra years so you can be my VP.
Nice.
You're welcome, America. Well, after the Infernal Drake was taken, a little bit of a lull in the action. As you see.
Indubitably. Cole, actually, for Duke. Trying to pick up a little bit of extra money. You'll see Samsung here, again, swapping into the top side. They're trying to take both the Herald and the Infernal Drake if they can. Falling back. Nope, they're actually not going to go for the Rift Herald this early on. Instead, they're just going to push up to the Tier 2, make sure that there isn't going to be a freeze happening. So Samsung really in the driver's seat at the start of this game. They are controlling everything because they did get the tempo advantage in the lane swap, and you'll notice they really don't want this GP. So instead of going and actually picking up a Rift Herald, they're going to send Sivir into the bottom side to relieve the gangplank and just avoid the top lane 1v1 as much as they can.
Does SKTelecom feel to you sometimes like a super MVP, where they're just kind of a little bit weaker in the early game, but then they come back really strong late?
Yeah, the thing is they haven't taken as many really bad fights as MVP in the early game. They've been confident in their scaling, so they don't just lose in the early games like MVP can.
Yeah, they're a better version, but I get the same vibe, you know?
Yeah, I think that comparison is apt.
Yeah. Like an MVP.
Yeah, Samsung really playing this lane swap out well, though. You can see Ruler and Wraith have just been bouncing back and forth between the side lane Tier 2s, picking up a little bit of damage here and there, denying as much farm as they can.
All right, Faker going in on the Crown, but the chains might face wow. That's a lot of damage on the Crown. Did not get the...
Crown actually walked out of distance of his tether right there, so it opened up another opportunity for Faker to trade as he wasn't rooted at the end. Nice read there by Faker, of course.
Yep.
Takes that advantage.
It does kind of make you worry a little bit if you're Samsung, because, you know, given the right scenario, given the right pick scenario, SKT could come storming back pretty quick.
Yeah.
Damage on the Crown, though. Oh, Baker, there's a GP ult, and that could be good. Baker has to flash. Cocoon does not hit Crown, though. Oh, Ash Arrow not connecting. Spell shielded by Ruler. Oh, well.
Play catch right there with the arrow. Gets both summoners, though, out of Faker. Nice aggression there and good coordination with Cuve's ultimate.
Yeah,
for the punish. That was great by Samsung. They're really showing up in this first game. SKTelecom on the back foot, and they're looking right now. They're going to C-bang in the pit, force the flash.
You know, and we came into this saying, too, that if you look at the recent matches, SKT has been beating the other top teams, beating Rocks Tigers, beating KT, whereas Samsung has been losing to those teams. So to see them come out strong like this is a surprising but refreshing sign.
Yeah, and as powerful as Rise is going to be in the late game, when we look at the composition, you have Karma Sivir. Going to be hard for Faker without a summoner spelled up to even get in range to damage anybody on Samsung. They also just have these huge zones that they can create with the Gangplank barrels. So Faker got to have his work cut out for him this game. As you say, the pick potential is still really good. If they can get a good engage with an Ash Arrow, they can follow it up with Rune Prisons, Cocoons, whatever they want.
I mean, what you just said, though, is what I was thinking when they locked that Rise in. Is, like, is he not going to be able to get close enough to do anything?
Well, they've got so many forms of engage, though, right? They have Alistair, Headbutt Pulve, Cocoon, Ash Arrow, and then they can follow it up with the Gnar ultimate. So he's reliant on his summoner availability and his teammates, so it's not a totally lost cause to play Rise right now, but obviously when you have two speed boosts like Karma and Sivir, it's got to be a challenge. And also the Tahm Kench just able to remove the target that is being focused down. And for the most part, SKT has just a lot of single target damage with Ash and with Rise, so tricky. Meanwhile, Samsung got the mega AoE with Sivir and GP. A little bit light on the magic damage. Also, Ambition built the Tiamat, which I would not have recommended in this game because I think they already have sufficient AD. What they need is more bodies in the front line to tank, as it were. He's going for the Cinder Hulk now, but
I suppose as far as AP damage goes, if Crown gets rolling, those monitoring Qs can do a decent amount. Samsung, though, going for the second Drake. And it is a Cloud Drake, and it will probably be unopposed.
Yeah, I don't think you actually fight for this one right now.
Yeah.
Duke has been able to accrue a little bit of a CS lead. Crown gonna get hit.
Yeah, gets hit by the Ash ultimate, and he will go down. First blood going over to Faker. Wow, and there it is. That's the pick potential we talked about. And so if SKTelecom can change that into objectives, they're going for the Rift Herald now. You know, that's going to be the key to kind of taking the later stages of this game, isn't it?
Yeah, but Samsung, they're going to know that probably Crown's going to die once or twice.
Sure.
Especially when his flash is down, because he's dealing with an Ashe Elise Rise combination. It is so hard to get away from ganks with that particular combo because they can just initiate on you from out of the fog of war, and then the chain CC is just there. There's just, even if he has flash, if he gets hit by the air, there's not really much he can do.
Yeah.
So you take that knock and you just try and get your GP into the late game where you can just team fight around these objectives and chunk them out that way. So Samsung still a little bit of...
Oh, they're trying to collapse onto Bang & Wolf. They do drop the GP ultimate. Ambition trying to get there. He has his flash. Wraith coming around the side. Blank on the run as well. And they might be able to get a kill here. We'll see. The great chase is on. Ambition going in, gets pulverized before the knockup, though. And that's going to be a gank stuffed by SKTelecom.
Yeah. Nobody able to really come up to that top side to support the pursuit by Samsung or stuff it from SKT. They could have fallen back right there to the Rift Herald after pushing the minion wave back to the enemy side of the map, but they're not going to do that. Really low priority on the Rift Herald this game from Samsung.
Maybe SKTelecom had a chance to grab that after the Karma pick, but they didn't go for it. Oh, there we go. Checking the auto attack on the Rise. All right, SKTelecom with a tiny little bit of a gold lead, but it's basically nothing, and the Infernal Drake for Samsung still giving them the edge.
Yeah, it's going to be huge in some of these later game team fights. We'll have to keep an eye on how SKT is going to itemize. Armor will, of course, be a premium statistic for SKT.
Very true. Wraith getting a bit caught there, but that Tahm Kench is pretty tanky. I think it's hilarious. Oh, here comes the Ash Arrow, and Crown gets hit yet again. Faker walking up for the Rune Prison. Crown could be in a bit of trouble. He has his flash, though. Gonna get caught anyway. Nice cocoon from Blank to finish that gank off.
Crown has no idea how much damage this Rise can do. He
guess.
really should have flashed that arrow initially because the chain CC is just going to keep
Ambition.
on coming through.
Speaking of underestimating damage, oh, Wraith with the save at the very end. Wow, Ambition living with probably less than 50 health there.
Yeah, the execution of these ganks, though, has been very good from SKT, and they're playing to their win condition. Go ahead and get those picks and then put pressure on the objectives. So Crown making a bit of a mistake there, not actually able to flash the CC, but again, it's that same combination of Ashe, Elise, and Rise. It's like one thing lands and you're just dead.
Yeah. If SKTelecom can take out this mid lane turret, I suppose, too, that would open up the map a little bit more, let them get some deeper vision and set up some of those picks that they need. Let's take
great
a
arrow.
replay. Man, bang on this Ashe.
Yeah, right down the lane. Perfect. And
Wow.
Faker just walks right up, gets as
Downtown.
close as he possibly can. Rune Prison, and gets the second one off. Cocoon doesn't even have to land right there.
Yeah.
Blank did use his flash for that.
Whoops.
Awkward.
I thought I
But
saw the cocoon. I was wrong. But
well, you saw it miss.
I did. Well, there you go. Close enough. Or not. Faker flashes for the Rune Prison. There's the Ashe arrow as well. Ruler gets caught. That's a kill for Bang now. SKTelecom, they draw out the Gangplank ultimate as well. And this may be a mid turret. Let's see if they can defend it. Samsung trying to. I don't think it's going to work out.
This has been SKT sort of.
Ooh, Ambition. You need your support. There we go. Teleport coming in for Kube now. Or Crown, rather, coming back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that is a big Q, and that's a kill for Crown. Chasing SKTelecom away now. And that Karma certainly doing a bit of damage.
Early game Karma. Gotta
Yeah.
be respectful of the mantra cues.
I guess
So they trade it right back, but SKT, they're doing the right thing. Play aggressively, play around the picks, slowly working down this mid lane tower. And in the meantime, Duke's CS lead keeps growing and growing and growing.
Well, Faker goes in on the Crown, but Wraith is right there. He's seen, and
Nice
Faker is
job
still
from
alive for the
Faker.
moment.
The speed boost, man, getting him out of there just in the nick of time. Really well played by Faker to escape that. Didn't even have to use his ghost.
Yeah, I was going to say. Just fast enough on his own.
But yeah, he's running Storm Raider Surge too, so
Yep.
helpful.
Surge. I guess that Soda's back now.
It is?
Apparently. I mean, I haven't lived in the U.S. for 5 years, so I don't know what kind of crazy stuff's going on over there, but apparently Surge is back.
Got to bring it back from its 90s grave.
I guess so. I wonder if people are jumping over rows of couches to get to it like they did in the 90s.
That soda is so gross.
It was like drinking pure sugar. And that may sound good to some of you, but it's not. It's really
All
not.
soda is basically pure sugar.
Sure, but this was like the ultimate. I mean, there was this in like Jolt Cola, right?
Both were gross.
Yeah, they were. They were indeed. I might drink a can for nostalgia purposes.
That sounds like something you would do, Noah.
It does.
And I think that
I admit
illustrates the difference between us right there.
I gotta be true to myself. You know?
You will do things for nostalgia reasons.
Yeah, sure.
Whereas if it's nostalgic for me, I will not do it because I don't want my nostalgia tainted.
Well, I don't know. I like to evaluate how my experiences, my analysis of things I remember changed. Ashe arrow, oh, barely misses. Ruler pops that ultimate though. Ult for ult. It's fun. SKT, Ambition on his own there. Crown, I don't think Crown's going to be able to save him. Ambition, whoa, gets away. There's a flash, there's a tunnel. Oh, makes it out, I think. Yes, makes it with 35 health left. Whoa. Okay, well, Ambition with a couple very close escapes. SKTelecom going for this Mountain Drake, and that's a pretty good one for them.
Yeah. Going to be very nice on their split push, especially
Yeah.
because Duke has been left to his own devices for most of this game. But, you know, the kill scores, I think, say a lot about SKT this game. Blank has 1 kill and only 1 participation. And meanwhile, it's just been Faker and Bang setting up everything for the team.
Yep, pretty much.
You know, it must be nice to have 2 of the very best players in the world who can overcome certain deficiencies in your roster as you struggle through.
It is. Like the post-game lobby, Faker's just like 4v5 ball. No, he wouldn't do that. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, and like I said, Blank while he struggled in the early game, even on the Gragas, his team fighting was really good.
Yeah.
So it's not like he doesn't have his upsides too. It's just with a champion like Elise, he hasn't really been delivering in the early game. Now finishing the Proto Belt too, so he's got more chances to make picks.
All right. Well, at least he may not have to use his flash to go for a crazy now.
But just great pressure from SKT.
Yeah.
Constantly threatening the mid lane dives, able to take away a blue buff as a result, while Karma is all the way down the bottom side of the map, but they're just going to give up the tier 1 and mid.
You know, the funny thing is the pressure that SKTelecom's been able to put on the Samsung for the last 5 minutes or so has been the type of pressure that you would think you could only get after taking out the mid lane turret already.
Yeah.
But they just walked in and did it. Whoops. A recall not stopped.
Yeah, that's true. SKT not afraid to go deep and dive here, and it finally pays off. Was just a bit of a grind to get that mid lane turret down, but now they've got it. Try and move Faker into the lane where Karma was farming, just to catch this nice big wave. Start to power him up even more as he approaches his Archangel staff. Tier should be approaching full stacks.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kube had a good start on that gangplank, but hasn't been able to really make the ultimates work since that very first one.
So just attempts at deep vision here from SKT. Samsung, even though they were very much in control at the start of this game, they've slowly lost it. They haven't been able to get deep wards in. Ambition on the hunt right now. See what he can find.
Yep.
The enemy jungle.
Oh, Wolf blocking the...
Nice.
All right, well, Ambition getting away anyway. Oh, you got baited, bro. Oh,
Man,
wow.
Ambition ate that hook,
No kidding.
line, and sinker.
That was a classic right there, man.
I don't even know what he thought would happen going next to a turret with an Alistair right there.
Oh, I don't know.
That wasn't. I want to see Ambition's face after that.
That was a good one.
that was delightful, Daw.
I mean, what do you say if you're Ambition? Like, yup, you got me. I should have seen
deserved
that coming. Yep. You really can't blame that one on anyone but yourself, Ambition.
Where's the Ambition cam? Let's go, OGN.
Seriously. Well, SKT might lose their mid lane turret here anyway. Taking a lot of damage. Looks like it will go down. Oh, that's a lot of damage from the GP barrels. Yep. Oh, it's a lot of damage from the Manfred Q as well.
Yeah, poke pretty huge between Karma and Gangplank.
Yep.
Guess we're just never going to see Ambition's face.
It's too embarrassing. They don't want to. They don't want to do that to the guy. He's got too much of a pedigree here at LOL champs.
That's definitely one of my favorite moments from the season so far.
Yeah. That was.
It's too perfect.
That was a pretty classic bait. The old recallaroo. Yep. SKT taking some control around Baron.
Nice steal there.
Actually, yeah, Ruler gets the Rift Scuttler. Not bad.
Great considering they've had trouble getting wards in the river. Ever since SKT pushed out the tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yep. So now, dragging up in a minute 20, SKTelecom with some little bit of Baron pressure. But like we mentioned earlier, pretty much in control of this game, but it's still close. You know, it still could turn around. Kube is starting to do a lot of damage on that gangplank. A good team fight could put Samsung right back in control of this game.
Yeah, he's really starting to pick up that armor penetration too, finishing his Ghost Blade, and that makes a huge difference, especially against an Gnar who has no armor outside of a Ninja Tabi right now, and Blank's still working on his Randuins. So the threat here from Samsung is going to be pretty huge in some of these team fights with the amount of damage that they already possess.
And next dragon coming up in 40 now. We'll have to see what it's going to be. I didn't catch it before. We know it's going to be either Infernal Mountain or Cloud Drake. So 2 out of those 3 are a little bit more useful.
With and against a pick composition too, especially with the Ashe in the game and how accurate Bang has been on his arrows, having a couple Cloud Drakes is actually really useful for Samsung to be able to dodge some of those as they come in.
It's not bad. Are you going soft? Are you getting
my Cloud Drake apologist?
I think that's what you're becoming, man.
I do think that Cloud Drake is best in games where a pick comp exists, both for the pick team and against the pick team.
It is another Cloud Drake as well. SKT going for it, though. They want to even up the speed between these two teams, and it looks like they will.
Juve hesitating there for a moment. Not really sure what he's trying to do in the river. Just walks around in a circle and then recalls.
Just hanging out.
Just chilling.
Missing being on a boat. Just wanted to be close to water. He is a pirate, you know.
Doesn't have his sea legs under him right now.
No. It's like, I used to be a pirate, but now all I do is walk around the land.
He must be a really sad sailor.
Right, I know. This poor guy.
It's cruel to let him just run around Summoner's Rift all day.
Doomed never to sail again.
Landlocked on top of a mountain.
Yep. Poor guy. Really a tragic story. Yep. Why he named himself Gangplank, one can only surmise.
Yeah, you really don't want to walk the Gangplank. That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that he is his ship's Gangplank? They just
stretches out over
just stretches out. People just walk off the end of them to their death.
Hey, I don't know what Gangplank's into. I'm not gonna judge. If he wants to be a Gangplank, be a Gangplank.
The deadliest form of planking.
The Gangplank, yeah, that's true. Let's take it to the next level, man. The really extreme plankers become Gangplankers.
Where other people walk to their deaths. Wow, grim.
Well, I was thinking more like base jumping, but yeah, I guess if you want to take it to a really dark place, sure. Base jumping off of your extreme friends. I'm glad we're past the phase in popular culture where everything gets an X in front of it. It's extreme. Ashe arrow use. Oh, crown flashes. Still going to get taken out, though. GP ult dropped. Faker going to be able to get up from under it, though, before he dies to the turret. Another pick for SKTelecom. They've really been picking on Crown a lot this game.
Well, it's been really hard for Crown, and we can blame him for maybe not flashing early enough a couple of times, but that one, he flashed early, learned his lesson, still got tied up by the Rise Elise combo.
Well, that's SKTelecom going for a Baron now, and they have that Mountain Drake, so it will go down a bit quicker.
Tom Kench here going to face check. He's going to be too late, though, but I guess he decides.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that.
TP coming in now for Gnar.
Are they going to chase Ruler here? Yeah, TP, Duke trying to get there. Forcing some flashes, Ambition on the side, but he's down to about half health. He's not going to be any help to anyone. Faker just taking out the top lane turret, so SKTelecom gets more or less a free Baron and a lot of pressure on the top lane.
Yeah, SKT has just played this pick comp so well. They've been forcing the pressure at objectives and then turning that into a kill, and then immediately a turret, or in this case a Baron, or both. So, while Duke just split pushes, so they've been doing really well, just running 4-1 split push. Still able to pick up some of these kills with all their CC in the 4-man group. And Duke has now taken a steadily rising CS advantage over Cube. And the best part for SKT is that Samsung has never had a chance in this game to group as 5. That's what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
But because SKT played aggressively, diving the turrets, getting those picks, there was never a chance. Because Samsung was always scrambling, okay, now we have to clear out this lane. We have to divide all of our players around the map, clear out the lane because Duke's been creating pressure, so now we have to go clear out that wave, and then somebody died mid, so now we have to clear out that wave while they pushed it up to the turret. So SKT just doing an awesome job of denying Samsung any chance to actually get a 5v5.
I think that is one of the best takeaways from this game, is that we haven't seen a single 5v5 team fight yet.
And that works hugely in SKTelecom's advantage.
Definitely.
So really nicely done by them.
Yep. And now pressure on the top and the middle, or the middle and bottom rather, at the moment. Wow. What direction is
middle and the
top and bottom?
What?
Like Rudy
Black is white.
Giuliani-ing here.
Up is down.
Yes. Oh, Faker. Pressure on the mid lane. And SKTelecom, will they dive this? GP ult says no. No dive.
Yeah, but nobody can actually stop Faker from whittling his way through the mid lane turret. This Crown is desperately trying to clear it, but that is not going to work. So looks like SKT will be taking this game.
Here comes Tom Kench. And he brought Ruler with him. Faker trying to run away, though, even through the exhaust. Wow, that is fast.
Well,
meanwhile, Gube gets caught in the bottom. That's going to be a kill for Duke. And SKTelecom get the mid lane turret, get a kill. And everything is right with the SKT world right now. And another turret down in bot lane. Both tier 2s taken out. Oh, Ruler, spell shield. Gets eaten by Wraith at the very end. Wraith has done a good job of saving his teammates this game, but there's only so much you can do on that Tom Kench. What can you say? It's no Teemo.
Yeah. Sadly, no Teemo.
Yep.
The 0-2 this season Teemo.
Be doing a lot more damage if he was Teemo. All right.
Well, this has been very methodical from SKT. I really like the way they play this game, putting the pressure on, getting the dives done at the right times. Bang's arrows, instrumental to their success.
Let's check out a replay of this now.
Yeah, this is the speed that Rise has. He's got his movement summoners, and you'll notice he just turns around, procs the Storm Raider surge, and no problem getting out of there. And that's how he's been playing it. Been working out well for him. You do see Cube dying to Duke there on the bottom side of the map, tied up by the Pulverize and the Headbutt. So no escape for him.
Whoa, speaking of no escape.
Like just 100 to 0s.
I guess so. Yeah, Wolf decides to grab a kill as well. Crown dies yet again. That's his 4th of the game. And you got to think this one is getting pretty close to over.
And it's so impressive that SKT were able to do this because they were getting dictated to in the beginning of this game. It was all about Samsung creating more pressure in the lane swap, getting that early Infernal Drake, but SKT made the right moves, hit the skill shots, and got the crowd control picks. That's it. There's nothing that Samsung has been able to do since about the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to end right now. 2 inhibitors taken down, but still taking a lot of damage.
Wow, those barrels.
Yeah, I was going to say, the barrels, and there's a GP ultimate. SKT, yeah, time to back off here. Duke has the GA, though.
Also, it's a frozen mallet, so it's hard to chase him.
No, SKT can turn around on Ambition and Wraith here. Duke coming in with the GA. Teleport, bringing another Samsung player in from behind. Here comes Karma. Crown, though, on the other side of that wall. Duke very low, no GA. He's about to go Mega Gnar, but he dies right before he can get any benefit out of it. Crown flashing in, going after Blank. Looks like they should be able to pick up a kill there. Oh, misses the Q, though. And looks like Blank will get out for the moment. Wolf in trouble. Faker caught up. Wolf goes back in for the knockup. That's going to help Faker pick up a kill. He's going crazy on this Rise now, looking for another GA pops. Let's see if he can get Crown when he comes back up again. Q misses Faker, flashing into the Dragon Pit. That's Infernal Drake, though. Watch out, buddy. Okay, take the Rift Scuttler on the way out. Why not?
Gets a crab for the road.
Yep. Yes. It's a crab for the road. Road crab. I'm sure that'll be a cartoon on Nickelodeon soon enough. Faker's just going to solo the Infernal Drake, apparently. I don't think, I guess Samsung's probably not expecting this, but
he's got shields.
Yeah, they can't really do anything about it. Zap. Okay, well, that happened.
Surely it did. Well, a little bit sloppy there, SKT. And Samsung takes the only opportunity probably they're going to get this game for that fight. They did a good job, and that's the 5v5. You can see how dangerous Samsung still is in the 5v5 with the amount of AoE damage that they have. Karma flank going to come through right here. Wraith does proc the GA with the tongue lash and then gets out. Now Karma lands a really nice Q over the wall. Watch Crown actually flash Blank's cocoon right here too to continue the pursuit. Blank comes back, flash right over the cocoon so he can keep going. Unfortunately, does get slowed down and then misses that Q right afterwards. Ambition sacrifices his life so that they can grab maybe another kill here on the way out. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for them. The only thing they get is Faker's GA before he flashes straight into the pit as the instant he revives.
Yeah.
No chance for a follow.
Spamming that button. Uh-oh, Ambition may be a little bit caught here. Yeah, he's in trouble. Ashero on a Ruler to make sure that he doesn't interfere. Gnar ult, though, spell shielded, I believe, and Wraith takes his AD carry to safety. Didn't connect. Pretty sure that was spell shielded by the Sipper. Either way, another pick for SKTelecom. Ambition caught out in his own jungle.
This game has been really tight from SKT. Samsung really didn't even make that many mistakes.
Whoa. Faker doesn't have his GA up yet. Got to be a little bit more careful. Wraith saving Crown yet again. Meanwhile, turret's going down. There's the headbutt pulverize onto Wraith. Faker exhausted. Wolf zoning as he backs out. There's another inhibitor taken down, and they may get Faker, but they lost a whole lot more. Okay, Baron up in 10 though.
Maybe the only shot that Samsung's going to have to get back in this game.
Oh,
nice
hi.
delay there. Good ward in the jungle. Ruler's got to come through. Doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but he's zipping around. If they can take out Wolf, maybe there's a hope for...
Whoa, yeah! That's bloodthirsty.
Thunderlords. Wolf
Wow.
for MVP this game. He has had
No
some
kidding.
pretty sick plays on this Alistar.
Mess with the Minotaur, and you get the whole Minotaur.
I'm pretty sure that's how the story goes there. The saying goes.
That's right. So my saying goes. Man. Well, yeah. That was fun to watch.
Ignite. Ignite Thunderlords.
Secure the kill.
That'll do you.
Yep.
That'll do you in. And there's another
Another Baron.
Baron for SKT on what is likely going to be the final push of this game.
Yeah. Ruler back up now. But SKTelecom with an 11,000 gold lead and a Baron buff, and all the inhibitors down. It's pretty good.
And Faker back.
Yep. Duke pushing up the top lane, and they've got a wave already pushing in bot. Looks like.
Indeed. So playing this out patiently.
Yep.
The GA stacking is really real. I love that SKT has done this though.
Oh, Asher on the Wraith, not the target they were looking for. GPL trying to zone SKTelecom away. Samsung milling around by their Nexus turrets. Oh, those barrels really are doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, but the burst there will be nullified by the GAs once at least a couple more of them come back online.
Yeah.
And that's the danger. This is the scenario that SKT was trying to avoid, and Samsung was trying to get into. Unfortunately, Samsung just lost too much in the early and mid game.
It's too little too late.
Yeah, because if this was a 5K gold difference, Samsung may be able to come back from this, but 10K is a tall order.
Yeah. Oh, SKTelecom taking out that other inhibitor pretty easily. Bang a little bit low. Oh, Blank, wow, manages to survive somehow. Barely getting out with a flash after that repel.
Yeah, but they're still struggling to actually win this game, though. The only thing they did was come back in and retake those inhibitors. They couldn't even kill a Nexus turret.
I think it's like you said. I mean, when it comes to the 5v5, Samsung's got a great comp for it. They're very, very strong right now. But SKTelecom seems to be just a little bit too far ahead. Those Nexus turrets are almost already dead.
Yeah, the poke definitely much better for Samsung, and that's the reason why you see those trades going this way, and why GP has become increasingly, once again, a high priority pick. So it may just take the Elder Dragon here to actually finish things out.
Certainly might. Minute 20 until that happens. SKTelecom moving in for maybe another push here.
They're just going to push in the waves, keep Samsung in their base, and go for the Elder Dragon most likely, unless they can get some sort of pick.
Yep, we'll see. Both Nexus turrets fairly low for Samsung at the moment. Pick. The trouble is anyone you hard CC, yep, just gets eaten immediately, but the arrow comes out right after that W. There's a big knockup from Wolf. Nice engage from SKTelecom. GPL yet again zoning. Duke thrown back into it as he is Meganar at the moment. It's a little bit low, but SKTelecom has a good position. Ruler low, has to flash away. Blank, low himself. There goes one Nexus turret. There goes the other Nexus turret. And SKTelecom pushing ahead for what should be the end of the game, despite the damage Samsung can do. I don't know, that Nexus getting low, but SKT having to back away. There goes Duke, but there they go. Finally taking it down after that double kill from Ruler. And you saw the strength of the 5v5 from Samsung, but it was just too little too late, and SKT takes game one.
Yeah, crucial errors in the mid-game. Ambition and Crown getting picked off a couple of times just stuffed their momentum.
Yeah.
And it couldn't have been much better for Samsung. They didn't have to deal with the Gnar GP lane matchup. We saw the power of that Gangplank again in the late game. But like you said, it was just too little too late in the end with all three inhibitors down. But had they kept even one of those inhibitors up, Samsung may well have been able to stall out this game into very late and potentially taken a victory.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they adapt, but they got pretty much everything they wanted in the early game, and they still couldn't stall it out long enough. SKT just striking when the iron was hot in the mid game, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, looking good in game number 1.
It was great timing. Just a really good hit on the power spike for the picks for SKTelecom, and then playing the map, constantly split pushing to avoid the 5v5.
Yeah, it's extremely good execution.
Really good. Really, really good from SKT.
Pretty high damage to champions across the board.
As expected. As expected, GP maxing out there to start getting a bunch of those armor pen items in the Trinity Force. He just shreds through the enemy team and showing why he is banned out so very frequently these days.
Yeah. Well, it makes me look forward to game number 2 here. Game 1 was closer than we thought it would be based on Samsung's recent results and SKT's recent results. So,
all right, but you know how it goes with SKT. It's like
they win
the first one's close, and then it's just
a
smash in the second one.
I know, but I'm trying to hype it up. Way to kill it. Way to kill the hype yet again, Monte Cristo. Well, don't listen to Monte Cristo when we come back. SKTelecom versus Samsung. It'll be entertaining, guys. LCK Summer on OGN. Back right after this.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. Rock me, calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me beat it till I can't breathe. Shake it, body onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come
And welcome back to LCK Summer. Wolf gets the MVP. When he gives you that look, you know you're about to get headbutt pulverized.
Wow, what a great game from him. Just so many fun little moments. This was absolutely hilarious. I don't even know what he thought he was going to do right there or what would happen. Just wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. And we'll watch some of his team fighting too, coming here, helping to tie up Cube for long enough for Duke to finish off the kill.
Yep.
Coming back in shortly thereafter and nailing another one.
Gets a nice solo on Ruler later. I'm sure we're going to see that.
Yeah, it's a rather extended team fight. Duke does end up falling in the end, but Crown goes for the kill on the blank. Can't quite get that last Q.
And Wolf, I keep waiting for Wolf to come back in. He's got it, right? There we go.
Yep.
All right. It is a Wolf highlight after all.
And nice job there, preventing Ambition from even thinking about tunneling under. And the style points were so high with the Thunderlords and the Ignite for the kill. So happy.
I love this guy. He's my favorite sport.
He's got such a personality. He's such a fun guy.
Yeah. Really fun dude.
He is the most jovial of SKTelecom's players.
He is. He's been Doa's favorite bloodthirsty sport for quite a while now. He lives up to the name.
Absolutely, that game. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, Alistair, traditionally been his best champion, delivers yet another strong performance.
Yep. And so Samsung, they've got to dig deep to try to tie up this series, but like we mentioned before the break, oftentimes with SKTelecom, first game's kind of close. Second game is a raffle stomp, although now that we've said that, the caster curse will enter into it.
Hey, I'm fine with getting a 3-game series.
It'll be a 3-game series. There you go.
I enjoyed game 1 very much. Both teams played well. Minor mistakes punished by SKTelecom ended up snowballing, but that's what SKT is so good at. I mean, finding the little things that are your weakness and then exploiting them to the maximum possible degree.
Well, we can't start the second match for 2 hours yet anyway, so we might as well do 3 games.
That's right.
Victor and Sivir, the first fans, come in. Here in game 2 between SKT and Samsung.
Italy going to be banned. I assume that SKT is going to stick with the Braum ban too.
Yeah.
And looks like another attack here at Bang's champion pool, even though he showed a great performance on that Ashe in the last game.
I was going to say, do you think this is signifying that Samsung may be trying to get SKTelecom to possibly pick the Gragas or a jungler and then take the Ashe? Because I think SKT, if Ashe is available, I feel like SKT just takes it. No, they're going to ban it away. Okay, so they're not going to play that game.
3 AD carry bans. Wow. Jin, really the only other standard AD carry because of the emphasis on utility ADCs that we've seen from the Korean team. So Ashe, Sivir, and Jin have been at a premium. I mean,
Kalista Alistar is still going to be a good potential lane for one of these teams.
We only really see Kalista as a Sivir counterpick, though. Lucian, I think, okay, we're going to do it.
All right, I was going to say, we're going to see a Kalista now.
We're digging into the bottom of the AD carry pool, Doa. Going on an expedition.
Well, SKT gets the Gragas.
So Ruler has had most of his entire season on either Sivir, Ezreal, or Ashe. So he's only played 3 games of other AD carries, including 2 on Kalista, 1 on Lucian.
Yeah, a lot of Sivir, actually.
Yeah, Bang at least has diversified a little bit more, has a couple more Lucian games, but actually he has 3 Lucian games, 1 Twitch game, 1 Kalista game, and that's it. Out of all the AD carries that have been banned, those were his other 4 most played. So it's gonna get weird, Noah.
Good engage for Samsung with the Rek'Sai and the Alistar, but yeah, I can't wait. And I don't really want to see Faker play Lulu this game.
He tried that and they lost.
Yeah.
But this is a world of Lulu after those changes.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Ooh, okay. Well, Duke playing the GP would be interesting.
Yeah.
He has played it a few times this season.
Although he did get solo killed in that Gnar matchup. Did struggle a little bit. I think he should just take the Gnar again. Not go for the GP.
I think SKTelecom showed that they can, take care of the Gnar in that matchup.
Well, they may just go GP Tahm Kench and try and emulate Samsung's composition from that last game. It'd be funny if we saw the Tahm Kench GP Karma combo come out of SKTelecom.
I mean, this is kind of what SKT does traditionally too, is they like to pick the comp that you just played and then beat you with it. And there's the Tristana. We knew that they were going to have to go a little bit deep on the AD carry picks.
We actually haven't seen very much Tristana this season. Of course, can take down turrets quickly if left alone for any length of time.
Yeah.
And the Rise taken away by Crown.
Of course, maybe unsurprisingly, this will be Ruler's first Tristana game of the season. And will we have an AD carry Varus, maybe? Bang. What do you think about that? It's good poke. It's kind of vulnerable, though.
I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about AD carry Varus in general. He's too easy to gank, free 6.
What about
that chain of corruption down?
What about a Lucian here?
Yeah, I think Bang is probably going to switch over to
Twitch.
Could go Twitch or Lucian. Those are going to be both good with the Tom Kench. Azir, not banned out this game. Faker has been exceptional on that.
Whoa! All right. We're going for the wombo combo. It's Misfortune locked in for Bang. There's the Azir.
Holy moly. Well, the zone control with that Misfortune is going to be enormous. You think about Cannon Barrage, make it rain, bullet time. Wow, they are going to be able to just really push Samsung out of Dragon or Baron, push them away from turrets quite easily, too.
Well, SKTelecom says Pirate's life for me. And they're going to bring
or a
GB
Pirate
and
Hunter's life, you know. Misfortune is not a pirate, she's a pirate hunter.
Oh, is she?
She's an anti-pirate.
Oh, she kind of looks like a pirate, though.
Yeah, but she actually is an anti-pirate.
Wait, is this the first time that you have advised me on a lore thing? Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that happened.
That's where we've come to, I guess, Doa.
Wow.
I know more about Misfortune's lore. That is, in fact, the only thing I know about Misfortune's lore.
I didn't know that. I've been keeping up, I guess. See, this is, you become the thing you hate.
No, that is literally the only thing I know. I don't even know why she farts hearts, Doa.
Well, you know, it's a medical thing. You don't ask her about it. It's kind of embarrassing. Some people just do that.
I won't ask then. I won't ask. All right. Well, with the Sand Soldiers, with the Cannon Barrage, with the bullet time, just hard to find a composition that's going to give you more zone control than what SKTelecom has picked up. Should have some immense team fights. Got a way to move Misfortune around too with the Tom Kench. And then Samsung looking like, with Cuvée in that top lane, looking more for picks and split pushing in this game. They want to give Tristana just split pushing and some free time on the turrets because of how fast she can take them down with the explosive charge.
That's right. Samsung trying to tie up the series against SKTelecom, and they really need to. So far, they've lost to the other two top teams in Korea, lost to Rox Tigers, lost to KT Rolster. SKTelecom has beaten those teams. If they can beat Samsung as well, they will be in prime position to kind of cruise to a strong finish here in the LCK Summer regular season. Let's see if they can get the 2-0 or if Samsung will send us to Game 3. Time to get the game. Find out. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, SKT versus Samsung, game number 2. And it's a misfortune for SKTelecom, interestingly enough.
Still a big lane bully, but having some trouble here in the early game, actually getting found out here and explosive charged.
Yeah,
Bang is not going to have to use a Summoner spell, though. We'll have plenty of time just to retreat back to the fountain.
Living up to your name so far.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Crown, and a little bit of... Nah, never mind. He's on the block.
This heads back to his base with the distortion. Cuvée will walk straight to the top side. But at this late point in the game, they should know exactly that Rise is going to be probably sticking around the top side at this stage. And I hope we get to see that 2v2, but everybody from Samsung piling up between the mid lane turrets. Looks like we are going to be able to see it. So just a really weird start to this game when it comes to counter invades, and Ruler and Wraith will be seen on the Tri-Brush ward already placed there right as it fades away. And no attempt to get the Krugs.
You know, I played Misfortune for a while a few years ago. And then one game, I got a double kill with double up, and I'm like, all right, that's it. I've beaten this champion, and I haven't played her since.
Yeah, so she changed a little bit. Of course, her passive now does help her be that lane bully.
Yep.
Rewards you for switching targets with some extra damage.
They call it the love tap, but I don't think people love it very much.
Maybe Misfortune loves it.
She loves it. Yeah, that's true. Alright, we have not seen the Tristana for quite a while, too.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when you have 480 carries in a band, or a
Guess so.
band in a game, Doa. It's leaves some rather slim pickings. A bit surprising that Lucian was not taken.
Yeah, I know, really. Where we have Tristana and Misfortune chosen, but Lucian not selected. Duke collapsed on, though. He's going to have flash right away. There's a flash knockup from Ambition. Looks like this will be first blood. Going over to Samsung. Ambition grabbing that one.
Such a tough situation for GP, but 3-minute gank. Duke will fall early. Very simple pathing here for Ambition. Cleared out the top side of his jungle and then spun right back around to get the kill onto Duke. So he's going to have a tough time staying alive. The Rek'Sai and the Ryze constantly hounding him, and it's going to take some attention for Blank up there to go for some of these counter ganks, and that really has been his weakness. So standard lanes have not been the best for SKT because it does put the onus more on Blank to make the plays in the early game, and he has not really been successful with that this season.
And not a whole lot. He does have arguably his best champion, or the champion that he's performed best on.
Yeah, definitely his best champion in Summer.
So there is that.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, SKT, their goal has to be to survive. Their 5v5 team fighting is just ridiculously good. There's no real way to approach this team. You're not going to be flanking them if you're Samsung with a Ryze and the top side, so you can't really get into the back line. Misfortune is just so safe. As soon as Bang sees the distortion down, there's really no more threat to him, and he can just open up with the ultimate.
Yeah.
Wraith may be able to try and stop that, but at the end of the day, Samsung is much more interested in skirmishing and just putting pressure on all three lanes at the same time rather than trying to fight a late game 5v5 against GP Gragas' Zero Misfortune. That's just terrible.
We'll see what they can do. Wow. Misfortune certainly does do some damage. Even early on.
Yeah, going for the double up max here. That well, there's one of the best changes about Misfortune is that became far more reliable to hit champions in lane. Riot really did attempt to make her lane bullying more consistent and less dependent on kind of awkward random angles on the second hit.
Just simple geometry, man.
It is for Misfortune. It's bouncing bullets off people. That takes a lot of skill.
Yeah. Some would say it's not even possible due to the laws of physics and all that, but
Hey, she could bounce bullets off people if she just hits. Her gun is powerful enough, and she just hits the bone in the right way, so it goes through one person and then goes into another one.
well, that's not really bouncing off of them. That's going through fake grass and back away. Not a whole lot of damage though.
Could go through them, though. You don't know.
But that's not a bounce off though.
But it's called double up, not bouncing bullet.
Yeah, but clearly the bullet is bouncing.
It goes through them.
Yeah, but it's bouncing.
How do you know it's bouncing? It could just go through them and hit a bone and go out the other side and then hit the next person.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
Some of the angles. I don't know. I guess like we've got people with adamantium skeletons like Wolverine in the League of Legends. But it all makes sense now.
All the subject of horrific experimentation. It would explain Faker's skills at this game.
It would, yeah. That's true. Nope, I've been pulverized on the bank and it takes some decent damage here. Exhaust on the Wraith. They're going to go for this. Wolf spits him out. It's not going to be a kill with the Make It Rain. Not really. Bang, the one in trouble now. Flashes over the wall. Ruler chases, and that's going to be a kill at maybe
the reset, too.
Yeah, wow, Wraith actually surviving that. And Wolf at least gets the flash. Okay. All right, well, you got something out of it. All summoners burned by Samsung, but they did get the kill.
Well, I think we are seeing some discomfort in this matchup. Rarely do we see Crown.
All right, well, Crown could be dead here. Chains and flash. Oh! Duke gets it, but he may go down. What is this game? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Cuvée back on the rise. I didn't mention this previously, but he has actually, basically for his entire career, been known as a top lane rise player. We have Crazy, also, who's a major top lane rise player recently, but this is a comfort pick to Cuvée in spite of all of the changes that we've seen on Rise over the years. So fun to see him back on it. He really just punishes Duke right there for using that cannon barrage, all-ins him, earns that 1v1 kill. See what happened right here. Crown was in a pink ward, thought he was a little bit safe. Does end up getting flashed on by Blank. Nice explosive cask. And tries to get away. Duke is like watching. Oops, Duke was not paying attention at all.
Tonight on
He's
Awkward Fights Theater.
Everybody has had a Gangplank in their games that does that. It's like watching the other lane. He's like, wait for it. And then all of a sudden just gets all in.
Yeah.
Good reaction, though, from Cuvée.
Well, at least Duke got a kill out of it.
It's one way to look at it, Doa, but he's still going to lose his lane even harder now because he gave up one to his lane opponent as well as continuing to fall behind in CS.
Well, Blank is going to lose his blue buff here. Not able to pass it over to Cuvée like I believe they wanted to, but steal is a steal.
Yeah, it's okay. He's already doing well enough in this matchup. It's not going to be crucial for him. This game, Ambition taking the Tiamat first makes a lot more sense to me when they're trying to go for these skirmishes as opposed to the full 5v5. Should be, I think, a more effective buy in this game. Looks like it will be a Youmuu's first here for Bang. Really just going for the arm penetration. Maybe getting a similar build to Jhin.
Yeah. Or Lucian.
Yeah, or Lucian.
Maybe just...
Yeah, it's probably going to be Black Cleaver. I think you're right. It's going to be Youmuu's Black Cleaver.
Thought he picked Lucian. He's like, oh, well, I'll just do the same build.
Obviously that arm penetration.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage on the Ruler. Bullet time used. Ruler gets out, though. Just hops his way out of there. But bullet time's got a pretty low cooldown on it.
Do they go for this, actually? Because the gank is being set up, but there are wards there that see Ambition.
I don't know. I think it's maybe a little bit too risky right now. We'll see. Yeah. Not enough of a minion wave to really pursue, but perhaps SKTelecom can make a move towards the Infernal Drake. Like, finds Crown.
Birth Steel knew that Ambition would be in that side of the jungle based on the wards, but can't actually get anything. They're just trying to put pressure on while they have the advantage in the 2v2. Get a recall in. Shouldn't be an opportunity here really for the Infernal Drake to be taken. Oh, it's a fake recall, though. I got faked.
Oh. Well, not as bad as Ambition did last game, so you can feel good about that.
I don't know if that was so much of a fake.
It was a bait. It was a fake. It was a fake recall. All right. I do like the arcade skins.
Do you?
I do.
Remind me, are you into like retro 90s stuff and 80s stuff?
Yeah, not as much as people think, but yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. I understand why you might like those skins now.
Yeah, it appeals to my sensibilities. Finally, a skin for my generation. Here comes Blank for the gank. Perhaps in the lane. Duke walks up, pops the ultimate. Cuvée slowed down, gonna pop that Rise ultimate. Uh-oh, Ambition coming back through, and that's not gonna work out.
Yeah, good time to back off right there. They have no information about Ambition's location. With the pink ward and the tri-brush, he could have been very well waiting to come up for a counter gank. Couldn't find it at first, but if at first you don't succeed, try again. Blake still has flash and his ultimate.
Yep, gonna walk back into that turret though. Then gonna walk back into the tri-brush, but now he's been seen. So no gank is going to work up there anytime soon.
got
just
it.
walks up. Walk up smite, why not? Hi, I'm Gragas. I'm here to smite your raptors.
And waddle away.
Yep.
Okay, SKT now he's taking a look at this Drake as they...
Ooh, Baker taking a lot of damage. Here comes Blank to try to save his mid lane. Who doesn't need saving? Thank you very much.
He's just an insurance hillbilly.
Sure.
There in case things go totally wrong.
Mutual hillbilly.
Is that what the hillbilly insurance is called?
One can only wonder. All right, Kube's done a great job of whittling down this turret.
Yeah, he's just dominating this matchup. Not too much that Duke can do. Oranges only get you so far when the Rune Prison is on such a short cooldown.
Full of time to just push this lane back, I suppose.
Yeah, that's one of the most powerful tools that this composition possesses, is that it's extremely good at sieging because of bullet time, make it rain, and cannon barrage, and barrels. Like, they give so many ways. Also, the Gragas explosive cast, you can't defend a turret against them. They'll just go ahead, pop those ultimates, chunk you out, or push you away and take the objective.
That's the idea. Blank on the run now. Kind of on his own, gets knocked up. Ambition gonna keep chasing him through the jungle.
I mean, you don't want Ambition next to you right there. He has the Tiamat, and your top laner cannot help you, and your mid laner's not in mid.
Wow. Blank responding, though, with a bit of damage of his own. That's a teleport coming in. Can they catch him? No, they can't.
Can they farm this minion wave? Though, like,
Yeah.
yes, they can.
Yes, they can. Good job.
Ever since level 6 was hit, Bang and Wolf have, in spite of that death, done a very good job of just keeping Ruler contained, forcing him to lose a lot of CS into his turret. Trouble here, and it seems like he's using that bullet time liberally when they can underneath the tower just to push them off and keep them from playing more aggressively. So SKT has quite a few advantages to take this Infernal Drake.
That would be pretty helpful when you think about damage coming in from the GP ultimate, from the Misfortune ultimate. It's a lot of AoE damage. Of course, Faker's going to be doing a good amount himself as well. Damage, that is.
SKT certainly is in no short supply of damage
Yeah.
with this composition.
Oh, engage on the Bang. Wolf eats him up immediately, though. Teleport coming in for Samsung, making a big play into the spot lane. Bang drops him, make it. Rank some people down. There's the GP ultimate. Not going to save the AD carry, though.
Goodbye.
Yep, just going to get out. There we go. Sorry, Misfortune.
Wow, they committed a TP to that. Cube didn't even have to be there, got nothing from the TP attempt. Ambition was enough to sew up that kill. But with that one, they will take the Infernal Drake, and I like the timing. Finally, Samsung learning how to play around that bottom side that was just constantly pushed up from SKT and making the...
Wolf and Blank going in by themselves. 2v4. Faker coming down from the mid lane now, and it looks like that's going to be enough to zone Samsung off.
Yeah, Samsung made a mistake there. They sent Cube back up top too quickly. Sure, you want to take that minion wave and not have it melt into the turret, but when they don't have control over the wave in mid, and Faker can get down there faster, it's super hard to actually finish off that Infernal Drake, and instead they may give it up in kind now.
And give up the blue buff, too.
Yeah, give up the blue buff. Duke doesn't have TP himself, so it's not 100%. But everybody backing off, and Samsung makes a bit of an error right there, and that one is probably going to come back to haunt them, because SKT, with this massive team fighting composition, is going to make good use of that Infernal Drake in the late game.
Yeah, that is probably the single least desirable Drake for SKTelecom to have from Samsung's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely huge.
They will take a turret, though, up in top lane.
At least they get that.
Yeah.
And Ambition gets a grunt.
Samsung does have a nice little gold lead at the moment. But again, you know, when the team fights happen. All right, turret very low. Wolf eats his AD carry to keep alive. It's a sentence I never thought I'd be saying in my life. I I am now. Wolf taking some damage from the bullet time. That turret getting very low. Nice explosive cast. Where's the follow-up, though? They can't get the kill. They will get the turret. Whoa, flash slow. Wraith getting closer. Blake get a flash for it, too. It was like a contest of who could flash the most for that kill.
Well, each player only gets one flash every 5 minutes, though. So.
Yeah, but like, who got the most out of the flash?
Oh, the flash value.
Yeah.
I see, well.
In the end, Blank was the winner there.
So, yeah, nice pickup on the Wraith. Do end up having to use a couple summoner spells for it, but they get the turret also, so the snowball starts to maybe get rolling here for SKTelecom as they close that gold gap. Still, Cube going to be a problem. He has been absolutely dominating this top lane on the rise for the majority of this game. Azir and Rod of Ages stacking up. So the split push, Samsung really is going to have to commit to that and try and do what SKT did in the last game, which is avoid getting into 5v5s.
Sure enough. Duke doing pretty good with those GP ultimates, aside from the first one maybe, but put him in the right place at the right time.
It's going to be hard for Ruler and Wraith to deal with this misfortune now in the bottom side of the map.
Well, you can see they've done almost no damage to SKTelecom's turret in the bot lane.
SKT is the one that were really crushing that lane and moving it forward in spite of the death. So that's up for the response. Faker.
Yeah, he stayed
Nice
up there
bounce.
intentionally. Nice bounce, but he might be dead anyway. Yep. And he stayed in range of the chains. He thought he could do the 1v1, but it was a 1v2 in the end. And that may cost SKT their mid lane turret.
This will be a big turning point for SKTelecom as 4 people grouped in. Cube doesn't have anywhere better to be right now.
All right, well, here comes Wolf and Bang. Top, nobody's slowed down by the make it rain. Wolf gets the tongue lash onto Kube. Kube trying to back away. Bang gets him with the bullet time. That might have been the double up, actually, that did it too. Either way, Bang with the kill there. Drops a make it rain to zone in Wraith. Wolf picking up his jungler. Now they will trade mid for
really
mid.
well played by Bang.
Yeah, flash from that one.
Yeah, flash and a double up ultimate to finish off Crown. So they at least get something as they strike back. Faker's death, though, does result in a nice net win for Samsung. It's just about converting this again into the split push pressure, and they haven't been able to take down that bottom side turret yet. Now, eventually Samsung likely to want to move Crown into a side lane, but he's one of the very few Ignite LeBlancs we've seen this season, so he just doesn't have the same mobility. Probably would have been better for him to take the teleport in this game for this particular circumstance. Wolf showing up with the Abyssal Voyage. A little bit of a slowdown there, courtesy of the cannon barrage. And, yeah, did need the ultimate actually in the end. Die before that first wave was going to hit onto Crown. Still secures the kill, however, and zones out several members of Samsung in the process.
Meanwhile, fight between Faker and Crown again. Talking about even damage-wise. A little bit favored to Faker. And I wonder what that next dragon is. Curious.
You're going to find out
I will.
in 90 seconds still.
You know, it's interesting to see, because although Samsung does have the gold lead, they really do seem like, if you looked at this game without looking at the gold or the turrets, it would look like SKT is ahead in almost every way. You know?
It's so hard for Samsung to play into SKT because of the amount of control that this composition gives them. And when you have so many zoning tools, it can be difficult to actually get into places on the map. Like even this blue buff right now, everything being thrown down.
Yeah,
Blank may be a little bit too far ahead.
I think he definitely is. Teleport coming in as well. They're going to try to get more out of it. Wolf goes in to try to save his jungler. That's not going to work.
Bang.
Flashes out. Kube low. There's the kill for Bang. Drops a bullet time. Ruler low as well. And Bang looks like he might finally go down, but not before taking the double kill. And he will get it. Duke helping out as he comes in with his own TV.
Wow, Bang just owned that team fight. Yeah, he got knocked out of his ultimate, but he got enough damage done. And remember that this guy already has that flat armor penetration from the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. Very few armor items on the side of Samsung right now, so You know, it looked bad at first. We see Misfortune farming out in bottom. GP is in mid, but Cube gets stopped up. Bang is there to help out with Faker. The heals coming on through, and Faker just barely surviving, which turns out to be a pretty big part of the team fight. But look at the setup for the Make It Rain. Bang getting knocked around a little bit, but it's just enough. And Faker there staying with a pot ticking and just finishing off people. You just can't pursue through that field of Sam Soldiers. Once Samsung's initial engage is gone, the kiting from SKTelecom is so strong.
Yeah. Cloud Drake, the target of Samsung here. We'll see if SKTelecom can stop them. Kube lurking on the top of that fight there. Duke cannot teleport in, so it would be 5v4. It looks like SKT just going to let that one go. Probably a good idea at this point.
Yeah, letting the Cloud Drake go, because you had to back off after winning that team fight. Well worth it. You get yourself back into a gold advantage. And here we go, Abyssal Voyage.
Yep, I would imagine they're going to the bot lane. Yes, they will. Rula trying to get away. Pushes back Wolf with the Tristana ultimate blank right there, though. And it's a support and jungle gank. Wraith there to help out his AD carry. Ambition coming in as well.
Yeah, too many people. Blank actually did a good job there of flashing right as the Tristana ult hit so that he wouldn't suffer as much crowd control, could maybe follow up to get the kill, but with Ambition there in the jungle, SKT not going to take any chances, and instead just walks right back into the lane.
Mid lane now for SKT. Mid lane turn a little bit low. Looks like they might be able to claim it right here. They might be able to claim Ambition first, though. Damage coming in. Faker gets it with the Emperor's Divide, and Bang adds on the damage with that bullet time. Wraith, what are you doing there, buddy? That's not a good place there. Escape to the Raptor pit. Gets that ultimate as well, and that might help SKTelecom push ahead a little bit farther.
The siege is so strong from SKT. Faker just going right underneath that turret and shoving Ambition directly into the bullet time. You're just going to take so much damage if that occurs. Good job, Faker.
Way to go. You're a good League of Legends player, Faker.
We love watching Faker's Assassin Azir.
Good stuff. One of the aggressive Azirs we have here in Korea. Same vein as players like Coco.
Except Faker's a lot better on his Azir than Coco is right now. It wasn't true. It was definitely not a true statement in 2015, but you better believe that is 100% accurate this year.
Practice paid off.
Well, also the changes to Azir and the way that Faker plays Azir is different. It's not about so much team fighting as creating picks on the Azir, which is a rarity because very few people play Azir like that besides Faker.
It takes a certain amount of mechanical skill to do that. It's tough to hit that level.
Yeah, not only the mechanics, but the judgment as well to know when you can actually secure those kills. And Faker is so good at knowing his limits. It shows particularly on champions that really are not designed to be assassins like Azir, but are when in the hands of Faker.
Yep. Making it work. So SKT with a little bit of a gold lead now, about 2,000 gold. And just kind of slowly, methodically pushing this one out. I mean, this is just their siege comp, and they're playing it out like you should probably play a siege comp out.
Yeah, even coming back from the early deficit, Samsung once again in this game, having a stronger early game, but just not able to capitalize on it. And you see again the bullet time used early right there. How do you defend this? That's so annoying. Barrel roll, Sand Soldiers, make it rain. It's just like you can't stop them from attacking the turret.
Yeah, that's a little more than half health remaining on that turret. Whoa, and Wraith, much less than half health for him now.
They've got to go aggressive here, but how do you stop it if you're Samsung?
Yeah.
Once Wraith is poked out, you don't have primary engage any longer. He's the only person, the Alistar, that can actually stop that from occurring. Everybody else taking a risk by going in. And too much kiting on the side of SKT. You can't really initiate with Rek'Sai unless you're going to flash. Cube trying to flank off of a siege with the Rise. He's just not tanky enough to do that. He may be able to pull it off once he gets GA. We'll see. That's a big point here.
All right, well, Blank went for the ground. Wasn't able to claim it. Mission coming around the side, but SKT backing away, not wanting to take that fight in the jungle. That's a good idea. Minute 40 until the next strike. Break, rather.
Draken.
Draken.
Which we did find out, by the way, is a real name of a band. Like
It's a band, yeah.
we suspected.
If they want to come and perform on this broadcast, well, maybe they can. Maybe they can.
We will come and embrace you, Draken.
Yeah. Embrace the Draken. Within.
Is that like Lick the Dragon?
A little bit different, I would imagine, this time around. Well, it's been fun to see these unorthodox AD carry choices. The misfortune working out surprisingly well for Bang. 4, 2, and 3 on that.
Yeah. Rapid fire cannon now complete too, so just has the range to keep on poking. Also important, he may have a top catch to save it, but the more range he can get on turrets in these sieges, because he is on a low mobility AD carry, important to make sure that they maximize their damage.
Yep, all right. GPL used. They're going to force a flash from Kube. He is so caught, though. Goodbye, Rise. More like dies. But Samsung going for this Baron. Teleport coming from SKTelecom. We'll see if they can stop it. The Baron not going down very
Baron's
quickly.
so slow with the
whoa, the bullet time stopped. Wraith comes out with the headbutt pulverize. Pops that ultimate. Faker comes in with a big Emperor's Divide. Baron lower. There's a first kill for Bang. There's another one on the side of SKT. And this could be, oh wow, Ambition claims that Baron at the very end. Still going to lose Ruler, but the fact that Ambition was able to get that Baron saves us from being a complete disaster. It's only a near total disaster.
It's just a slaughter there, and Samsung, they know that's probably their last chance to actually win this game as we move into the team fighting segment. And they see so many people commit to the bottom side of the map. They see the Abyssal Voyages used to get the gank out of Cube. They make the natural choice. Unfortunately, the Rise is the one you really want doing that Baron, not the LeBlanc. It's too slow. And again, SKTelecom, the AoE is massive, so getting caught in the Baron pit by SKT's composition is pretty much a death sentence. Sure, they interrupted the bullet time, but Faker was there too, as was, Faker was there just to get his Sand Soldiers in there and do the huge amount of AoE necessary. I mean, Wraith played that really well. Got to commend him for that. Not only knocks him out, but gets the play onto Faker. Faker just pops right back in, though, and really nothing you're going to be able to do right here against the AoE Wombo. Ruler tries to take somebody out, but Blank is there. And make it rain. Picks up the final kill.
Yep. So Ruler trying to push up to top lane, but now Samsung a bit behind. They still do have the Baron buff and Ambition, so maybe they can get, I don't know, a little bit of pushing going with that, but hard to imagine SKTelecom having a hard time stopping anything that Samsung wants to do at this point.
It will be troublesome, to say the least.
Yep.
The Baron buff with this siege comp that SKT has, not the easiest thing in the world to stop. See if the SKT can pick up that next Baron buff. While Samsung, the sole survivor, and having a Baron buff on a Rek'Sai, even though it's a Tiamat Rek'Sai that does have some split push, especially with the global, it's not going to do a lot.
Yeah. Dire straits for Samsung here, and you know, kind of dire straits for their tournament, you know, late season dreams too. If they've lost to Rox, Tigers, KT, and now SKTelecom, that means they've lost to the other top 3 teams in the league. And you got to wonder come playoffs if these guys haven't improved a lot. You know, are they just going to stall out at the first round of the gauntlet?
Yeah, Samsung too. If they lose 2-0 tonight, or 0-2 rather, KT will move into 3rd place.
Yeah, that's true.
And every rung of that ranking is so important. KT would love to get out of contention for the wild card match and have a one fewer best of series to play in the postseason.
Yep. Nobody wants to have to play an extra match. SKT though certainly making it look like Samsung will have to do just that. Good by split pushing. He can rejoin with the teleport. This Baron buff and Ambition is slowing down the push for SKT a little bit at least.
Yeah, that's about all it's been useful for, Doa.
Yeah.
not going to last a whole lot longer. Again, just very few ways for them to push this out. They just don't have much wave clear Samsung's composition.
Yep. Faker taking some hits, but Kube taking a lot more in return, and that turret getting lower and lower. Samsung's got to try something very soon. Faker's low health. This might be the time to do it. SKT, though, just backing off for the moment. Crown comes over the wall, tries to get something done onto Blank. Blank slowing him down with the barrel. Kube chasing, slowed down by that make it rain from Bank's misfortune. Blank still on the run now. Wolf turns around to slow Kube as he comes in for a bit of action. And it looks like SKT will keep everyone alive for the moment. Bullet time just to zone.
Yeah, it's trying to make a safe escape right there. Samsung desperately attempting to get a pick on the exit. So, like the use of the bullet time. You did what you could on that last assault on the enemy base. I'll pop it. And we already have enough CDR that it'll be back up in no time at all.
Yeah. Pew pew.
The Arcade Misfortune has such great sound effects.
Oh yeah. The duck hunt guns and all that.
No ducks to hunt in this game though, just cows.
Nope. Can't even hunt the bird, the only bird in the game, because he's on our team. Oh well.
No pigeon shooting for Ben.
Everyone knows you just want to shoot that annoying dog. How dare you laugh at me. Man's best friend.
Did you wear your duck hunt shoes today, Doa?
I did. I have duck hunt shoes. It's great. They're great.
Does
I've
talk
talked
to a
about it
laughing
before.
dog on it?
I'm looking now, and yeah, they do.
Do you always feel like your feet are mocking you when you wear those shoes?
Nope. So now I'm just wearing that dog on my feet, so I feel like I'm the one in charge. I'm the captain now. The duck hunt captain. Minute 20 till the next dragon. SKT pushing up that mid lane to try to get ready for it. Not sure which one it is yet, though. Or if it's helpful or not, so we'll see. Crown coming in, Wolf saving his teammate from a bit of damage. SKT pushing in now. Wow, Bang going deep. Whoa, that's a bit too brave, Bang. What were you doing? Exhaust onto Kube. SKT not deterred quite yet, as they're going to try to make something out of this. Faker with the big Emperor Divide making the plays. Pops at GA on the rise, but they're going to need to do more than that. Wraith comes in for a big pulverize. That's 3 men, but it's not going to save the top laner on Samsung and SKT. They're just going to fight this one 4v5. All right, yeah, AD carry dead immediately. Doesn't matter. SKT's just going to win this one. Flank low. GA popped from the turret. Ambition will go down. Wolf's going to make a meal out of that Rek'Sai.
No, he's not. He spit him out, Doa.
Well, he was going to make. I don't know what he's going to do with the body later, man.
You know, as hungry as Tom Kench is, he just leaves all these corpses on the floor as he vomits them back out.
He's very picky. That is true. Yeah. Well, in the end, SKTelecom not picky about who they destroy on their way to victory on the continuing conquest that is LCK Summer. And it looks like despite Ruler's best efforts, whoa, that's a triple kill. And Wolf gets the meal in the end.
Oh, it's not the end of the game, though.
I guess not.
The resets were real.
Wow, no
All right,
kidding.
Wraith.
All right.
It's time for some supportal combat, Doa.
Well, not with Bang there. Uh-oh, make it rain. And Wraith could be in a little bit of trouble. Nope. Well, he is in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Ambition, though. This game has gotten a bit silly now.
It's a great team fight.
Yeah.
From Bang offering up his life to the Aztec gods, and then...
I don't know. It's like I found the opportunity I've been waiting for. I'm going to flash with Misfortune into a 1v4. Into the Rek'Sai and the Alistar and the Rise. Yeah. Probably not one of Bang's finest moments. Definitely not one of Bang's finest moments.
Definitely not. It's been a fun game, though.
For sure. Baron and Dragon both up. Baron and the Elder Dragon, of course. Oh. Hi. All right. Baron time. Baron control time.
Oh, this Baron can be done so quickly by SKT.
Ooh, yeah. At the end of the day, they are the ones with the Infernal Drake. And the Cloud Drake. Wow. Wolf just so ready to prevent the damage. I mean, he's not really even using that to save people. He's just using it to prevent the damage.
Yeah, saw the sigil coming in from LeBlanc and nabbed up the Misfortune.
Gobbled up.
Ruler quite able to.
Well, okay. A little bit of a tense moment, but Ambition gets out.
Yeah, Ruler quite able to deal with these super minion waves. Nearly 40 minutes into the game and already having the Infinity Edge and Ruden's Hurricane. He is a major threat to a relatively squishy composition that SKTelecom has brought out.
It's true.
Although Wolf, with the...
He's a pretty big Tom Kench.
Yeah, he is at this point. Warmogs in the late game stacking up that health, so he has more to transfer.
Yep.
Gray health.
And they're going in. Samsung backing off. And SKT trying to find the fight. Wraith a little bit slowed up. Faker on the side going after Crown. Crown gets exhausted. There's a kill for Bang. There's an Emperor's Divide. Faker picking one up. He's going to barely live through that one. And that could mean a Baron for SKTelecom. Ruler going in though. Oh, there's the exhaust. They may have caught him. If they catch this Tristana, it is over, and they will. Another kill for Bang, and that should be enough for SKT to finish this one off.
Now, Cube's still alive. He's still a major threat. Bang is low, though he's working his HP back up. Now we'll see if SKT has just enough to finish off this game. Tom Kench backing away. They're actually using the Abyssal Voyage to get there faster as Faker regens. Clever.
Really good idea. Yeah, Mission goes into the knockup, going in onto Bang, but Bang wanting to stay a little bit safer this time around as he goes in for what could be go-ahead kill. Could be a little bit low. Faker claims another one, and that should be about it. There goes the Nexus, looking for one final kill. There's a bullet time to remind them that they lost to Misfortune, and SKT will take the 2-0 over Samsung.
I really like the way they played that composition.
Yeah.
Using their zoning tools so well, powering up with that siege, winning that great fight in the Baron pit as they made the mistake of perhaps overcommitting to the bottom side of the map for that gank. Samsung tried to sneak that Baron, but they just couldn't do it fast enough with their composition. So we got to see Doa in this game. What happens exactly when you ban out Ashe, Sivir, Ezreal, and Jhin in this meta? The answer is Misfortune versus Tristana, apparently. I didn't know that was going to be the answer.
No, I would have imagined it would be like Tristana Lucian, but I'm not complaining. Misfortune, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, the Lucian being absent, I think probably the biggest surprise, but
yeah.
SKTelecom built a really nice composition to protect that Misfortune, and with the limited engage tools that we saw from Samsung, there's not very many ways to deal with that bullet time once the headbutt pulverize was gone, and not really a great tool to flank the squishy backline because of the rise in the top lane.
Yeah. Yeah, just a great series for Wolf overall, really.
Really well played by him tonight, absolutely.
Great All-Star game, getting the MVP, and a great Tom Kench game as well.
Pointing to himself.
Yep, he's like, that's me. I'm the best. I'm Wolf. Yeah, you are. You are the best Wolf. Damage to champions, no big shock that we see Faker on top of that one.
And Faker again, what another great game on that Azir.
Yeah, no
certainly
kidding.
an MVP candidate. His team fighting was on point. Did so much damage in that Baron pit, and unfortunately for Samsung, they weren't ever able to capitalize on the advantage that Rise has. And I think you got to run with the TP LeBlanc in that game, honestly, so at least you can start working on that 1-3-1 split push.
Yeah. And SKTelecom, they've beaten the other three top teams in Korea. They've beaten KT, they've beaten Rox Tigers, and now they've beaten Samsung. I think it kind of, I think we know who's the best right now.
Yeah, should be a pretty slow roll to first place, barring any kind of disaster.
Seems that way.
As the season closes out for SKTelecom.
Duke is just overcome, man. He's like, I played Gangplank.
We hardly saw Duke in this series because he was so successful at split pushing the entire time.
Yeah. Well, he dropped the ults when he needed to.
Sign of a good split pusher, though, is that you're only looking at him when he's actually killing a turret, finishing one off.
And our MVP is Wolf again. Gets a double MVP.
Wow, fans really like that.
Hey, as they should. Wolf had a sick performance today.
I mean, these are his first 2 MVP games this season. Gets the double in one day.
Long overdue.
Had to deal with a situation where he and Bang gave up that early kill onto the Misfortune early, still bounced back and put an immense amount of pressure onto the turret. Blank there with the follow-up.
I like how
Flash.
Tom Kench does like the 360 before he licks.
I've been getting that slow right there.
Yeah.
Crucial in picking off that LeBlanc in the end. And this is the commitment that they made onto Cube down the bottom side. Did trigger a Baron attempt by Samsung. But Wolf able to help his teammates get right back up there and finish off some kills.
The only time he couldn't save someone in need was when Bang just refused to put himself in a position to even be saved. He just decided to die. Sometimes your AD carry does that. I'm speaking from as the support role. It does happen.
Happens too much, though. Too much.
It does. Far too much. Yum, yum.
No, he spits the Rek'Sai back out.
Doesn't mean he tastes bad. It just means he only wants a little bit. Just a taste.
I guess we're not going to see Ruler's triple kill at the end there. A little bit unfortunate.
Oh well.
Wolf was the survivor. But even the little things, such as running back and picking up the Abyssal Voyage, was pretty good for Wolf.
Time for an MVP interview.
Okay, thank you very much, Star and Monte, for a great cast for today's match. And now we're going to moving into interview booth with SKT1. And here's our solo MVP for today, Wolf. And let's hear from him. First of all, congratulations, Wolf. It's your first solo MVP.
제가 지금까지 MVP가 포인트가 빵점이라
I had a 0 point until today's match. I didn't have any MVP point, but I'm very happy to have a solo MVP for today's match, and especially it's against Samsung, and it was pretty big game.
너무 잘해서 팀이 좀 못해야 제가 또 주워 먹을 게 있지 저희가
Now the Wolf saying that our teammate is way too good, so it's hard for me to get MVP, but today I finally got it.
슈퍼 플레이를 많이 보여주신 것 같습니다. 뭐 울프하면 또 떠오르는 전승 카드.
And now Dongjun say you have shown a lot of super play, and also you have all the matches using a champion Alistar, and you guys had a lot of break time during the last match. So how was it? How was it overall as your team? And Wolf saying that overall our team is pretty good. And then he's saying that I didn't got any MVP point until now, so I was very kind of upset with that. But today I got the point. So
반짝해서 좀 점수가 높아서 잘 나왔고 지금은 제가 실수가 좀 많이 나와서 좀
so he's saying that I had some mistake before previous game, but overall I think I did pretty good today's match. So I'm really happy with it.
아니잖아요. 되게 잘하셨는데.
And Cloud Temper said you did pretty good today.
근데 진짜
And they're
오랜만에
just
경기를 해서 그런지
laughing.
약간 그 몸이 좀 덜 풀린 듯한 느낌도 받았는데.
And now
실제로
Cloud
그런 게
Temper saying that at the beginning of today's first game, you guys were quite not ready for playing as a match because there was a lot of mistakes were going on. But overall, when the game were going along, it was pretty good.
네, 1경기 초반
So how was it overall? And then Wolf say, we kind of had a break time during the before the last match, and there were a lot of long-term break. But even though we had a hard time, we came back and we got the match back.
현실 도피를 좀 하려고 캐릭 차이 때문에 이렇게 됐네 하면서 게임을 하고 있었는데 다행히 준식이가 미드에서 애쉬 궁으로 계속
Now the Dongjun are talking about the AD carry playing, and then the Wolf he asked about some MVP for didn't Bang should get the MVP, and Wolf also thought of that. Ash had agreed using ultimate, also Crystal Arrow shot was pretty decent, so he thought that Bang should have got the MVP also, but he's really happy with getting a solo MVP. So now they're moving into the highlight video clip right here. So it was a super play from Wolf.
이거는 근데 다들
설명 좀 해주시죠.
So now they want some explanation from Wolf.
리콜을 좀 막아주려고 하고 있었는데 너무 앞에 나오셔서 그냥
So Wolf tried to let the Bang go back to his base, recall. He was just helping it, but Ambition came in too closely. So that's why he had a great finish toward the ambition. He said a very normal basic stuff, and then Dongjun said, I thought that you might say something very fantastic, but nothing really fantastic. And now they're having a joke, and then Bang said, well, nothing special. I was just, he was being really close. That's why I had a finish, and my teammates were very close around. So now Cloud Temper asking, is it the old Crystal or like first game? Is it Bang had a call on the teammate overall today? Did he start the team fight today?
대부분은 준식이랑 상혁이랑 뱅이랑.
So now the Wolf say overall the call is made by Faker and Bang.
저는 가만히
So
있었어요.
and then the Cloud Temper asked the Bang, did you make any call? And then the Wolf said, oh, I didn't make any call. I was just waiting behind and just look for who's coming in, and I tried to help our teammate out.
오늘 오신 팬분들의
So now
응원 때문에 이겼다고 저는 생각해요.
He thinks that he won the match today because of all the fan came for today's match. A lot of cheers were coming on, so those kind of thing really help us getting a cheer.
야 쏴봐. 아 괜찮다.
There were a call going on, so like a Bang, should I throw the arrow, like, and then the Bang's like, oh, why not, just take a shot, and then it got hit like 3 times in a row, so I think it was pretty surprised. So now they're moving into the another highlight video clip that the Wolf had a solo kill on the ruler. So they're asking question about that.
천둥을 들면서 알리스타가 생각보다 데미지가 굉장히 세거든요.
So Bang said that Alistar are pretty strong in the even though I had a great damage going on, and then I was waiting behind that golem, and that's how I get solo kill, because I think the ruler couldn't see me in the behind. So. And I think Alistar is pretty strong on those kills, so that's why I was waiting there.
괜찮다 수준, 뭐 나쁘지 않다 수준. 그렇죠. 끊임없는 향상심이 좋은 경기력의 이유인 것 같습니다. 두 번째 경기에서 또
So now they're moving into second game in story, and then Dongjun were asking about Tamkenzie play of Wolf. So what do you think about the Tamkenzie play overall? There are a lot of pick were going on.
다른 서포터 상대로도 저는
So Bang, he thinks that it's good to use Tamkenzie because it's great ultimate and easy to save his own teammate, and also there are a lot of people, a lot of champions are chosen because it's good to help AD carry. So I think that's the reason why we pick Tamkenzie this day. And there are a lot of buffer going on.
아 굉장히 답답했는데 그게 좀 버프가 많이 돼서 되게 괜찮아진 것 같아요.
And then the main part is that the buff from the ultimate, that ultimate by the Tamkenzie, that the time has been shortened. So I think those part is really great aspect of this new patch.
당황했을 것 같다는 생각도 들었는데.
근데 저희는 그런 상황이 연습에서 좀 약간 나왔어서
So there are some part that you guys were might kind of like their surprise team fight from Samsung, and those kind of like simultaneous fight were going on. So how did you guys prepare for that?
그래서 좀 당황하거나 그런.
And also there were like a 4 ban from AD carry in the second game. And then Wolf said we didn't surprise, but Bang were pretty good, and we kind of expected some pick, and that's why we used Misfortune today's pick. And we were kind of prepared before. We had a lot of scrim, we had practice a lot, so we weren't that surprised. So now Dongjun asked about the Rice pick, because we thought that there were the mid lies, but later on it changed to top lane. So any shock from you guys in the SKT one? And then the Wolf saying that we weren't that surprised, that we were questioning about there might be a rise in the top lane, so we should be prepared. And then we were actually expecting it, so we weren't that surprised overall. So the Cloud Tempers, and there are a lot of scenes where were very close, and almost you guys in that like video clip here, you guys almost finished the game, but there was like a triple kill from a ruler. So what do you think about that? And then you had a great super, and then the Wolf saying that I think that's pretty cool what I did there, swallowing the little dragon.
좀 했네 또 이
Tristana.
아 이때 그냥 넥서스.
And then now the commentator keep teasing him that you overall keep saying that pretty good those were. So and then Wolf saying that well this is what we've been preparing for like over the weekend while we have a break. So it wasn't that surprise. So
자기 화면 보고.
네 일단 예, 정말 각자 알아서 잘하면 뭐 정규에서
so he's saying that every one of us are doing great. That's the reason why we won the game.
네.
And no one is like
남 칭찬하는
specifically
건또 분도
perfect
못 봐요.
or anything. We're all good as a team.
좀
So
의도적으로 안 하는 분위기인가요?
저는 그래요. 아니 성구가 잘하면 칭찬하죠. 성구는 너무 잘하니까.
예.
아, 그래서 그
동생이기도
블랭크
하고.
선수 얘기 나온 김에
네.
now
블랭크
they're
선수가
talking
사실,
about blank.
좀 여러 가지 분석도 나오고
So they're
있던
kind
예전에
of-
뭐 그런 안 좋은
there are a lot of
있었던 걸로
some
아는데
picks were going
사실 요즘
on.
보면 진짜 잘하는 거 같아요.
But especially Blank are really good at the Gragas play.
플레이적으로 뭐 계속 자신감도 넘치고
And also Blank had a lot of mistake before. Like there was some mistake and you were very down when he had a mistake. But like what kind of thing that helped him improve a lot?
네, 실수 한두 가지
And
나오는
Wolf
건
said that
제
as a
쪽으로
team,
너무
if he make a
플레이를
one
잘해서
mistake or few mistakes
저희
were
팀
going on during the
내부적으로도
game,
아유, 얘는 잘한다.
we keep
싶어요.
cheering him and giving him a lot of confidence during the game. And also the after the game, we're keep telling him you've done a great job, so don't be down. And those kind of I think were thing make him Blank were more aggressive and confident during the game.
아프리카를 맞상대를 해야 하는
So now you guys have next game is against Afreeca Freecs.
그 매치업에 대해서
So
어떻게 생각하세요?
how you guys gonna prepare and what do you think about it?
1라운드에서는 물론 패배했지만 저희가 지금 또
We have lost
연습하고 있는
against
것들이나
Afreeca Freecs in the first round,
저희
but
지금
we have a lot of
그렇게
scrims
나쁘지 않다고
were
생각해요.
arranged and we're practicing a lot.
네, 그래서
So I think
다음 경기
we'll be very well prepared for the Afreeca Freecs,
알겠습니다.
and I think we're gonna do great.
마지막으로 이렇게 또 즐겁게 인터뷰 함께 해주신 팬 여러분께 감사합니다.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Afreeca Freecs. CJ ENTUS. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo, and it's Afreeca Freecs versus CJ time. And I saw someone in the booth there.
Yeah, weird,
Kinda
because
eerie.
this is a piggyback broadcast
I
going
know.
on right now, Doa.
What could be happening?
Well, we'll get to that in a minute, right?
Okay, well, first of all, CJ is way at the bottom, and Afreeca looking very up, looking very down right now. But you'd think they'd be able to beat CJ at least.
Well, Afreeca has had a pretty impressive run. You know, they've taken out teams like KT, MVP a couple of times now in their last 4. Lost to ESC, a bit disconcerting, but for the most part, Afreeca on the up and up, and they really have a chance right now. If they can move to 7-6 tonight, they put themselves pretty firmly in 5th place, which is, if they want to make the playoffs, exactly where they want to be at a minimum.
Well, they went on that crazy late season run in the spring season to make it to the playoffs. Didn't do that well once they got there, but at least they made it. So we may be looking at kind of a similar situation, although they don't need to go on maybe quite as crazy of a winning streak this time around, but every match does count. As you can see, they are 6-6 right now. So moving up to 6-7 would certainly, or 7-6 rather, would certainly put them ahead pretty solidly over MVP.
Yeah, and CJ, 2-10, even with the downward trajectory of Jin Air, and Longzhu has been looking at least a little bit stronger than they were previously.
Yeah.
So you got to believe CJ probably doomed at this point to finish in 10th place.
I think so, and it's kind of crazy to think about this organization possibly facing the promotion matches after the season, and you'd think they'd make it back in, but I don't know. At this point, I'm not so sure, actually.
I'm not so sure either. At least they
Yeah.
seem to have settled on a more stable roster right now. We'll get to that in just a minute, though,
I
Doa.
suppose it's time to introduce our teams, and we've decided to clone the players because we're tired of this piggyback broadcast of, wow, this looks more like a Apex Twin video, actually, at this point, but it's kind of creepy. Mickey in the middle there, but all right, well, sure, that's sort of Snowflower. Okay, so our cloning process hasn't quite been
It's not perfect yet.
perfected yet. Yeah, we admit it's got some flaws, but you know, we were tired of the piggyback broadcast, so we needed real living bodies. Well, they are living. We don't know quite what the level of sentience is in these homunculi that we've created.
Well, unfortunately for NA-born players, they will soon be out of a job as a result of the perfection of the cloning process. Sorry,
It's begun.
everybody can have a mad life now, so GG NA supports.
We knew it was going to happen. We knew eventually they'd start cloning the Korean players, and now we've done it for the first time. Whoa, no neck there on Sky. That's kind of creepy. Yep. And it looks like we do have Shy at the end. Okay, perhaps the most normal looking of the bunch, but I'm not convinced. Either way, I'm very excited to have the teams here in the studio today.
Yeah, we do have fans here in the studio as well, staying around from our first game, so typically we do not have them in the studio when we're piggybacking, but everybody's on the piggyback ride today, Doa. And
That's
as
right.
you can see, Linderong and Sungwon will be playing today. Linderong has been playing more recently, but Sungwon actually coming in here for the first time since their Game 1 win against SKTelecom.
Yeah, And it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. Obviously, Afreeca, seeing CJ as a bit of a softer opponent, giving these guys a bit more playtime. But then again, Linderon and Sungwon, they did help Afreeca take a game off of SKTelecom. So jury's out on what these guys' caps can be.
Well, Linderon also played in all 3 games when they won against KT Rolster. So yeah, he's been showing up, and there has been some pretty judicious and good use of Afreeca's substitutes this season. You can't say the same thing about CJ ENTUS. Shy has just now, of course, started playing games in 2016, but
yeah,
there was a brief moment, Doa. A moment when CJ 2-0 Janair, the Talia pick came out, Sky looked awesome on it.
I'm so distracted right now.
Yes, I know you are. What else is new? But
not much.
That moment has now faded, and Sky, he only has wins this season on 3 champions: Talia, Twisted Fate, and Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
And the Twisted Fate and Talia bans came out after that series against Janair. Managed to take a game off of MVP, but they were smashed by Longzhu, especially in the most heartbreaking manner possible when they had to play the Teemo on the accidental pick in game number 2. There is Shy, the Teemo player.
That's true. One of our 2 Teemo players in the league right now. Snowflower looks like he's just kind of taking it easy, man. Oh, Songyun kind of glancing at you. I don't know. I think the Mickey one's the creepiest.
His face isn't quite on straight there.
Yeah, Sungwon, I wish he'd stop looking at me. That's kind of creepy. Linderon kind of got an ET thing going on, with that little face pushing out of the corner, sort of extended neck kind of thing, I don't know. It's all of this is very disturbing, but the point is, this is what happens when you have a piggyback broadcast. You have to resort to mad science. You have to go to a realm where mankind perhaps shouldn't go. A realm perhaps left to go. Oh, no!
It's on air. Oh, God. So the coaches are coming into the booth to advise their clones.
Well, they've programmed it with the classic on-air pregame massage, so that's,
they're really doing a good job.
Seriously. No, he keeps looking to the left, though, like he's suspicious someone will come for him. Is perhaps, the real human that spawned him, the DNA that created him, will come and try to kill him. And there's Reach, of course. Ah, yes, one of the best-dressed clones in all of Korean esports.
Give it a friendly head rub. He looks very happy today,
He's
Reach.
super happy. He's not worried about CJ's future at all.
Mad life, though, his expression says otherwise.
I know, right? Yep. On air is kind of like an OU expression going on right now.
He just can't keep his eyes off Linderon there on the end. What can you say?
I feel like this is like half Island of Dr. Moreau and half like Monty Python, cutout paper sketch. One of the 2.
I just know I'm loving it.
Reach just looks so happy.
So the question is, are they going to cut to in-game cameras of this too?
Maybe. I hope so. I think they're going to make him sit in there for the whole game. These clones of the players and totally not OGN staff members wearing masks of players. Reach, just the joy he exudes, lights a beacon of hope in all of us. This guy's itchy head, apparently. I don't know, Haru's face seems to be migrating to a different spot than it was in before. But he's kind of, Haru, kind of looking around with a bit of an ambivalent expression, kind of like the real Haru does there, yeah.
May not know exactly where to be.
Yeah, he's like, oh, where am I?
A little bit lost.
What jungle is this? Oh, well. Well, yeah, so waiting to get into picks and bans. See, this would be the day that we'd have a big, long pause, too, of course. We'd have to have shots like this for hours. It's coming. They're already fed up, though. Sungwon, as you can see on your screen, he just wants to get into the game.
He's got a clap in his hands. He's ready.
That's right. I don't know, like, on air just looks kind of suspicious. Well, as long as I don't see that same thing coming at me in a dark alley, I'll be okay.
We really missed the opportunity to cosplay ourselves today, Doa.
They're just wearing their, like, definitely not insert player name skins here. That's the definitely not Reach skin. Oh no, they're rising. They're mobilizing. What will they do? Oh, it's a group.
Right, they're locked safely in the booth, Doa.
All right, Mad Life doesn't know where to go. All right, there we go. Get in there, Mad Life. You've been in there for a long time.
CJ fighting.
Haru's face looms above all of us. Terrifying. Really.
All right, are we actually ready to go now?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we're at the mercy of the piggyback broadcast when it comes down to it.
Time for a team huddle. All right, for the Afreeca clones.
On air, only concerned about the players on his left.
Well, they actually are living up to their Freecs name today, Noah.
They are, truly, the Freecs. I feel like the next, when they make the next Purge movie, there's going to be people wearing this as well. This is going to be the next, mask fad for the next Purge. Korean pro gamers. They look so unassuming and skinny, but nope. Get the machine gun. It's Purge time. I don't know, what more do you say really at this point?
Reach is confused, gonna scratch his head, scratch his face. Doesn't understand why the game isn't starting.
There's a lot of scratching and chin rubbing. At this point, even the clones are getting a little bit restless. Can't blame them.
They were created for one purpose, Noah, to play League of Legends, and they can't do that. Oh, we're in picks and bans now.
Hey, all right,
Hey.
great. We're in picks and bans.
Time
Hey.
to go to our floating box, Noah.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, no, we're not actually. We're going to take a look at some KDA stuff, I suppose. But who knows? We might pop up again. Italy, the first ban from the CJ side. And Talia Hecarim banned out for Afreeca. By Afreeca.
I mean, these are the pocket bans that people have discovered are the most effective against CJ.
Yeah.
CJ, of course, Talia 2-0 over Jin Air and the Twisted Fate. So just pocket bans galore. They say, CJ, you can't even win with power picks. You can only win with some kind of rather off-meta picks.
I don't know if I disagree with that.
I don't know if I disagree with it either. 3 jungle bans by CJ, though. Haru, now, CJ again. This year, we look at their total success. They have been most successful with Kindred. Of course, Kindred nerfs coming in, but they may have just whittled the jungle pool down to a state.
The way it nods, it just doesn't stop. There's strange biological ticks that have been hard-coded into the DNA. We're still working them out. These will go into the furnace after the match.
I like to think of it more as an Ex Machina situation.
Oh, okay.
I can't explain that to you.
All right, I haven't
because
seen
otherwise
the
it'd be
movie yet.
spoilers,
Yeah.
and you haven't seen the movie.
That's right. I need to watch that. I'll get around to it.
All right, well, they could just take away Shy's Trundle.
True. They will.
Yeah, Shy has played 3 games with Trundle, 2 Shen, 2 Gnar, and 1 Teemo accidentally.
Yeah. You'd expect him to default to the Teemo in this situation, I'm pretty sure.
No, I think going with the Gnar here, but they will be able to get the Gnar, or the Trundle rather, through the laning phase with the triple rejuve beat build if they do go for that. Ashe taken immediately for Kramer, which may as well prompt the Braum coming through from the Afreeca Freecs.
The aliens in They Live look less freaky than Mickey does right now.
He's got a very intense stare at the screen.
Oh.
So, taking a look at CJ, they're one of the more perplexing teams because right now CJ is second in the league when it comes to getting the first dragon of the game. But unfortunately, what that has meant for CJ ENTUS is, yes, they get the first Drake, but the problem has been what they give up for it. And frequently that is farm onto Shy, which leads to Shy having a rather poor laning phase. And Shy has been doing well in team fights, but his laning has suffered. And the sacrifices that they've made in a meta where top laners do require quite a bit of farm, it's not the same old tank top laner. You could go ahead and starve them and they'll still be relevant to team fights days.
Yep. Karma Elise going to be logged in for Afreeca Freecs.
Flex picks galore.
Yep.
No real knowledge of where this Karma or this Trundle are going to be going. Alistair may be the return pick here, one of the Mad Life classics.
This guy looks almost ashamed right now. Oh, Mad Life, jeez. The eyes of death itself. I stare into the void.
Very intense in that picture.
Yeah.
I mean, clone.
If, like, Reach bends his head over right now, it's just going to be the freakiest image ever. Mad Life does not look amused. Massage not helping at all. Alistar Graves locked in for CJ. And are we going to see the misfortune again? No, probably not. Oh, no. Oh, no. Once you hover the Teemo, you can't unhover it.
Oh, I love this. Getting into CJ's heads already. The Teemo hover. Now, it's weird, though, banning Nidalee, Graves, and Rek'Sai and leaving up Elise. Still going to be pretty easy for Sungwon to affect the early game. And CJ sort of banned themselves into a less than optimal jungler. CJ's early game has been weak, and now they just have pretty much a farming jungler to work with.
Maybe the Lucian for Song Yoon. He's played quite a bit of it this season.
Might as well go for the lane dominance here.
Yeah. Second most played AD carry, and One that we're still a little bit surprised we didn't see in the second game between SKT and Samsung.
Yeah, the Sivir going to be the more meta pick, though, meta priority pick.
Especially with the Karma.
Yeah, especially with also the fact that you're going to be laning against the Ashe, and having that spell shield against the Ashe arrow does limit a lot of the options for engages.
Oh, Mad Life. Jeez.
Yeah, Mickey going back to the Victor. Now, interestingly, Afreeca just not even intimating that they would pick a Vladimir this game when Vladimir has been such a priority for the Afreeca Freecs and one of the champions that people really like to ban out against them. Mickey has been quite good on the Vladimir pickup, but just goes for the safe wave clear instead. And they're going to be moving that Karma down into the support position. We haven't seen the Sivir Karma lane in just a little bit, but tons of mobility here. Great 4-1 composition for Afreeca. They've got enough wave clear that putting pressure on and allowing that Trundle to farm up and get big in the early game should be pretty easy.
Sky adjusts his face as they lock in the Vladimir. All right, so Vlad going to the mid lane for CJ. And it just really feels like the Afreeca Freecs want to play this one out safely. They just want to take a good, solid comp. They want to close this one out, secure what should be a fairly easy win for themselves.
Yeah, Afreeca too, they have such a big wave clear advantage in the early levels just because Vlad is going to, of course, be putting points into his queue. So Death Ray there should open up some opportunities for Mickey to roam on the map. Interesting that Mickey took the cleanse in this game when there's no CC from either the mid laner or the jungler for him to use that with. He's counting on just cleansing out that arrow and maybe a Gnar ult in the late game team fights.
I don't know. I can't. This piggyback broadcasting has gone off the rails, man.
Well, this is better than not having shots of the players.
It's true. I just hope Mad Life survives this match without murdering someone.
He's looking very pensive right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Stroking his cheek.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Afreeca Freecs versus CJ ENTUS in a match that Afreeca seems quite favored to win. We'll see how cleanly they can do it, if they can do it. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, they've got to pull it out here now. Their playoff hopes would be seriously bolstered by a victory tonight.
Oh, yeah. That's right. So it is time. Game number one, Afreeca Freecs versus CJ ENTUS. Let's get in the game. All right, Ocean Drake time in game number one between the Afreeca Freecs and CJ ENTUS. CJ, you know, obviously well outside of playoff contention right now, but they can still play the spoiler now. As the crowd cheers, is the time of vengeance for CJ ENTUS.
I don't think so, Doa. I think that Talia and Twisted Fate have been banned, and CJ has not been able to show up on many of these champions. I also don't even understand why you would do a triple jungle ban if you weren't even going to pick a jungler in your first round of the draft on red side.
Excellent question.
Like, why would you do that?
Well,
it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
One thing's for sure is that Reach looks very happy to answer any questions you might have today.
Oh, that's good. I'll have to hit him up, clone Reach.
Yeah.
After the broadcast.
Yeah.
We are going to see a lane swap coming through. This should be...
See, really this is all a clever ploy for keeping Mad Life playing Korean League of Legends professionally forever. You know, when his organs start to fail, we've got clones now. We can keep them alive.
Perhaps unethically.
Yeah, well...
Clones are people too.
Yeah, jury's out on that one.
No, they definitely are. Jury's not out on whether clones of people are people.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying Mad Life might need some organs sometime.
All right, well done.
I might too.
Are identical twins is only one twin a person and the other one is just an organ farm? They're genetically identical.
Yeah, well, jury's out on that one.
Jury's out on whether identical twins are people.
I've got identical twin sisters, actually. I'll have to ask him.
So you're intimately familiar with this. What you're saying is your sisters aren't people. Okay.
I gotta find out which one's donating the organs. Snowflower trying to harass his blue buff.
Science checkmate, Noah.
There you go. I'm just trying to understand what's going on in front of me, man. It's a brave new world.
I mean, that's the story of your life right there.
That we've, well, I haven't been faced with the clones of Mad Life right before my very eyes. It's hard to take, you know. It's like when they cloned dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, you know, we're all just trying to catch up, right?
Well, maybe Mad Life will find a way, Doa.
Well played, sir. Very true. There it is.
So lane swap here, probably CJ not wanting to be in the very difficult lane of Sivir Karma, especially with a melee champion like Alistair to deal with, even though, of course, the top lane 1v1 would be nice for them. It doesn't really start to run out of control until we see some item purchases come through. Linderon did go for the Corrupting Potion instead of what we've seen is more standard in this matchup as of late with the triple rejuvenation potion.
Triple beads.
The triple beads.
Triple potion.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Excuse
That'll
me.
put you over the potion legal limit in a hurry.
That's true.
Potion in moderation, my friend. That's key.
Your blood potion content. A little bit too high there to be on the Rift.
That's right. And don't mix mana potions into health potions.
Yeah, that gives me the spins, Doa.
It may seem exciting, but it is not good.
Too many celebrities have died that way.
That's true, yeah. Don't mix the potions.
Okay, well, Kramer and Mad Life just completing this lane swap down in the bottom part of the map. Everything standard.
Pretty normal stuff. Except for the players with masks on.
The clones, you mean?
The game itself. Oh yeah, I meant clones. Clones, right. That's what I meant to say. You know, Mickey, the, Sky being ganked right now by Linderon, should be able to get out without any sort of issue here. Yep, not having to use even one summoner or his pool of blood.
Yeah, backs off there, and just getting some damage from Mickey, so he has more of an opportunity to go ahead and push this one up. Fade out and recall, so that did cost a recall for Linderon, considering that Shy was able to go back to base during that time. So free recall call for Mickey in the mid lane, but did cost them a little something up top.
Yep. Sky trying to just push that lane as much as he can at the moment.
Wow, someone going Sork shoes first. This will be interesting. Going for that big time damage.
I was going to say, yeah, this looks like a damage release, but
as for ganking, gets the extra speed, gets the magic penetration in the early parts of the game. We don't see this frequently.
Well, you've got the big tank and the Trundle on your team, and you've got a little bit of extra survivability from the Karma, so why not?
Yeah, well, we'll see if this pays off for him. He's got to start making plays on actual enemy hero or champions, so going for that might be a little bit tricky. We shall see.
Linderon finishes off the top turret. And so that will be, again, both top and bottom tier 1s traded by each team.
What's the game plan here for Sungwon and his quick boots too? They're not going to have much of an opportunity to do anything to Shy right here as he pops his way back down in the lane. Good, much better vision here for CJ ENTUS. If we look at the bottom side jungle, no real deep wards in for Afreeca.
Yeah. You know, I know why Reach was smiling so much now in the booth, because if you think about where CJ was the last time we saw them, that accidental Teemo pick, that's rock bottom. Like in the VH1 Behind the Music special of CJ ENTUS' lifetime as a team, the accidental Teemo is really, I think, rock bottom. That's where it can only, now the redemption story begins.
Is that where they have that interview and Shy's there, looking grizzled and old, like 30 years later?
Yep.
And he's given the interview and he's just sitting there with a black background saying, and that's when we hit rock bottom.
Yep, that's right.
When I had to play Teemo, when Sky locked it in, we knew that was the end.
We survived it. We knew changes had to be made. We knew we couldn't keep going like this.
But then they did. They played the exact same roster again when the BDD is on the lineup. So.
Oh, and then Bad Life. Walked into the turret.
Nice
Afreeca
four-man
Freecs.
gang here. MetLife is going to die.
Yes, he certainly will. There's the pulverize on the Sunwat, taking a lot of damage from the turret. Able to dump it easily, though, with the repel. And first blood goes over to Snowflower. Afreeca Freecs going to be able to take this turret as well. They will trade, but they will come out 1 kill ahead.
Yeah, a little bit slower on the turret take right there, but Afreeca can just fall back to the Ocean Drake. Quick TP here onto the inhibitor.
Huh.
That is somewhat unnecessary from Woodburong.
Yeah, there wasn't even exactly a big wave to get there. So
No, there was not. I actually really don't understand why he would do that. So,
hard to say.
TV advantage now over to CJ ENTUS. It's unlikely that they're going to be using it anytime soon, and we don't actually see the Drake being taken. Instead, just a simple little recall there, and we are going to have Sivir and Karma try and put pressure on the opposite tier 2 right now. They're just prepping the minion wave. Looks like what they wanted to do, Doa, actually. The call there was for the TP on the inhibitor, so Trundle could start clearing the waves immediately, and therefore they could push faster with the Karma and the Sivir and play around that. So we'll see if it works out for them. I still don't think it was exactly necessary, but
You can see the logic behind it.
yeah, they're going for the gold lead. CJ will be gifted the Ocean Drake in response. We'll see if they can muster some sort of defense on the tier 2 in the top side. And Shy is actually just getting a nice freeze going right now. So CJ says, okay, we would rather have the Drake and concentrate gold onto our top laner. Afreeca saying, we're going to go for the global gold and increase the pressure, dial it up right now.
Well, seems like that's probably what the Afreeca Freecs want to do.
Yeah, the problem with what CJ's doing with Shy is that by the time this turret goes down, there's going to be pressure on both side lanes, and then Afreeca's going to be able to group mid with Sivir and Victor Waveclear, maybe take the mid turret too. So this is going to have like a cascade effect on the towers in this game.
Well, that turret going down very, very quickly, and that's right, should be a pretty simple rotation for the Afreeca Freecs over to mid lane. Sky recalling right now.
And they're going to ravage the enemy jungle first.
And Mickey already pushing that lane pretty hard with the Victor.
Yeah, he has upgrades on his Hextech core too, so clearing the waves will be even easier.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to go for the Rift Herald first.
All right.
I don't really agree with this. Obviously, in any kind of Trundle composition, the Rift Herald is particularly valuable because you're trying to get him into the big split pusher that he wants to be, so it's definitely not terrible, but I really think while Sky is still level 8 and has been maxing Q this entire time, that pushing the Vladimir in and capitalizing with your wave clear advantage is more valuable, but they're not going to do it. Yeah. So the problem there...
Gank time. Mickey has to flash right away. He went like popped, and that's a kill for Haru. Sky probably would have secured it either way, but Mickey just caught completely unawares in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think there was a better way to play that if you were Afreeca, and it stems back to the decision to use that teleport to push out that wave because you wanted that advantage. So I think you can get 2 turrets there, and then you can always come back for the Rift Herald later on. In fact, it's better to have the Rift Herald later on Trundle because now it's going to fall off by about 29 minutes into the game, and you'd rather have it there as long as possible into the late game once your split push gets more and more powerful. So I don't know, I think that you just continue to control the side waves, and if you push in the mid turret and you already have 2 turrets down in the top lane, you could just get that Rift Herald later.
Yeah.
So I don't really agree with the shot call there from Afreeca.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Especially when Vlad is at a point where he's still not going to have the best wave clear, and there's not going to be a really good way for them to counter. Kramer also didn't have a Hurricane or anything. I really think a mid lane push would have been better.
Afreeca Freecs either way with the slight gold lead, slight turret lead. Just down that one Ocean Drake. See how they defend the mid lane now. See if they defend the mid lane now.
Yeah, they've got Victor there. Shouldn't be an issue. CJ will fall back after this push because somebody has to go into bottom, and that person will be Shy. Songyun also fading back, cautious.
Well, Songyun does not have a lot of vision up in that top lane, so it's, yeah, you can't really push any farther than that. Dangerous. Puts a ward down to the river, so he's going to go a little bit farther forward on the minimap here. And Afreeca is bringing some other people up too. Snowflower and Sanjuan on the way.
Kramer just waiting patiently.
Oh, flash arrow on the Snowflower. They're going to try to make a pick out of this. Madlife flashes for the pulverize. There's a head, but easy pick for CJ.
Yeah, pretty sloppy there. You don't want to be face-checking brushes. Especially your AD carry had already recalled and your jungle was heading back into your jungle and far away from you.
Yeah.
You don't see 3 people on the map, well, don't be face-checking brushes.
That was odd. I expected Songyun to at least stick around, you know, while they push a little bit farther in. But nope. All right, well, CJ. Oh, wow. Haru has to flash to get out of that.
It's just people being where they shouldn't and getting punished for it one way or another. Haru there walking in and attempting to clear out a pink ward when he doesn't see very many people on the map and his AD carry is very far away and without an arrow to support him.
So who gets punished more? That's a question. Madlife could be in a little bit of trouble here. He does not have the flash. Gets caught with the cocoon, and that's going to be a kill for Afreeca Freecs.
Madlife doesn't even bother to pop his ultimate right there. Knows that there is no chance that he is escaping. So we'll save it to maybe make a play on the other side of the death timer.
He knew that his life was forfeit.
He's ground beef now.
Yep, he's hamburger. It was a mistake. I'm sure that joke's been done already. Somebody had to have done that. Alistar's a release champion.
Yeah, I'm sure it has been done, Doa.
Oh yeah.
So now it's just all of these long, long lanes and a plethora of farming.
So, I suppose the constant battle then is, you know, how much risk do you take pushing into the enemy jungle to ward, and you know, what can you get from it? I mean, how else do you really grab an advantage here? Position at this point in the game.
Well, you do it at Drake. Minion waves are in a good
Supposed to
place for CJ ENTUS right now. Some of those deep wards have been cleared out with the Raptor buff from Sungwon, but still some other nice ones. CJ at least has been doing a good job controlling vision in this game.
1 second, and the Drake is up again. Another Ocean Drake this time. CJ setting a trap in the river brush.
Why is the Ocean Drake in the river? Shouldn't it be uncomfortable in fresh water?
Maybe it just got tired of being in such deep water, wanted to take a break. Who knows? Why is the Infernal Drake in the river?
It's also
They can put him out.
It also breathes air. It doesn't have a gills. It's certainly not an underwater Drake. It's pretty bad at being in the ocean, really. It's not in the ocean in the game, and also is apparently just fine chilling in the air.
Maybe these are drakes that were captured from their natural environment and brought in like a malevolent or a more malevolent SeaWorld.
Yeah, more malevolent is
Yeah.
the operating
There you go.
operating word there. I agree.
Summoner's Rift, a more malevolent SeaWorld. Afreeca Freecs going to claim this Ocean Drake for themselves. Teleport coming in though, looks like CJ wants to fight this. Shy coming in, big emo play, gets 4 members with that. Haru has to back up right away though. The damage on the Afreeca Freecs is scary as CJ pushes ahead. Exhaust onto Linderong as he tries to back away. Dragon does get taken by the Freecs in the end. And so far everyone alive, but I don't think that's going to last. Oh, good zoning with the gravity field for Mickey. Shy coming in now, or Sky rather coming in now. Madlife from the side looking for a big pulverize. Gets the 3-man, and that's a lot of damage coming in now. Kramer picks up 1, Kramer picks up nearly 2. Here comes Haru. Goes for the big collateral damage shot. He was not taking any chances on that one.
Yeah, the fight really scattered from the Afreeca Freecs there. They split up around that dragon. Some people were trying to go for the actual objective. CJ more interested in team fighting, and Sky opened up with a nice multi-man Emo Plague to get that initial burst of damage. Remember, Afreeca, they want to be split pushing. This Trundle is not very strong right now, and he is susceptible to these team fights, so they try and kite this one out. Good collateral damage. Madlife does most of the work in that fight. Nice 2-man knock-up. Sungwon does come down, fortunately for him, right by the Drake so he can grab it. But the pursuit here, Shy rather coming through, has the frozen mallet, so is able to track down a couple more kills. Mickey tries to make the save with a good gravity field with Madlife. Afreeca really shouldn't have been grouping up right there. too easy for Mad Life to power his way through the brush and hit a 3-man knockup. And that's going to be some cleanup there for CJ ENTUS, who jumps ahead by about 2,500 gold.
Yeah, certainly a bit worrisome for the Afreeca Freecs. And looking forward, do you feel like Afreeca can just sort of play it a little bit slower now, wait for the late game?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've got tons of wave clear. It's going to be super difficult for CJ to actually crack objectives such as turrets. So Afreeca can absolutely turtle this one up and play a very patient game. CJ's going to have a lot of trouble against the double speed boost of Sivir and Karma diving turrets without being successfully kited out. Not to mention Trundle Filler and Gravity Field from Victor.
Makes sense. For now, though, CJ thinks some pressure onto that mid lane. And the question is, can Afreeca control the damage until they hit that point? Where they're much stronger.
They just have to sit back and wait clear. Turtle up, make sure you have Baron Vision. Buy yourself a little bit of time, and eventually in this game, Shy is going to be struggling against the Trundle as all those stats get sapped out.
Yeah. That's the theory.
Wow, Duskblade already for Haru. Going aggressive.
I guess so. Well, he's 3-0-0 right now. You might as well put that gold to good use.
Yeah, we see this from Wing sometimes. Haru pulling out the Assassin Graves, looking for those picks. I mean, it's strong in conjunction with the Ash Arrow.
Well, he's certainly got a good start.
Actually didn't see if he's running Thunderlords this game. Probably, though, based on his build.
Shy just keeping that lane pushed up way ahead in CS on Linderong. I mean, Afreeca's got some serious catch-up to do. Oh. There's the heartbeat for this guy there.
Yeah, he has a really powerful heartbeat.
Kidding.
You don't even need to see Vladimir. You just hear his heart beating through the fog of war.
Hard for Vlad to sneak up on people.
Yeah, that Edgar Allan Poe story, The Telltale Heart, probably written about Vladimir's heart.
Probably, yeah. That was a problem. Vladimir stuck under those floorboards. Then he went to Summoner's Rift.
He was just pooling. It's okay. He wasn't actually dead under the floorboards.
It's true. He just couldn't go back to his regular form because it was, so little space. I mean, you kind of have like his head floating around in the pool, so maybe his heart's in there too, I guess. Hard to say.
And now we play the game of patience.
I'm not good at playing that game, Monty. I'm going to be honest with you.
I know. It's okay. Would you like to talk about Star Wars?
No. I don't really have anything else to add to our earlier conversation, except that I missed the Jedi that used the green lightsaber. I neglected to remember that Yoda used the green one.
Oh my god, no!
Attack of the Clones. I know. See, I had forced that movie out of my mind, so that's why it didn't pop up right away.
That was one of the most horrific parts of the prequels. Nobody wanted to see Yoda flipping around with a lightsaber.
No.
That was on nobody's list of desires.
Yeah. You know what else is on that list? The young Han Solo movie. Nobody wants to see that.
I really don't want to see that.
Me neither. Vlad, wow.
But Doa, I know you will see it, and that warms my heart.
Yeah, it's true. I can't deny it. If they make it, I will.
You're just a masochist for Star Wars.
You know, honestly though, I will say I won't see it 100% for sure.
Really?
Yep.
All right.
I will reserve judgment until the trailers come out. The time at which I judge every movie.
You're gonna judge
completely.
You're gonna judge it based on trailers and not on critics?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Sounds like a terrible plan.
Yeah.
You're gonna judge something based off its own marketing material,
sure,
rather than an objective analysis.
Hey, sometimes the marketing is pretty anti the old material. CJ getting this Mountain Drake, and that's gonna help propel them even farther ahead. Not really the results we were expecting.
Yeah, Afreeca playing a little bit scared.
Yeah, playing just very lackluster so far in this game.
Deep under their turrets. I mean, it's fine for them if they want to play a scaling game. And truth be told, CJ, they're going to have such a hard time sieging against the wave clear anyway. The Mountain Drake not particularly useful for them. It's unlikely that unless they kill somebody first, they're going to have many opportunities to actually deal damage to turrets. But of course, the extra damage to the Baron might be the ticket.
Yeah, that's what might end up making the difference in this game. But yeah, Afreeca just pulling back and being very passive right now. Too passive, would you say?
Nah, they got some time. Yeah, they've decided that they didn't want to go for the Drake, so they bought themselves really another 6 minutes to work with here to get the farm onto the Trundle, and Trundle is slowly, ever so slowly, getting scarier and scarier.
No?
But no real moves from Seonghwan, building into Protobelt now.
Yeah, this more aggressive Elise just hasn't been finding any ganking opportunities on the map.
And this is the problem too when we get into a game where tier 2s are taken so early in the side lanes. The lanes become so long that people are just mostly interested in farming.
Yeah, it's just tough to get far ahead, and I mean, it's just kind of an unnecessary risk, right? If you try to get in there and put vision down, you don't want to go in and just die, so just kind of sit and farm.
Yeah, don't want to be overextending.
Yep.
CJ though, with a temporary hold over the Baron. He's using the spooky guess there to check on the locations of CJ, ensure that there is not any kind of quick Baron play that is going on.
Claude's heartbeat is especially loud today. Have you noticed that? I'm noticing that.
He just loves Sky so much.
I guess so. Or he loves.
Where did that arrow go?
That's what I thought too, but it was not.
It was just the
W.
just the volley. Wouldn't be convenient if they didn't use the exact same sound effect.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, here we are.
Waiting for a Baron bait.
Yes.
The dream.
The edge.
The only thing
of
CJ
action.
can do, because they can't farm the side lanes right now because they're pushed too far down. But after using their own jungle.
Sending out my spiders.
She really thinks the spiders are funny.
I know. Here comes Mad Life. There goes Mad Life.
Well, this is not a very exciting game.
Nope. Nope. It's not. We created clones for this too. Why? Oh, maybe collapse on the Snowflower and Songyun here. Pops that Sivir ultimate. Snowflower trying to zone from the side, I think. Songyun flashing away. Seonghwan having to flash away as well.
Well, they get a couple ultimates and
teleport from Shy too.
a couple flashes out of that. Afreeca under fire a little bit, moving that far forward. I mean, Linderong is just basically sitting here in the bottom side right now. He's fallen behind it far, and he doesn't want to push the wave up. So not going to offer a lot of support, but at least the teleport is down. So Shy not willing to stick around that deep in the bottom side. Well, Afreeca could make a play across the map and have that Trundle there in a jiffy.
Well, it's too bad too, because now that they have the teleport advantage, you'd think Linderong would be able to start pushing forward a little bit more aggressively.
Well, he can. I think he probably will.
Yes.
Ooh, yes.
Oh no, he's not. He's recalling.
Maybe he'll make it an epic teleport play, Noah.
Maybe.
He
not.
won't, because Sivir's
There's
advanced.
there's no wards there. He has no idea what's going on that part of the map.
Maybe he should just teleport for excitement's sake.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I'd be down. 123, 120 until the next Dragon up. That's going to be another Mountain Drake, by the way.
Opportunity for Afreeca to tie the Drake score up. Oh, goody, goody gumdrops.
One ocean, a mountain per team.
I think you're going to be building into a Lich Bane now. Should help out with some pretty big upfront single target damage. Looks like he just wants to delete somebody as fast as he possibly can.
I think that's generally Mickey's objective in nearly every game.
Back to Baron Wars. CJ has to really commit to doing this though, or at least to baiting out the TP, because otherwise this Trundle got about 20 seconds before he's on the inhib turret.
They gotta move. All right, they are moving. They're gonna start that Baron. They're gonna go off of the Baron.
Joke's on you. They're not.
I guess so. Yeah. No Baron. Well, they feigned towards their side of the jungle. It did cause Shy to back off. I don't know if he was being collapsed upon.
Frost Queen's Claim, that's an item we actually haven't seen in some time, but really useful in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Getting a little extra hint on vision is really, really helpful.
Will Shy be there to contest this next Drake? Afreeca really playing up more towards the Baron right now. Not sure why. They already have vision there in the pit, so they are actually capable of leaving it and knowing exactly what's going on to take the second Mountain Drake. Said they're just going to recall. They had Shy up at his inhibitor, and they decided not to set up for the Drake, instead clearing out vision when they already had a ward at the pit.
Yeah, I mean,
you really don't have to do that, Afreeca.
They've got this teleport advantage, but they just didn't use it. CJ's gonna take another Mountain Drake for free. All right, well, Merry Christmas.
It's a gift to you, CJ, I suppose. Wow, that was really awkward from Afreeca. I mean, of course you don't want to trade the Baron for it, but at the same time, you spent all that time, you saved your TP, and you pushed up the bottom wave. You are in a perfectly fine position to go ahead and make a play for that Drake when you know Shy is at his inhibitor.
Afreeca's looking very lost this game.
I don't know what they're doing.
An expedition into their own jungle, spotted by wards. They will attempt to survive. Yeah. So there's this new champion coming out.
What's his name, Doa?
It's Kled. Yeah, and he rides, maybe, this thing. He's from Noxus. And, I don't know, there's a lot of signs around. None of them are in English, though. Which is a bit odd, because
it's an English broadcast.
Whoa, okay, action time. Action complete.
Well, R does a lot of damage and has a lot of our penetration. Mickey
Sure
doesn't stand much of a chance.
Nope, he's dead. CJ gonna go for this Baron. And without that Victor to worry about, they should be able to do it. And honestly, with those two Mountain Drakes, they are killing this Baron so fast. CJ not even going to be able to contest it.
Nope.
All right.
Afreeca just apparently doesn't want to make any kind of plays this game. They've decided that they will just sit there and do nothing. They will not apply pressure on the map after the lane swap really concluded. They will not go for objectives. They will not take free objectives. And they will now probably lose this game, Noah.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be pretty tough for them going forward. We'll see how much CJ can get with this, though.
The question here is, are they going to swap back over to Lyra for the second game? I mean, this Trundle has basically done nothing. This was a first pick Trundle.
Yeah.
And he has yet to actually apply much pressure on the map. Not even pushing all the way up for the inhibitor when it was a bit of a freebie against Shy. It's been
Barely split pushing.
It's been a really bad game for shot calling by Afreeca.
Yeah. It hasn't been the most stellar game on either side, but like we mentioned earlier, the Afreeca Freecs just looking completely lost. That's where it goes down.
CJ just has had zero resistance.
Yep. They are kind of just going around the map, doing whatever they want now.
This is a cakewalk.
It is, really is.
More turrets, okay.
Yeah, all right, do you want to defend it? No? Okay. What is going on?
I don't know. This is really weird.
Yeah.
This is not the Afreeca that we normally know.
No, they've gone apparently from hyper-aggressive team
to Jin Air.
Do absolutely nothing. Yeah, but worse than Jin Air, because they're doing, believe it or not, less than Jin Air.
which is
Hard to
odd.
do that.
If we cleared the nameplates here, I would totally think Afreeca was Janair in this game.
I mean, and you can't even really say it's a roster thing because even when they played Sungwon and Linderong before, they didn't play like this.
No, they beat SKT in game number 1.
Yeah,
And Linderong beat KT. It's not like he hasn't had his share of decent performances.
Yeah, they didn't do it by being passive, so why they are suddenly the most passive team in the world now is beyond me.
Wow. Well,
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, not a lot going on in this game, guys.
I just don't even understand how you fall this far behind at 30 minutes when you have a Victor and a Sivir. They've had them all the lanes shoved in
Yeah.
ever since the lane swap ended. How is that possible with Victor and Sivir?
Well, if Victor and Sivir never go to any of the lanes,
Well, these are two of the champions that are the most efficient at pushing minion waves and
be.
creating pressure in the game.
it's at least a 1930s gangster. Yeah, see, I've got these spiders I'm going to send to you, see?
That would make a good gangster movie. The spider torture. Well, this also explains Haru's preference for the Graves pickup
I guess.
in Wing's shoes with the Assassin Graves, successfully one-shotting people.
Well, yeah, it's fun when they don't fight back. So we're basically watching an AI game with the AI named the names of the Afreeca Freecs players.
Probably has to do with the clones, though.
I think so. I think the clones need some testing here. Clearly, this is not going like the normal players who play. Inhibitor turret goes down. CJ will take their mid inhibitor as well. And why stop there? Almost no resistance from the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, free inhibitor. Guess what else is free? Infernal Drake next.
CJ, would you like some jungle? No, please take all of it. We don't really need it. Wouldn't use the gold anyway.
Oh, they're too far behind to actually contest anything now. And now we go back to the Infernal Drake. I think this has definitely been one of the most boring games of the entire season, Doa.
This is one of the.
This is shockingly boring.
This is one of the most boring games of League of Legends I've ever seen in my life. Literally is. The play from Afreeca has just been absolutely atrocious. And
it's not that they're making mistakes; they're just not doing anything.
That's what I was about to say. Is that it's been atrocious in that it has not existed. There has been no play from the Afreeca Freecs side.
Not even really bad plays, just nothing.
No, just nothing. They have become one with nothing. They have transcended winning and losing to simply being. But they will still be losing. Oh, they've emerged from their base.
Nice.
What is the plan? This is where you turn on the heat.
Well, the plan is CJ will sit there until the Baron spawns. They will then take the Baron and maybe win the game.
So let's talk about Kled. Or what we know.
Are you turning into a real Kled head there, Doa?
Yeah, man. I follow him everywhere. That's right. It's just a lifestyle, man. So he's apparently this, like, I mean, we've only got a rough sketch to go off. But he's got scaly.
Well, that's probably not Kled. It's probably Kled's
Right.
mount.
Is Mount perhaps?
What's his mount's name? Oh, Trogdor. We already decided that.
Sure, yeah. He still needs a big muscular arm though. But he's got like this this divide between his torso and his legs where he becomes scaly. He goes from relatively smooth-skinned and with rippling pectorals and abs to like a thin belt and then scales. So I don't know if he's wearing like scaly pants or if he just has this very sharp divide in the texture
That's like me,
of
Doa.
himself.
My legs are very hairy, but my top side is very smooth.
Well, there you go, very sharp divide. Maybe Kled wants to ride you.
I'm more like a satyr.
I was wondering what the hooves were for. Now it all makes sense.
You never see the hooves, guys.
I've
but
seen Mr. Tumnus hanging out at your place from time to time. You do
I-
have a rather large wardrobe too, I must say.
Yeah, exactly. I really like bacchanals.
Yeah, who doesn't?
I do worship, in fact, the god of wine. I am.
Monty Bacchus. There you go. You and Gragas hanging out all the time, man. Oh, it's Baron time. All right. Yeah, and Freecs nowhere to be seen. So I guess CJ's gonna take it. Mr. Baron. CJ ENTUS.
This is the game where nothing happened.
CJ, enjoy your win. Here you go, CJ. We know times have been tough lately, so have a win.
So this apparently is the result of their suffering.
Well, clearly Afreeca just planned for the team-up pick, and when it didn't happen, they just didn't know what to do. Their whole plan fell apart. Oh, wow. Asher was used. All right, they're going to go in. Linderong fighting for a moment before he backs away. Sky a bit low. There's a kill on the turret. Sky, whoa, flashes ahead for the pool onto Sungwon. Doesn't quite get the kill. There goes another inhibitor. Sungwon repelling away. No one dies.
I wonder if this is what being in purgatory is like.
Yeah, man, we must have been really bad people because it's lasting a long time. Red on the way out. Uh-oh. Shy a little bit caught here. Gets Cocoon. Gonna flash. Haro trying to defend, doing a lot of damage on that Graves. Sungwon escapes over the wall of the Krugs, rather. Oh. Shy not done with you yet. Now he's done with you. In other news, it's been really hot lately in Seoul. Oh, flash pulverize. There we go. Mickey in trouble again, and he is 0-4-0.
Yeah, that's a lot of arm penetration. That is,
Sure is.
this goes straight through the victor.
Yep.
Haru having a good game on this Graves. Again, to this degree, it does justify the jungle bans.
I swear it's an AI game, though. I mean,
That's a clone game.
it's done nothing, man. Moving on to Kramer. And now CJ pushing ahead for what could be the win here. There goes the first Nexus turret. There goes the second Nexus turret. Kills coming in. Nobody dead quite yet. And the Nexus falls. Wow.
Well, that was an improvement on performance by CJ ENTUS, but
The thing is can you really call it that? Because Afreeca Freecs did nothing. They did nothing that game.
you know, sometimes when I watch TSM games, and yes, they are doing really well in NA, I feel like the game I just watched right there, which is TSM is clearly doing the right things, just like CJ did in that game.
Sure.
But I actually can't tell how good they are because the other teams don't do anything.
There was no resistance from Afreeca at all that game. 2 kills
Yep.
in 39 minutes.
Well, Reach is really happy right now.
Yeah, he's like, they really gave us that one, guys. Hard
hard to high five when it's
Can't
when you
see,
can't
yeah.
see. It's making it a little bit awkward.
Oh, Mad Life having to adjust his face there. Well, I don't know what to say for a game like that.
Haru had a good game. Did the most damage to champions. Got a lot of time to farm and got some really valuable picks onto Mickey.
I mean, he did, but Mickey just kind of stood around in really bad places, let himself get killed.
He didn't know that he was going to get one shot like he did.
I mean, I'm usually not so negative, on the teams, on the players, and all that. But man, that was one of the worst games I've ever seen in my life.
Yep. Even high kill, sort of less well played games, at least are entertaining. There's Reach. He's flipping out with his CJ pillow.
Wow. It's like
Yeah,
I won't
they're
have to whip
really
any of
happy.
you with this later.
Well, we'll see if Linderong and Sungwon are going to be sticking around for the second game, or whether Lyra and Ixu are going to be the ones coming in. I think just from looking at Afreeca, Ixu still seems to have some champion pool issues when we take a look at him.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. But we calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleeding till I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Tripping over myself, aching, begging you to like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh, you let me in, I couldn't sense the pain. Your bitter heart goes to the side. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow.
난 MVP 영상이 제일 싫어. 드디어 알아도.
저만 MVP 빵점이네. 더 열심히 해.
원래 스포츠 받기 힘들다면
알아요? 다 그려주는데 배운 겁니다.
뒤를 보는 보내기.
무적 시간이 연일로 난 무적. 대가나르 상태이긴 한데 무적 타이밍이 너무 좋은데.
그리고 샤이가
하루 잡았고요.
딜러.
그리고 제대로 들어왔습니다.
내나 하루 전사.
이거 아무것도 못해요.
네.
주세요. 지금 달라니까요. 주세요.
아니 코너키를 제가 만든 거예요.
나를 뚫고 가라.
뼈은 대박.
네. 구명전사 페이커 트리플킬.
자.
트리플킬.
아우.
뱅이 끌었어. 예.
쿼드라킬.
빵점.
주세요. 그냥 달라니까요.
드디어 언제 하기로 했어? 아 피곤해. 나 솔직히 이즈는 수준급으로 할 수 있어. 솔직히 수준급이야. 솔직히 LCK에서 나오다 20년 사람 거고 손에 섞기도 힘들어. 없어. 아 진짜 뭐해?
네, 지난주 속초 포켓몬 출몰 소식에 자칭 한지우를 표방하는 포켓몬 트레이너들이 집단으로 속초로 이동하며 속초가 새로운 게이머들의 성지로 떠올랐습니다. 자, 그렇다면 e스포츠의 성지 상암에서는 지난주 어떤 일들이 있었을까요? 자, 먼저 첫 번째 소식입니다. 2012년 스프링 때부터 2016년 서머까지 무려 5년 차를 맞이하고 있는 롤챔스에 드디어 1000킬을 달성한 선수가 최초로 등장했습니다. 그 전설의 주인공은 바로 CNN에 이어서 이 공중파 KBS까지 석권한 LOL계의 레전드. 이름은 이상혁, 직업은 페이커. 바로 페이커 선수가 지난 월요일 MVP와의 경기에서 비욘드 선수를 잡고 1000킬을 달성했습니다.
비욘드가 오히려 먼저 들어와서 비욘드 잡히지 않았어요.
이때 제가 중계했어요, 이거. 근데 제가 그때 1000킬을 우리 셋 다 의식하지 못하고 있어가지고 되게 무미건조하게.
그래서 뭐 지나가긴 했지만 페이커 1001킬.
맞습니다. 방금 전 교전을 통해서 1000킬을 넘어섰어요.
그렇죠. 예.
넥서스 딱 한 대만 더 치면 되는데 지난 MVP와 아프리카와의 경기 한타를 시원하게 이기고 넥서스로 돌진하며 시원한 승리를 꿈꾸었던 MVP. 하지만 꿈깨! 우주에 포켓몬이 있다면 상암에는 티모가 있다. 아이고. 아 죄송합니다. 다시 할게요. 이거 어떻게 부러진 거 아니에요? 부러졌어요. 그거예요. 이거 어떻게 부러졌어요? 네, 자 드디어 오늘의 메인 뉴스입니다. 여러분 오래 기다리셨습니다. 핫, 둘, 셋, 넷, 예스. 정찰단 나오겠습니다. 출동 준비 완료. 너무 귀엽다, 진짜. 네, 지난주 롤챔스를 뜨겁게 불타오르게 만들었던 일명 티모 사건. 이 사건은 CJ 크레이머 선수의 픽 실수에서 시작됐는데요. 배픽 단계에서 4픽에 놓인 것은 정말 뜻밖의 챔피언 바로 티모였던 거죠. 예, 그냥 픽 실수로 끝났다면 이 해프닝으로 끝났겠지만 갑자기 심판이 재경기를 통보하면서 사건이 커집니다. 그 와중에 활용 정점으로 CJ가 빅토르를 뽑으면서 사건은 극을 향해 치닫는데요. 심판의 규정집인지 부족에 따라 벌어진 매끄럽지 못한 대회 진행. 이 사건과 함께 심판이 부스 안에 함께 들어가 있는 이유가 무엇인지 다시 한번 생각해 보시길 바라겠습니다. 예, 집관하러 오신 거 아니잖아요. 예, 심판의 본분 다 해주시고, 그리고 이 일이 터진 이후에 뭐 교육을 앞으로 더 강화하겠다 이런 또 얘기가 있긴 한데, 뭐 사실 이런 일 터질 때마다 그런 어떤 형식적인 이야기들은 계속 나오곤 있습니다. 예, 그러니까 뭐 제대로 하고 있는지 앞으로 두고 보겠습니다. 하지만 티모 사건은 이것으로 끝난 게 아닙니다. 그 다음날 KT와 진에어의 2세트. 전날 벌어진 티모 사건에 너무 심취한 나머지 플라이 선수가 티모를 픽하는 실수를 저지르면서 티모가 이틀 연속 출격하는 해프닝이 벌어졌습니다.
어떡하지?
서포팅 할까요 그냥 진짜로?
야 용준아 이건 진짜 아니야.
왜? 아니 3패치 하는데
탐 뛰고 해야 돼.
그러니까 타는 끼는 거예요. 한 번에.
아, 이 픽 선택은 늘 신중하고 신속하게. 그리고 챔피언 검색에 있어 이 띄어쓰기 반드시 해주시길 바라겠습니다. 네가 문제야. 네가 티모 이 자식아. 솔랭에서도 문제고 대회에서도 문제고 네가 문제야. 정말 다사다난했던 지난주 롤챔스. 앞으로 명쾌한 진행으로 모두가 불쾌하지 않은 쾌적하고 공정한 롤챔스가 되길 바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 저 여기서 인사드리도록 하고요. 다음 주에 또 만나요.
We can sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
And we're back on LCK Summer. What tournament is this? Oh, I remember now. Haru gets the MVP, 5-0-0 on that Graves, but yeah, I mean he played well, but there was no opposition from the Afreeca Freecs side.
Really doing a lot of work on the Graves, Thunderlord's Graves. Rolls on through and gets the valuable picks, which set up a victory. But I mean, honestly, Afreeca just was not even contesting any objectives besides this one. This was the one team fight that actually occurred in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to say, but it's true. This was the only normal, legitimate team fight we saw.
So you gotta wonder about Afreeca if we are going to see some substitutions.
I mean, they've had such high highs and such low lows this season. You really never know what team you're going to see, you know?
Yeah, but Afreeca delivered. They did the right things. They pressured the objectives at the right time.
CJ.
And they cleaned it up. And this was encouraging. Haru and Sky really committing to that. Mad Life also had a good game, helping pick out some of these picks. And Mickey gets vaporized.
Yep. Vape Nation. You got vaporized.
Is that what it is? Vape Nation?
I think that's what it means. Pretty sure.
Mickey?
Yeah.
Or Haru?
Both. It's popular these days.
It's popular. Okay. Well, we are going to be waiting here, so I assume we are going to have some sort of substitution. I would definitely make a substitution if I was on the side of the Afreeca Freecs after that game because there looked like there was no life in that team. It was sort of CJ poking Afreeca's corpse with his stick.
I'd throw a bucket of cold water in their faces too, man, because those guys were like asleep or something. I don't know what happened.
It was pretty awkward to watch.
That was like super awkward. It was strange. It was awkward. It was
really
not
uncharacteristic
that
for
fun.
Afreeca, who
Yeah.
is a team that generally likes to pick those fights, that will fight over those objectives, even when it's not a good idea.
Well, that was the weirdest thing about it, is because you have a team that's been so consistently aggressive, so consistently willing to at least try to make plays, to suddenly have them be not just passive, but just unresponsive, unmoving, I mean, sedentary, whatever you call it. I mean, maybe they caught too many Snorlax lately, but, well, that's impossible here. But, you know, they certainly looked like that Pokemon that doesn't move and sleeps all the time.
Well, I don't know. I also think that Afreeca could have gotten more out of the tempo advantage they had in the lane swap. They were really ahead and just didn't push out the mid. Went for the Rift Herald instead, which I think is something they could have gotten later. So they sort of ignored their own ability to snowball in that out of the early game.
Yeah.
Just bizarre.
Yeah, and after that first dragon fight, too, it just seems like they kind of gave up, you know? At that point, you hardly ever saw them go past the river. They were just kind of sitting there, and we will have the swap. Ixu and Lyra coming in, of course, going to what you would describe as the main Afreeca Freecs roster this season, and hopefully that change will create a little bit more life in this team.
I don't know about bringing Ixu back in, Noah, and the reason why is because he's gone back to picks like Poppy, and yes, they won. You know, Afreeca, they did 2-0 MVP, but the Poppy pick was not actually terribly helpful, even though Ixu has long been a very good Poppy player.
Yeah.
And also because one of the Untara's coming in for Shy, too. That is also unexpected.
Yeah, first time we've seen Untara in a little while. A few weeks, a couple weeks.
Yeah,
About 2 weeks.
Yeah, more than that, actually. So it's been a little bit for Untara, and we'll check in with him and see where he's standing in the current meta. But why I think it's awkward to put Ixu back in is because they want to ban Hecarim, and Hecarim has been probably the most successful of Ixu's picks, but they banned it in game number 1 because you don't want Haru to have it and for CJ to run it out of the jungle, because that's been one of their very few ways to win games. So I think you just keep Linderong in there. That's what I would do, but
they seem to be a package deal, you know?
No, they're not. They played with Linderong and Lyra against KT, and they won a best of 3.
They seem to be a package deal today.
Okay,
and
maybe
most other days.
Well, I just think it's rather awkward for Afreeca to make that decision, but we'll see if they have a different drafting choice. Maybe they go ahead on the red side and pick up the Hecarim early in the draft.
Yeah, they could try that for sure. And Untara, you know, we'll see how he does now. The meta has changed a little bit since the last time we saw him. And CJ's had to make some weird roster decisions lately. BDD, that looks so promising early on, has been benched for quite a while now by Sky, who, you know, mechanically you wouldn't really say is an improvement, perhaps.
No, and Champion Pool certainly is not an improvement. He's very limited in that regard.
Yeah, so CJ just kind of hurting all over, except for last game when they inexplicably won.
Now I don't know this, guys, and I haven't even heard rumors about this, but the only reason that I can logically deduce that BDD has been benched must be for some sort of attitude or internal issue, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Actually, BDD has one of the highest kill contribution rates for any mid laner, so he actually plays well with the team.
Well, I was gonna
broad
say,
champion pool, mechanically skilled. There's if you were to point to something on CJ, he would probably not be the issue.
Yeah.
So, odd.
Yeah, it is a little bit odd. So we'll see if he pops up again in the future, but not today. It's still going to be Sky for game number 2. But they are swapping in Untara, so see if maybe they can pick up a win and close out this series. It would be bizarre. It'd be bizarre to see CJ come in and 2-0 the Afreeca Freecs. I've got a feeling we're probably going to go to game 3, but then again, after game number 1, I mean, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah. Hopefully Afreeca can get it together and at least muster a resistance in game number 2. But like you say, Untara coming back now, if you're CJ, you think you just want to – Shy certainly didn't have a bad game.
Yeah.
So what is it about Untara that you really want in game number 2?
You know, then again, I mean, CJ at this point, is there anything they can do to really get out of the relegation matches? I mean, you might as well just – give whoever you think needs experience.
Theoretically possible, but highly unlikely.
Yeah. Mathematically, I suppose there's a chance, but it probably isn't going to happen.
Probably not. Well, Ixu and Lyra are in the game right now, and we'll see how long it takes Untara to get into the lobby. We're still waiting on him.
Sometimes it's kind of complicated, you know, getting into the lobby, getting into the proper order.
Presents a major challenge to professional players.
It certainly does. Certainly does. We've seen it many times.
And there's still no function in the client to actually reorder the lobby. So everybody, what happens, guys? Everybody has to sit in the spectator slots and then go top, jungle, mid, AD support. So you can't actually like switch the order. So it's always like a bunch of swapping around. And
you have to go in order.
Yeah.
Moving things to a different part of the screen, a technique that like Candy Crush has mastered. Not yet.
The LoL
in
client.
The League
It's
of
okay.
Legends lobby.
Hopefully, we'll have a new client soon. That's what they keep telling us.
We'll see.
7 years later.
We'll see. You never know. Could be tomorrow. Could be
7 years from now.
7 years from now. Yep, it's true. Well, everybody getting in the lobby slowly but surely. Well, slowly anyway.
Maybe not surely.
Yeah, and then we'll see. Well, might have to build a couple new computers.
For Untara?
Yep, that's right. Untara needs his own. Yeah. The Shy computer, obviously, one and done. That's how computers work apparently over there. So
just throw them out when you're done with them.
That's right. Yep, single-use computers.
Yeah. Somebody would be making a fortune out of that.
No kidding. Yeah, probably a computer maker.
Really? Is that your hunch?
It's my theory. That's right. Yeah. It is kind of fun to have a little bit of a crowd in the studio today.
A piggyback crowd.
Yeah, that's right. And what a piggyback crowd they are. They came out to see the clones. They said, "Bring in the clones."
It wasn't really an attack of the clones, though.
No, it was kind of a nap of the clones, I would say. And they're all gone now. We've incinerated them, and we're going to go back to the drawing board to see if we can find something a bit more lifelike, because those certainly were not. They were not, especially in game.
Still waiting on Untara.
Oh, Untara. The lobby is a scary, complicated place, you know. Am I a spectator? Am I a spectator in my own life? Or am I a player? Am I a top lane player? Am I just rapping really slowly, or is that
I thought you were. I thought this was some sort of
having
modern take on Shakespeare.
Perhaps, yeah.
Is this your monologue right now?
There you go.
Your soliloquy, Doha's esports soliloquy.
A kill, my kingdom for a kill. That's Shakespeare, isn't it?
Yeah,
close enough.
Well,
we'll replace kill with horse. And
yeah, Richard III. I played Richard III once, Doha.
I know. I've heard this story before, but tell it again because we've got some time. So you were Richard III, huh?
Yeah, I was an actor once. I played Richard III.
You're not acting right now?
There were 4 curtain calls. I'm actually just quoting Galaxy Quest right there.
Wow. Well.
It's an Alan Rickman line.
By Grabthar's hammer. That's impressive.
We shall start this broadcast.
By Grabthar's hammer, we shall start this broadcast. The piggyback will be avenged. No, probably won't.
There will be no vengeance, Doha.
Nope. Nope, no Untara either, so maybe we better go find Shy, because Untara's missing, guys. We don't know where to find him. Well, he's certainly not here. They haven't prepared the Untara clone yet, that's the thing.
Yeah, he wasn't on the starting roster for today, so we didn't actually get him ready.
That's right, he's still being grown in the test tube right now. Yep. We're going to pop him out of that capsule, kind of looks like when they get Neo out of the thing in the Matrix, you know, all the cables are popping off of him, and we have to towel him down and be like, it's time to play some League of Legends now, Untara.
It's weird because they actually go into a virtual world to play a video game.
That's
so
true.
They bring him back to the real world to play a video game. It's kind of a.
It is true.
Kind of a. Yeah,
it's a bit dark, but it also fits. It fits. Yeah, it's okay. We'll roll with it.
If you think about it, The Matrix is basically the best video game ever invented.
Yeah, it's so realistic.
Also, real sports are esports in The Matrix. Did you think about that?
I'm just surprised that when somebody was running around in the Matrix, they didn't have their eyes suddenly turned blue and all they could see in front of them was, it's time to upgrade to Windows 10. That would have, if I was an agent, I would just send those upgrades at them until they gave up,
But they had to keep them fooled, though. That's.
Oh, that's true. That would have kind of given away that it was not the real world. Yeah.
Well, actually, in the real world, you get those updates all the time.
Yeah, that's true. That would let them know that it is the real world. Then it's like.
Do you think in the Matrix that the machines would ever? So, here's a question: are we in the Matrix right now? Because the Windows 10 updates are in fact the way that they troll us, because theoretically the machines, the only way that they could troll us in a humorous manner, if machines have senses of humor, is to use the reproduction computers of the simulation within a simulation.
That's true. Well, here's the thing, is we know the computers like to have a little bit of fun once in a while. Merovingian likes to make special cake. Agent Smith had a pretty big laugh in the third movie, as we all did. And, yeah, so I would say that, you know, Artifact looks like he's or the Architect, rather, he looks like he's a barrel of fun. Barrel of laughs, that guy. Yeah.
You know my favorite part of the third movie?
What?
When like Neo dies and then they like splay him out like he's crucified, so you have like the Jesus parallels. Just really awful.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that before, Doa.
No.
Really original.
That's a brand new storyline pioneered by the Wachowskis.
Sisters,
their
I
movie.
guess.
I guess they're sisters now. Okay. All right.
Well, we're still waiting for Antara.
Yeah, our spectator computer is browsing the internet now. I'm not kidding.
Like you do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's bringing up something else to watch, but we can't do that. We have to entertain you. That's right. So, let's do it.
With more talk about the Matrix.
Where'd your vest go again? Your vest disappeared.
I told you. I was playing Strip Drink.
That's right. Well, what? All right. So, we got
There was
chairs.
only one Infernal, so I only lost one piece of clothing that game.
Thank goodness. Look at these new chairs we've got.
Yeah, they're OGN branded.
We can't really. Well,
you got it.
There you go. There's OGN on there. Yeah, but they've got armrests that come really far up, so I can just sit like this, like kind of like as if a velociraptor was sitting here.
Kind of look like a praying mantis.
Oh, that's right. I'm ready to like pick the champions. I don't know.
So Antara, I guess, is just not going to join this lobby.
He's not.
He's done.
That's right. You know, these chairs, let me tell you about the DX Racer OGN chair and its many features. The arm things go up and down individually. See? You can't see them on my screen, but trust me, I'm raising and lowering them. It's true. And let me show you the amazing lean back feature. No, it's not just a dance in a rap video. It is actually what this chair can do. You ready? Whoa! I felt like I was going to fall back for a second there. That was terrifying. Oh, I'm behind the clip. Oh, there we go. Look at that. So far back.
This is our life now. Well, Antara's in the lobby.
Hey,
so thank
all
you
right.
for that nice demonstration, Doa.
You're welcome. And let me
I look
tell
forward
you,
to your DX Racer infomercials in the future.
You know, we're going to take
I could totally see you on 30 minutes of late night TV where I'm just like flipping channels at 3 in the morning. It's just Doa with a chair.
We're going to take these chairs out and we're going to find some hills to bomb. It's going to be sick. Yeah, well, with that, it's time to go into picks and bans as we enter the pick and ban box.
Oh, we're here this time with our buddy Kled's Mount.
Kled's Mount. That's right. Sounds like a beer, doesn't it? A craft brew. Of a frothy Kled's Mount.
Oh, Kled's Mount?
That's right. Why not?
Well, guess who's banned again? It's Talia.
It's Ash and Talia. All right. Will they ban the Hecarim, though? That's what I'm wondering. And there's a Vlad ban. Okay, so not wanting to deal with Afreeca, Freecs, Mickey's Vlad.
The first McTrundle was really weird from Afreeca last game.
Yeah.
And they couldn't even play it properly in the split push. So these are not the surprise. The surprise is going to be what is the final ban.
Right.
We're not going to have the same glut of jungle bans that we had in game number 1.
Italy. Well, there's a jungle ban.
Just the one, and maybe the Gragas here if Afreeca decides that is too much of a danger.
Yep. And Gnar. Okay.
Okay. Gnar against Antara.
Yeah. A lot of the jungle left open. What's CJ going to go with first? The Gragas is available.
They're
As
opening
is the Hecarim, too.
They're opening themselves up to another early Trundle pick if they do ban the Gnar. So Gragas, I expect to see Afreeca, especially because they're on red side and can flex it, go for a Trundle in the opening round of this draft. Shen is up, too. Shen has been up this entire time.
That's true. I mean, we haven't seen Shen picked or banned all night. Could it be the Shen hype train is finally derailed?
No, he's still really good. Anytime Shen, you can even eke him through the laning phase, he's going to be viable in professional play because of the global that he has. Nothing you could do about that. Well, omnipresent in the professional scene whenever he is viable.
Well,
Trundle? Trundle is the question for Afreeca.
Hecarim.
Well, you can say Trundle Hecarim here and still flex it. Sure, Lyra is more than capable of playing it in the jungle.
Jeez.
Reminding CJ of their shame, but they can't traumatize Shy with it because he's not actually going to be playing game number 2.
That's true, but Sky's the one who picked it, so they can still make him feel bad. But the Hecarim, Ixu has played it 3 times this season. It's actually his second most played top laner, tied with Poppy. And they're going to go with the Braum as well. Braum, Hecarim.
He's already building up a strong front line.
Yeah. 2 picks over to CJ now.
So the Grog is already selected. He's seeing any more Thunderlord's Graves. CJ, the Gnar ban 2 opens up that Hecarim pick in the top lane. Should have mentioned that actually, as Gnar, of course, the Frozen Mallet Gnar does form the primary Hecarim counter pick available to most teams. So I think we can safely say, but Lyra switching to Ghost, so who knows? May well be the jungle Hecarim.
Yep. And Trundle Victor. Probable pickups for CJ.
Sky does not have a win this season on the Victor pickup. He hasn't even actually played it this season at all.
Interesting.
So mostly looks like it will be a takeaway from Mickey.
Yeah. Not that Mickey was great on it last game, but normally he does make
normally
a much bigger difference on that champion. Yeah, that was just a weird game last game.
So Afreeca may be resorting back to their preference of doing these full engage compositions. It has been a hallmark of the Afreeca Freecs season in the summer. It's just full engage, double TP, Lissandra mid. They're one of the very few teams to still run Lissandra mid. And if they think they can get it through the laning phase, easier than the Azir matchup for the Lissandra. So Mickey may go with that, and blind picking a Callista. But again, it's all about the engage. Fate's Call, Onslaught of Shadows, Frozen Tomb, like everything for Afreeca. Hard CC.
So waiting for that jungle pick until last, I suppose.
Well, it looks like Lyra's going for the Hecarim in the jungle with the Ghost.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
But of course, yeah.
Well, waiting to see where that Trundle goes then.
Yep, nice flex pick 2 on the Lissandra.
Yep.
Not so much that we've seen a lot of Lissandra out of Ixu. None this season. But you never know when Lissandra might be moved around in the draft.
Afreeca Freecs really going for like Team Spooky here aside from Braum.
Braum and the Spooks.
We need a Ghost Braum skin now. Alright, well, Shen, like we mentioned, is available. Tara has played the Shen twice this season. No, I'm sorry, that's Shy. He has played the Shen twice this season. They both played it twice. What do you know?
Got it right the first time, Noah.
That's right.
All right, Kramer back on his Lucian.
Okay.
Kramer has put a very strong emphasis on that pick. His most played, and some of CJ's success has come out of his lane dominance. So he and Mad Life at least have typically had a strong laning phase. Will be Mad Life on the Trundle this game, and the Rek'Sai might be showing up here in the jungle, deciding that, of course, having the Hecarim into the Shen, not really a big deal for the Hecarim to safely lane and farm up into that super late game status.
Yeah, a bit of a flex there if they want it. Thinking about it. Otherwise, what would you bring in? The Gnar is banned, so what else could you play against?
You can always against the Shen. You can always play the Rumble. That's certainly an option.
That's true.
Seen that before. The Shen has a very hard time itemizing and creating pressure against AP champions because he wants to get that Sunfire cape so that he has some form of wave clear, and when he can't get that early, it's easy to shove him in. Also, of course, the dodge field on the new Shen.
Yeah.
Not very effective against Flame Spitter, it turns out.
Well, they will go ahead and send that Hecarim to the top lane. They were taking the Rek'Sai to the jungle. What do you think about the GP?
I mean, we've seen that matchup with the Shen too, absolutely, and it has been successful. So, Ixu, though, again, his champion pool has been so small this season, Doa. Yes, he's looked good on the Hecarim, but it hasn't been great in the summer. Ixu really hasn't been very good on a lot of these carry top laners, does much better on tanks.
Well, he's got the heck room now. See what he can do with it. Afreeca Freecs, I mean, I think we're all just looking to see a little bit more life out of these guys.
Yeah, Todd, I think we can just expect CJ to roll to a pretty easy win. They have the Shen with the teleport in the top lane, so if they want to make plays, they will have every advantage to do so.
Yeah, that's right. Well, a bizarre game number 1 between CJ and Afreeca. Afreeca kind of just letting CJ kind of run all over them.
And right now, if we see a similar style of play from Afreeca, this composition has to make plays. It has to go in. They have to be able to pull the trigger. So if they don't do that, and we see the same really lackadaisical play out of them that we saw in game number 1, it should be an easy win for CJ because everything about Afreeca is engaging.
That's right. Well, let's see if CJ can take the 2-0 or if Afreeca ties it up and sends us to game 3. Let's get in the game. Welcome once again to Summoner's Rift. CJ ENTUS versus Afreeca Freecs. CJ up 1 game in this series. A game that will live in infamy, or actually will more likely just quickly be forgotten.
It will be quickly forgotten, Noah. Yes. I know that I've already forgotten it. It's game 1 of this series.
Well, hopefully Afreeca has as well. So they need to pick things up quite a bit here in game number 2. See if they can do that.
And we'll see what Ixu can do on this top lane Hecarim. He's had performances, very good performances on this champion previously.
Well.
And it's a pause, Noah.
Ah, yes.
Our favorite time of the night. Piggyback pausing. Oh, yeah. We didn't have any pauses yesterday.
No, we didn't. I wasn't here, but I heard.
You heard through the grapevine that there were no pauses.
Word was passed down that there were no pauses. And we all rejoiced. We danced and sang long into the night, reveling in the fact that the games proceeded smoothly and without interruption.
Well, who knows what the problem is. Maybe they have to build another PC.
Could be.
How long will this last? Hour and a half? I don't know.
Days.
Just be here tomorrow.
Yep. We could be here into tomorrow.
Yeah, quite easily.
Yeah, that's right. So, your chair is a little bit lower than mine. You know that?
Yeah, I lowered it. It's easier to cast when it's lower.
I did that too. I raised mine again when I saw there was a pause because I knew we'd probably be back on camera.
Nice. I'm thinking ahead.
I'm on top of things like that, you know?
I don't care.
That's why I'm a professional.
Is that why? Because you raised your chair?
That's all it takes.
Well, you make it sound so easy.
It is.
Anybody could do it, apparently. Oh, man. Well,
I mean, the thing is that there's really not a whole lot to talk about as far as reflecting on game 1. But about game 2, like you said, we've already kind of set down the ground rules, so to speak, for this match. Afreeca needs to get in there. They need to make some plays early on. And that's going to require a return to form that we saw in other matches, but certainly not in game number 1.
Yeah, Afreeca, the playmaking, they must make plays with this composition because the other opportunity, the other option is Kalista, Lissandra, and Hecarim. Yeah. These are champions that either have low amounts of wave clear, barring the Hurricane on the Kalista, or have to walk up pretty close to the wave with Lissandra Q or the Rampage from Hecarim. And when you're playing against Lucian and Victor, you will get poked out if you try and defend a turret by walking up and trying to clear the wave. So if they aren't the one making the proactive plays in this game, the siege is going to be elementary from CJ. Really easy.
How much time would you say Afreeca has to really make something happen?
20 minutes. They should 20, 25 minutes. If they don't have a pretty solid lead by that time, it's going to be scary. CJ's siege is simply really good, and Afreeca opting for the low wave clear composition has me scared because personally, after seeing their performance in game number 1, I wouldn't put a lot of faith in them at the drop of a hat to play more proactively and really try and make those plays. I think the biggest factor for them is going to be Lyra and how well they can play around the rec side, because they've got to start using this teleport out of mid lane early.
I mean, they did switch back to Lyra and Ixu. You know, ideally with that roster, they're going to be able to do a little bit more. You know, not that the other roster normally is as you know, kind of dead as we saw, but
yeah, weird night for the Afreeca Freecs, but
it's a weird
maybe Lyra and Ixu are the catalyst that they need. And they're on comfort picks. Lyra plays more rec side than anything else by a long shot.
Could be.
Ixu at least has turned in some very good performances this season on Hecarim, but it's just a matter of whether they get the time.
Yeah.
Kramer, my big fear is that the blind pick Kalista, looks like we have Mickey leaving the game.
Oh, good.
So my biggest fear for Afreeca is that Kramer and Madlife are really good at playing around the Lucian. And we've seen so many times where Kramer and Madlife get kills in lane with the Lucian and then snowball the game. Because if they get a kill and the first turret goes down, when they start to rotate around Kramer and setting up the siege going from bottom into top and then into the mid lane, there's so apparently Mickey's computer's lagging. That's what we got.
Ah, yes. So there you go. Mickey's computer lagging.
Great, good times. But anyway, if the snowball starts for out of this Lucian lane, I just don't see it ending well for Afreeca. They just don't have the wave clear to keep up with it. So
yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
They couldn't turtle
Someday.
with Victor and Sivir in the last game. I'm skeptical of their ability to turtle with this composition either.
Looks like we are back in, so hopefully.
Oh, Mickey's moving around.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
He's running around a circle. He's walking into a brush.
All right.
He seems pleased.
There we go. Yes, we're back in the game. The minions have spawned. Hooray. Afreeca Freecs trying to tie things up against CJ ENTUS. And we will see if they can do just that. Mickey, like we mentioned earlier, one of the few out there that still regularly picks out Lissandra. It is a cool Lissandra skin. I like it.
Matrix Lissandra.
Something like that. It's a theme appropriate for the conversation we were having.
Okay, so we're not. Oh, we are going to get standard lanes. We get Australian lanes. Hooray!
All right.
Everything is topsy-turvy. Top is in bot, bot is in top.
Top's in the bottom, mate. We need Papa Smithy here.
Give us the full Australian experience.
He's the only one who can analyze this.
Okay, well, we'll see. Keep an eye on Kramer and Madlife and see if they can work their normal Lucian magic. Afreeca perhaps getting a bit bold here with a blind pick Kalista. That's something we've pretty much never seen this season. It's almost always in response to a Sivir pick.
Right. Kramer's been pretty good on this Lucian in the past. We've seen CJ build their comp around what Kramer can do pretty often.
Yeah, less so this season than last. The other big question mark is Sky, who has shown a very small amount of champions this season that CJ is capable of winning games with.
Yeah.
And looked really kind of poor mechanically on some of them. But you know what? His glide was pretty good in the last game. Held his own for sure. Worked well with Haru.
Yeah, not bad. Meanwhile, CS dead even the two top laners as Centaur battles Ninja. Sort of Ninja. And sort of Centaur.
Is he really sort of a Centaur? I think he actually is a Centaur.
Yeah, but he's kind of like an undead Centaur, so...
Zombie Centaur, is that enough for you?
Kind of, I guess.
I suppose that goes back to the point of, do you think zombies are people?
Well, they were at one point.
Okay, so I guess he's not a Centaur then.
Yeah. He was. He's a post-Centaur. An ex-Centaur. Pining for the fjords.
I bet very few people would get that reference.
I know, right? I know. Oh, well. 60s kids would understand.
It makes me sad how few people have probably seen Monty Python at this point.
You know, although, I gotta say, I feel like that's a show that's really kind of stood the test of time.
It is very timeless.
Yeah. So, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people have seen it even today. I'm sure somewhere out there in this wide world of ours, there's somebody watching it right now.
Indubitably.
Yeah. Well, so far, pretty even between everybody in these standard lanes. No big moves taken by either side. Here comes Haru. Back into his own jungle for the drop.
Wow.
Yeah.
Such excitement. The drama of League of Legends, Doa.
Going to the drop.
He's going right over there.
Got the drop.
Getting his drop. Mickey's like, I'm going to get poked a little bit by Death Rays. Okay, I got teleport. Come back into lane with the second Dorian's ring.
Yep.
Nice. Meanwhile, Tank Wars on the bottom side. Nobody cares.
Yep.
Farming up.
Hey, what if I care?
You don't care.
Yeah, you're right.
I know you don't care about Tank Wars.
That's very true. Oh! Oh, wow. Tara wants to farm.
It was a moment of excitement.
Almost.
Oh.
No, here's a gank coming in. Mickey flashing away right off the bat. Nope, just using that E actually. Uses the W to slow up Haru. And not having to burn that flash, which is pretty important on that Lissandra.
Still nice attempt though. Haru coming in and at least dealing a little bit of damage. What he needed to do here, Haru's job was really, of course if he can get that kill, obviously nice, but it's just to push out this wave right now so Sky can have a chance to recall. Getting low in mana. Time for him to back off. And so he will. TP right back into lane for Antara. He's going to hit 6 soon, so it won't be that consequential. He can still follow Ixu if he needs to.
Very true.
And there it is. Level 6.
All right, Tara ready to make his appearance anywhere, anytime. Anywhere one of his teammates is in danger, Tara will be there.
Shine the Untara signal into the sky.
Yep. It's just like a gap in the stars because it's a ninja, so just kind of put a big like black circle.
No, I think it's just a picture of Blunty.
The Blunty signals in the sky. That might summon somebody other than Shen, though. Think of like Jay and Silent Bob showing up at that point.
I was gonna say Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, either one. I mean, all three of them. Why stop there, you know? Pauly Shore as well. He'll be there.
You just never know what you're gonna get with the Blunty signal.
Yep. Cheech and Chong.
Probably Shen though.
The entire population of Colorado.
As a native Coloradan,
you'd have to go. You're like, my people need me. You're obligated. Blunty signal shines in the sky. You'll be there eventually, but you're really kind of hungry first, so you better stop by and grab a little bite to eat, you know.
Takes a while too to actually summon people.
Yeah, it does.
They get distracted.
That's not the most effective signal, perhaps. Some people see it, they get a little bit paranoid, you know. Like, I don't know, there could be bad guys at the signal. I don't know if I want to go to the signal. I'm a little bit worried about that. They're moving in to take the red buff. Ixu is hanging out. It's a big incursion into the enemy jungle. Everyone made it out okay, don't worry. They're fine.
I was worried there for a second.
I could tell.
Glad you cleared that up.
You're welcome. So now it is 2v1.
Right now, Ixu will just push this up and then go back. You can see Afreeca Freecs bottom lane.
Yeah.
Already there and waiting. It's like they're actually going to go for a fast Drake.
All right, yeah, going for the Ocean Drake.
For the recall. We'll give the top lane here and Tara a little bit of extra time for farming, but considering how slowly Shen is going to push this, not a lot of chance of denying into the turret, so Afreeca already making a proactive decision here by stacking the bottom side of the map of pushing the waves.
Not bad.
They will be rewarded with a fancy Ocean Drake.
Are they really fancy? I feel like the Elder Dragon is kind of fancy, but the regular Drakes...
I don't know, the Ocean Drake's really shiny.
Well, that's just because he's wet.
He's kind of sparkling too. He has a nice sheen to him, a luster. If I had to pick a scale, if I had to have scales from any of the Drakes in this game, Doa, I would pick Ocean.
I like Mountain Drake.
He would make the fanciest armor. Mountain Drake is brown.
Well, yeah, but it's like sturdy, man. Rock solid, if you will.
You would really want the Mountain Drake armor for its aesthetic reasons?
That's right. Looks tough. Well, you would want the fanciest one.
I would want the fancy
Makes
Drake.
sense. Only the fanciest dragons from Monte Cristo.
That's right.
Ooh. Oh, a gank onto Shy. A little bit caught as Mickey comes over the wall with that W. And Haru comes in to try to help out, manages to trade 1-for-1, but that is not going to be a trade in the favor of CJ in the end as Afreeca picks up a second one.
Lyra there, just working together with Ixu. Ixu faster to come down, and Untara tried to use the ultimate there to get in, but just the burst already from Afreeca winning the day. And Afreeca's already made more decisions in this game than they did in the entirety of the last one, so things are looking good, Noah.
It's true. I mean, they're back. Maybe. We will see. But yep, Mickey looking much more aggressive on that Lysandra. And like you said, this is really just a comfort comp for Afreeca, you know?
Indeed it is. But nothing really moving forward for CJ ENTUS right now. Let's see if they can bounce back here. Certainly their late game is going to be incredibly strong. The QSSs will do a lot to stall out Afreeca. Africa's prime will be the mid game.
Yep. Well, like you mentioned, they need to really get something rolling by 20 minutes. And a couple kills is nice, but they're going to need a bit more than that.
Yeah, because once we get to the late game here, CJ ENTUS, when they have the QSSs, the tankiness from Shen combined with Mad Life stealing a bunch of stats from Ixu or Lyra just makes them ferocious.
Yeah.
Mad Life will be doing very well for himself in late game team fights as a support, just taking away from a 6-item Rek'Sai or Hecarim. About survivability, Mickey going for the Catalyst, so a later Rod of Ages takes the early Negatron Cloak to deal with some of the harassment in lane due to his short range. Sky has Sky has the cleanse, should be back up shortly, but he's going to play it safe by his turret until that happens. So
yep.
We'll be seeing the classic armor penetration build, or new classic, let's say that. Classic this season from Lucian. Sometimes we occasionally see the more scaling-oriented build of the Essence Reaver. But I think you really want to power up here and start those sieges successfully.
Yeah. They've got a little bit of time, I suppose. Better to play defensively and kind of stuff the aggression from the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, and the best way to stop that aggression is to, with your siege, with that arm penetration, just poke them off of turrets so they can't engage you.
All right, Afreeca moving into CJ's jungle. Looks like they might want to try for another red steal, perhaps. There it is. The Brambleback is back.
CJ doesn't look like they want to give this one up quite as easily as the last one. Have the Shen ultimate to use.
Down, Afreeca Freecs, pretty much everybody there. Of course, Untara can join in whenever they want. Haru steals it away. He will take it. And Afreeca not wanting to fight this.
They don't commit at all. CJ just want to make sure that they can claim the objective and then back off. Ixu perfectly capable of coming into that fight, and not fighting Afreeca right now is a wise decision. Should just be a game of waiting here for CJ, which is very familiar to many CJ fans out there if you were watching it all in the spring, and the CJ just aiming for the late game every single time.
Moving in now, going for this turret.
Absolutely huge. Nice block there on the culling by Snowflower, and with Lyra's presence, we'll zone them out and hunt for the first turret of this game. So it's been really good so far.
Yeah, it's the kind of pressure they need to put on. Rek'Sai jetting up to the top lane. Denying that red buff steal from Haru. And Afreeca will get the first turret of the game, jumping out to about a 1.5k gold lead.
This is already the pressure so much better from Afreeca in game number 2.
Oh yeah.
Much more what we're used to seeing from them.
Haru going up. Possibly a bit of a gank here. There's no vision. No, he's recalling. Okay. Yep. Oh, no. Party's over. Tara looking like he wants to try to get a bit aggressive. Waiting for it. Yeah, I think Ixu knows what's up. Meanwhile, the Afreeca Freecs will go ahead and just take that second Drake, which is a Cloud Drake this time.
Getting knowledge of Haru on that top side makes it very easy for Lyra to make that call.
Oh yeah.
Also the Kalista there alongside the Braum to intercept anybody who's going to take it. So Afreeca controlling the waves much better this time, playing around the pressure, actually making proactive decisions, looking like an entirely different team than in game number 1.
Yeah, very much.
Unfortunately for Afreeca, they would have loved to have some more impactful Drakes. Bad Life.
Oh, wow, they missed Fate's call, but Mad Life's still in a little bit of trouble. He's going to flash
Oh,
from
wow,
the wall. Gets hit
nice.
with the Braum ultimate. Good prediction from Snowflower, but unfortunately, they're not really able to capitalize on that.
Well, they got a flash at least. Was a bit of a tricky play, waiting in the river for Mad Life. Didn't have to.
Coming in behind Sky here, wants to try to make a play. Ixu in trouble. Sky gonna get ulted, cleanse it right away, but there's that Hecarim right there. Onslaught of Shadows. Sky tries to flash away from it. Living for the moment, he actually gets out. They're gonna turn it around. Whoa, Tara bounced right back onto Sky. No! I'm Haru and I'm helping.
Oh, they tried so hard to give Sky that kill, but instead the Centaur just presses Q.
You don't bounce.
And that's it.
You don't bounce the Hecarim back on the very low health, very squishy Victor.
Poor Sky.
I think if you're CJ, you just get that kill any way you can and you make sure the Victor lives. All right, let's watch that again.
Yeah, Sky too far forward on this, and pretty easy roam down there from Ixu. Gets taunted by Antara as he comes in with the Stand United. And Sky, to be fair, Sky also walked back into that one.
I guess so. I guess so.
They bounced him back so that he wouldn't be safe under the turret. That was more Sky's fault than Haru's.
All right. Teleport coming in. Mickey, though, zoned out, goes over the wall, but Untara right there. Mickey getting culled, but not taking enough damage to really be in jeopardy of dying. Afreeca Freecs trying to defend their turret. Doesn't look like CJ is going to let them, though.
Yeah, at least CJ now decides that they are going to make a play for the turret, while Song Yoon is still pressuring on the bottom side. Song Yoon intelligently going for the Ruinous Hurricane first. Again, very low wave clear composition that was necessary just in case they get themselves into a situation where they have to stall out against CJ's Siege in this game.
Yep. In the meantime, Mickey makes it back to the mid lane for a bit of farming. So, a close game now. And, you gotta worry a little bit for Afreeca. When things are close, all right, this kind of play, which probably making good zoning for Ixu, might allow Afreeca to take that mid lane turret. They're ready to come over the wall as well. It's a 5v3 as they come in. Sky blown up immediately. Haru soon to follow. Kramer comes in, but he and Mad Life can't do a whole lot. Runtara a little bit late to the party. And that's the kind of play that the Afreeca Freecs need to make.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that proactive play. They've done this before. They're good at playing with heavy engaged compositions where they can dive and use that crowd control to quickly pick off people and then follow up with an objective. Seeing that once again. CJ not really respecting that potential with so many people in the mid lane. They do end up paying for it.
Now, if you're CJ, what do you do? Can you
just
turtle
hold
on long enough?
Yeah, they're not too far behind. 3K is not the end of the world. They still have a bunch of useful wave clear here. And they can just wait and wait and wait till that late game tipping point where the Trundle becomes very useful. And the QSS will make the engage a lot less terrifying.
Suppose that is true. Tara, probably always going to be pretty useful on that Shen. But they've really picked on Sky, haven't they? Sky has kind of picked on himself a little bit as well.
He did. He got greedy trying to run back in for that Q.
All right, CJ coming in, trying to punish this Rift Herald take for Afreeca. Lyra looking for a knock-up, gets a couple, but no follow-up. There we go, a kill on the Songyun already. Meanwhile, Mickey comes in from behind, trying to turn around for Afreeca. There's a kill for Ixu. Right off the bat, looks like they might be able to do it. It's quite the brawl, but Kramer getting caught out. There's another kill for the Afreeca Freecs, and they're going to start to push CJ back now. Tara not going to live. Rift Herald going to take himself out. And so in the end, 1 for 3 in favor of the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, all just a ploy there, Afreeca.
Yeah.
Responding very well, and the backline is just eliminated nearly instantly by Afreeca. They take out the Victor, they take out Kramer on the Lucian, and without that damage, it's just too easy for Afreeca to mop up the rest of that team fight. And you'll see right here, I mean, Sky just walks straight into this one. Easy for Lyra just to zone him out of this fight. You can see Kramer trying to do damage, but as soon as Ixu arrives straight onto Sky, he got nothing he could really do right there. Actually, he did have his cleanse up, looks like, so he could have gotten out of the initial ultimate there from Mickey. But even so, Ixu is going to be there with the follow-up, charging in, and then they turn immediately onto Kramer, so target selection good for Afreeca. And Ixu, 5-1-3, 100% kill contribution. Again, he's been great on the Hecarim this season.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of a smaller champion pool, but champions he can play, he can really play.
Yeah, just like last season. He was great on Poppy, really good.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
Didn't have to be very diverse. And right now, we may be seeing the same from him with the Hecarim. He's a great player when it comes to flanking and getting in the backline on tank. That's really, I think, his biggest strength.
Afreeca Freecs getting all 3 dragons.
What a time to be alive, Noah.
Oh, yeah.
Fertile Drake will be just wonderful timing. This is the point where Afreeca are going to be really at the peak of their power. And they already have the Callista, should they want to take a look at starting to deal some damage to the Baron. Need to get the top lane tier 1 down first before they can seriously consider baiting the Baron. Haru is lurking.
Certainly is.
He's very cut off from the rest of his team, though.
I was going to say, yeah, you probably want to get out of there, Haru. He's working on it.
Yeah, they're going to try and make a play onto the Callista, knowing that Songyun is alone up here and being cut off.
Yeah, culling Hughes, a lot of damage done to that Callista. Kramer taking a lot of that random problem. Explosive cask thrown in. And Haru.
Now, they did not expect Haru to be coming out of the enemy or out of their own jungle like that to cut him off, because they had 3 people in the river already, Afreeca, but couldn't actually make the play. Ixu not wanting to use his TP to try and save that. So Songyun a little bit weirdly left alone by himself as Lyra and Snowflower went on a bit of a warding mission.
Well, he died pretty early in that last team fight, too. Even though Afreeca didn't end up needing it. It's maybe something to be a little bit concerned about. Maybe.
All right, still get the turret, so worthy trade for Afreeca.
Yeah, and the gold lead's starting to get pretty serious at this point. About 6,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, especially for 23 minutes into the game. That's
Yeah.
a pretty large differential.
Yeah, that late game strength from CJ is just probably not going to materialize unless things really change here in the next few minutes.
It is a ways out at the very least. Well, Brambleback just sliding along the ground.
Surfs up. Oh, he's walking back now. Oh well. And red buff take by the Afreeca Freecs.
They're getting that one with a smite. They don't hand it over to Songyun with the rend. But it's all about the Baron now for Afreeca. That's where their sights should be turned. They should not be allowing people to get into the river. And that's one of the most dangerous parts for CJ, is that they have to check repeatedly the Baron against the huge amount of crowd control that Afreeca have. So the potential for getting caught, especially since they haven't had the funds to buy any Quicksilver sashes yet, it's a huge risk for them.
Oh, Afreeca Freecs is kind of taking most of the map right now.
Yeah, going to find that ward, and now CJ has to do something about this.
Yep. Time to fight over Baron, but
they don't have any minion wave pressure. They don't know where Ixu is. He is hiding in that brush. They're going to go ahead and try and inch up, but they have no... Oh, they get to get a ward in the back of the pit. They had a blue trinket just come up.
All right.
And they are going to recall, actually.
Yeah.
I think they should just stick around. Why not?
Intimidation. Fear.
That's what they should be trying to sow in their opponents, but instead they're letting Trundle walk into the Baron. Nobody there to actually defend this.
He's a scary guy, that Trundle. Scary troll. So, you know, giving CJ room to breathe like this may not be the greatest idea for the Afreeca Freecs.
They didn't lose any of their pink wards, at least. The bonus for Afreeca. Members of CJ just a little bit too timid to clear out any of these wards that are around the Baron pit. They hadn't seen several members of Afreeca in quite some time. They're still not worried about the actual Baron being done. Afreeca will have another stab at that as soon as Ixu pushes forward. So here we go.
Yep.
The great Baron bait by Afreeca.
Yeah. Well, they definitely need to take CJ seriously. Sky and Kramer can do a lot of damage right now. Although Snowflower does have the locket, so that does help a bit, I suppose. All right, Baron time. Afreeca Freecs starting it. CJ. Let's see if they can respond. Baron taking time to go down, but again with that Callista, it's going to end very quickly. Haru going in with the Shen. He's ready, gets knocked up, gets CC'd. Trying to stop that Baron. Ixu zoning out, getting in the back lines. On the Sky, on the Kramer. Kramer locked up by the Lissandra ultimate. Still in trouble.
Oh, Kramer's still alive!
He lived, and because he's alive, that may be a serious amount of damage. Sky, meanwhile, has a 1v1 against Mickey, but Mickey takes it. Songyun trying desperately to stay alive, but in the end, CJ will barely come out ahead in this team fight for the moment. It's a 2 for 3, but crucially, the Baron remains untaken.
Yeah, Ixu was destroyed so quickly, and this is the power of this Trundle in some of these team fights, because he just steals so many of the defensive stats that Ixu has gotten. You see Haru get into the pit right away. Now Madlife is going to be able to pop that subjugate. Look how fast Ixu dies. They try and kite into the choke. Kramer doesn't have the QSS, but he still has his flash, so right after Lissandra ult, able to get out of that one. Finds Lyra trying to get back onto him. They tie up Songyun, and fortunately, the Blade of the Ruined King active was the thing that actually killed Kramer in that fight. So Songyun hopping his way through the brush is ultimately tracked down, and Mickey taking care of Sky was a major comeback win for the Afreeca Freecs in a team fight that looked like it was turning on its head.
Well, that was scary stuff, though. Sky nearly took down Mickey. It was a matter of a tiny amount of health. Haru zoning, trying to see if he can maybe steal this dragon, but doesn't look like he'll be able to. Another Ocean Drake goes over to the Afreeca Freecs. It's 4 Drakes in a row now.
CJ, he's buying time though. That's so huge for them.
Yeah, they need it.
Oh, God. And Kramer, he's gone for the Zeal. I don't know if you do this though. I think you go for a 3rd item QSS.
It seems like, especially with a Lissandra and a Hecarim on the other side, you want, and a Braum for that matter, you want to be able to get out of that CC. So yeah, I agree with you completely. You don't need damage right now. You need to live.
And the only reason that he even survived as long as he did in that last fight was because his flash was up, and he will not have that one up for quite some time now. Oh, yeah, that's the power. This is the thing about Trundle support that makes it so strong.
Yeah, stealing a lot of stats from that Hecarim. Really kind of guts Ixu's ability to get in the back line.
Yeah, crushes his engages, and also, you know, turns a support Trundle into something that is more akin to a full tank top lane Trundle for a brief period.
Okay, here we go again. Haru coming in with that Shen. Once again, Mad Life trying to set things up, gets pushed back in. Mickey and Sky dueling, but there's Kramer right there. Mickey kind of on his own, getting to ult himself, slowing down Tora a bit. Blue Buff getting in on the action too. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the fight, Mad Life kiting back. Haru finally does go down. Mickey with a kill onto him. They're going to turn for the Blue Buff. The Afreeca Freecs, are they going to go in on this? Nope. Blue Buff actually really messing things up.
Wandering around.
Yeah, Baron remains untaken. It was a 1-for-1 trade, but again, Ixu dies.
Yeah, that was another instance of Mad Life having that subjugate.
Yep.
So Ixu having some trouble here. He may have to hold off a little bit on attacking the backlines in this game. Mickey with a pretty awkward flank too into multiple members did at least cut off the members of CJ from engaging on the rest of the team. I think had he not self-ulted right on the ramp, that would have been a bit of a rout in the fight for CJ. And CJ, despite their gold deficit, when you can take away a lot of money from Ixu, remember Ixu's the fed one. He spent it on defensive stats. And now Mad Life is like, you know what? I'm going to take a lot of that gold lead that you have. I'm just going to put it right on myself in these team fights instead. So when Ixu dies early, there basically is not that much of a difference between these two teams.
Well, Mad Life, getting pretty legitimately tanky himself. He's got the Aegis. It looks like he's also got a Titanic Hydra, too. On that support Trundle. I like it.
No, that's
what that is?
Oh, that's an upgraded Sightstone, Doa.
It's so tiny on my screen. It looked like a Titanic Hydra.
It does actually look like a reverse Titanic Hydra. That is quite deceptive.
I admit, it was some wishful thinking on my part.
It was very wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Support Trundle is not going to be still pushing. No, I hate to break your heart.
Well, maybe not that support Trundle. Again, this Baron a point of contention. 2 tries from Afreeca, 2 failures. CJ's been able to at least stop them. And this gold lead has actually shrank a tiny bit. But more importantly, it hasn't grown. It was growing pretty quickly, and that's kind of stopped.
Afreeca hasn't been able to get the good fights. They've been over-pursuing a bit, too, into the choke points. And CJ can do a lot of work in those chokes. Either team can. Neither team wants to be in the small areas where you can get hit by the AoE.
So maybe now that rapid fire cannon has been bought by Kramer, he can finally pick up that QSS, stay a little bit safer.
I really hope he does, because no sign, obviously, of a Mikhails on Mad Life. Unusual to build on a Trundle this early into the game.
Yep. Needs money for that Titanic.
At least he has an Aegis. Vicky has been cleaning up quite a few of these fights. So 4 items already on the Lysandra. Major advantage, full item advantage.
Okay, Afreeca kind of trying to sneak one here, starting the Baron. Turning off Fit right away, though.
Only 1 tower down from CJ. If they can even get the outer ring down, they're going to be right back in contention for this one.
That's right, they're going in now. Baron being taken yet again. Ixu taking some damage. Mickey coming over the wall. He's going to try to... okay, W onto Mad Life. Meanwhile, Haru coming from behind. He's kind of separated from the rest of his team. He will go down. That's going to be a problem for CJ. Mickey has to self-ult. Kramer coming in. Lyra a little bit low. There's a kill, though. That's 2 down on the CJ side, and Afreeca looking like they're ready to take this team fight in style. There goes Mad Life. Yeah, there goes Sky, and that's going to be a pretty clean ace. Very clean ace for Afreeca Freecs.
And notice what Afreeca did differently that time. Ixu did not just rush into the back line to try and help out and get shredded by the Trundle ultimate. Instead, Mickey, who had the Zodia's Hourglass in his ult, just ran interference while they carved up the front line of CJ ENTUS instead. And then and only then, after the subjugate had been used, did the Hecarim start to mow down everybody in that back line instead. So I like the way that they adapted to that team fight. Afreeca certainly making a change in the way they engaged after some hair-raising fights previously.
Yeah, now suddenly jumping from about a 6,000 gold lead to a 12,000 gold lead. Let's watch that fight again.
Yeah, and I think one of the big differences here is that Mad Life, who's he actually going to ult? He has to ult Lyra. That's what they wanted to happen. Lyra dying here doesn't make that big of a difference. He's not the super fed one. Now Ixu will go in. So that's the change that Afreeca needed to make, was to force Trundle not to ult the Hecarim. And that really worked out.
Definitely did. Dragon up in 5. And it's going to be 1 more Infernal Drake before the Elder Dragon comes out, and we'll see if Afreeca can take it. Looks pretty likely. Yeah, looks like a certainty.
Well, it's Ballista, so yep. There you go. Even though he rented early, Songyun, tut.
Fired.
Well, he got fired up by the Infernal Drake, though, we'll say that.
2 of them. Oh, you. All right, well, Freecs massively ahead now. Looking to close this one out. And CJ's going to have a very hard time stopping them. Still no QSS from Kramer. An interesting choice.
Intriguing, yeah. I do disagree with this. I think it's so dangerous. And you already have Mad Life. Going into armor penetration right now, it's not the damage. Mad Life can make your target squishy for you.
Very true. Mad Life does have his Locket of the Iron Solari now, though. So going to give CJ a little bit more survivability at least. Oh, they get the flash from Mickey there. Not prepared for that pillar to come down.
Yeah, they still can't stop the slow push, though. Afreeca.
Yep.
Great job of snowballing this into a win and utilizing the Baron buff. Hecarim's coming over to help out.
Yeah, and with a 14,000 gold lead right now, it's looking very unlikely that CJ's going to be able to muster any sort of defense. And Afreeca Freecs seem to have kind of broken out of that funk they were in for game 1 at least.
Well, it's a good thing they did too, because with this composition, if they had played anywhere near similarly, they would have been absolutely smashed.
Yeah.
This is something that if you aren't the bold one, if you aren't making the moves and getting the engages, then there's no hope for you. Your defense very weak with this composition, unable to stop the sieges.
Very true. Pixie with that GA now is just not going to be stopped. There goes inhibitor number 2. And the Afreeca Freecs ready to try to push this one to victory. Final inhibitor taken out. And they will back away for the moment and get set up for that final push.
No need to play this one too hasty. This is a game that is important to them. Well, it looks like they're just going to come back with Rek'Sai and teleport.
All right,
they got a lot of gold in their pockets right now.
That's right, Lyra trying to harass Mad Life. Mad Life going in, trying to find that ult. On the Ixu, not really getting close enough, though. Big explosive cast pushes the members of the Afreeca Freecs back, but not far enough back. Songyun picks up the first kill. Sky gets ulted by Untara to try to keep them alive, but it's not going to keep their base alive. There goes Mickey. Mickey getting very low zonias at the last minute. There goes the second Nexus turret, and CJ just unable to defend. And we are going to game 3. Afreeca Freecs coming alive here in game number 2.
Looking so much better, Doa, in that game. Actually playing aggressively, playing very well around the objectives, looking like they had a clear idea in mind of what they wanted to do. They come back with a Hecarim, who has another good game, and he died a couple of times, overextending, maybe hasn't played against that much Trundle support, underestimated it, but he adapted his team fighting play super well towards the late stages of that game.
Yeah. Of course, Victor doing a lot of damage, but in the end, doesn't really make a big difference.
Lysandra too. I mean, Mickey did really well his positioning on Lysandra. He ended that game 4-0 and 10.
Yeah.
He's hanging on by a thread every single time. It's really nicely played.
And it was close, too. You know, it was a little bit close for a while there. CJ looked like they had a chance. Afreeca didn't really turn it on maybe quite as fast as they could have, but in the end, they did what their comp needed them to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was well played. CJ just couldn't actually get any kind of advantage rolling out of the Lucian lane.
Yep.
And we'll see where these guys are going to go for game number 3. If maybe we're going to see Shy back. I don't know.
Yeah.
Untara was fine. I mean, it wasn't necessarily his fault while they lost. I think Sky dying a few too many times at the early stages of that game was pretty painful. But
did hurt a little bit, but either way, one more game to decide who wins and who loses in this best of 3. And again, Afreeca could really use this win to kind of keep their playoff hopes alive. But, you know, even if they do, again, make the playoffs, the fact that they've been so up and so down this season, you kind of expect a similar result to spring where they may make it, but probably not going to make it much farther than into the playoffs.
Yeah, even though they have beaten teams in the regular season like SKT and KT, I think that once those teams get into the playoffs, they've shown more consistency and will probably come out on top. But you never know. we'll see. We'll see how Afreeca does. Of course, it was the Seongwon and Linderong in the first game. Looked a lot better with Iksu and Lyra.
Much better.
So I imagine they will be sticking with that lineup, at least for the time being.
Yep, that's right. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be another game between the Afreeca Freecs and CJ ENTUS in just a little bit. As soon as the Screencasters wrap things up.
Wow, it's really going.
Yeah, okay.
Going
Looks
on
like
tonight.
a good conversation. Yeah, a lot to talk about there.
Iksu back on the Hecarim, man.
That's right. Well,
exciting times.
See if the Hecarim gets banned next game. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more action on LCK Summer here. OGN, your place for piggyback.
All your piggyback needs.
That's right. Right here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now when I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now when I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, just like a moth onto a flame. Oh, you learn me in my burning sense the pain. Your bitter heart holds too tight. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under.
Let me show you something. Girls, you ready?
오, 예. 목숨이 바로 쏘죠. 빠졌고. 자, 목숨은 두 개.
그대로 멈춰라가 오히려
램프가 앞으로 가버린 게 독이 됐고요. 그리고 이대로 됐어요. 됐습니다. 됐어요. 네, 끝났네요. CJ. 야, 이게 또 참.
됐어. 정민이 잘, 백수 잘, 마린이 잘, 홍환이 잘.
중에 내가 있잖아. 힘들지 않았어. 난 전혀 힘들지 않았어. 제일 힘들고.
여기서 한번 폴드모스 바로 앞에였나? 그쵸, 여기 폴드모스 죽었지.
때려버리면서 바로 먹었어요. 자, 중력자, 뭐, 익수 수호천사 아직은 익수했어요. 터졌고요. 익수를 죽었어요. 익수 죽었습니다.
수호천사 안 돌아올 타이밍이었거든요.
네.
수호천사.
그냥 뚝딱 시작하기 전에 안경인데 안경 닦고 할라 했는데 안경이 빨라가지고 뭐라 그래
매 매치업이 모두 다 스토리가 있습니다.
무리하냐? 그리고 블레스까지 두 명.
터졌어요!
터뜨렸어요!
아름다운 배치기였습니다.
스토리의 반격!
역시 임방류.
빠졌습니다.
함께하는 저희의 첫 합방이잖아요.
합방이요?
뭐래? 저도 모르겠어요.
풍성한 주 6일째 온라인과 온에어로 즐기는 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
생방송에 묘미가 있네요 지금. 짜장면 최고 몇 개?
영광입니다.
굴비. 네.
매주 각각의 매력 있는 중계와 함께 즐기세요. 2016 코카콜라 제로 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
네, 지난주 속초 포켓몬 출몰 소식에 자칭 한지우를 표방하는 포켓몬 트레이너들이 집단으로 속초로 이동하며 속초가 새로운 게이머들의 성지로 떠올랐습니다. 자, 그렇다면 e스포츠의 성지 상암에서는 지난주 어떤 일들이 있었을까요? 자, 먼저 첫 번째 소식입니다. 2012년 스프링 때부터 2016년 서머까지 무려 5년 차를 맞이하고 있는 롤챔스에 드디어 1000킬을 달성한 선수가 최초로 등장했습니다. 그 전설의 주인공은 바로 CNN에 이어서 이 공중파 KBS까지 석권한 LOL계의 레전드. 이름은 이상혁, 직업은 페이커. 바로 페이커 선수가 지난 월요일 MVP와의 경기에서 비욘드 선수를 잡고 1000킬을 달성했습니다.
비욘드가 오히려 먼저 들어와서
비욘드 잡고 피지 않았습니다. 이때 제가 중계했어요, 이거. 근데 제가 그때 1000킬을 우리 셋 다 의식하지 못하고 있어가지고 되게 무미건조하게.
그래서 뭐 지나가긴 했지만 페이컷 1001킬.
맞습니다. 방금 전 교전을 통해서 1000킬을 넘어섰어요.
그렇죠. 예.
넥서스 딱 한 대만 더 치면 되는데 지난 MVP와 아프리카와의 경기 한타를 시원하게 이기고 넥서스로 돌진하며 시원한 승리를 꿈꾸었던 MVP. 하지만 꿈깨!
빨리 와줘. 내가 탱 대줄 테니까 빨리 와줘. 넥서스.
뭐야 이게 뭔 일이냐?
뭔 일이야? 진짜 간 떨려 죽는 줄 알았네. 들어갈 수가 없네.
속초에 포켓몬이 있다면 상암에는 티모가 있다. 아이고. 죄송합니다. 이거 어떻게 부러진 거 아니에요? 부러졌는데요? 뭐예요? 이거 어떻게 부러졌어요? 네, 자 드디어 오늘의 메인 뉴스입니다. 여러분 오래 기다리셨습니다. 핫, 둘, 셋, 넷, 예슬. 정찰단 나오겠습니다. 출동 준비 완료. 너무 귀엽다, 진짜. 네, 지난주 롤챔스를 뜨겁게 불타오르게 만들었던 일명 티모 사건. 이 사건은 CJ 크레이먼 선수의 픽 실수에서 시작됐는데요. 배픽 단계에서 4픽에 놓인 것은 정말 뜻밖의 챔피언 바로 티모였던 거죠. 예, 그냥 픽 실수로 끝났다면 이 해프닝으로 끝났겠지만 갑자기 심판이 재경기를 통보하면서 사건이 커집니다. 그 와중에 활용 정점으로 CJ가 빅토르를 뽑으면서 사건은 극을 향해 치닫는데요. 심판의 규정집인지 부족에 따라 벌어진 매끄럽지 못한 대회 진행. 이 사건과 함께 심판이 부스 안에 함께 들어가 있는 이유가 무엇인지 다시 한번 생각해 보시길 바라겠습니다. 예, 집관하러 오신 거 아니잖아요. 예, 심판의 본분 다 해주시고, 그리고 이 일이 터진 이후에 뭐 교육을 앞으로 더 강화하겠다 이런 또 얘기가 있긴 한데, 뭐 사실 이런 일 터질 때마다 그런 어떤 형식적인 이야기들은 계속 나오곤 있습니다. 예, 그러니까 뭐 제대로 하고 있는지 앞으로 두고 보겠습니다. 하지만 티모 사건은 이것으로 끝난 게 아닙니다. 그 다음날 KT와 진에어의 2세트. 전날 벌어진 티모 사건에 너무 심취한 나머지 플라이 선수가 티모를 픽하는 실수를 저지르면서 티모가 이틀 연속 출격하는 해프닝이 벌어졌습니다.
어떡하지? 서포팅 할까요 그냥? 진짜로? 야 용준아 이건 진짜 아니야.
왜? 아니 탐겠지 하는데.
탐 뛰고 해야 돼.
그러니까 탐 끼는 거예요. 한번 해야 돼.
아, 이 퀵 선택은 늘 신중하고 신속하게. 그리고 챔피언 검색에 있어 이 띄어쓰기 반드시 해주시길 바라겠습니다. 네가 문제야. 네가 치모 이 자식아. 솔랭에서도 문제고 대회에서도 문제고 네가 문제야. 정말 다사다난했던 지난주 롤챔스. 앞으로 명쾌한 진행으로 모두가 불쾌하지 않은 쾌적하고 공정한 롤챔스가 되길 바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 저 여기서 인사드리도록 하고요. 다음 주에 또 만나요.
We can sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Welcome back to LCK Summer. Ixu with the MVP on the Hecarim. He's quite good on that Hecarim, you know.
He is. That's what I have learned from watching him play.
Quite the talented Hecarim.
He's a horse lord, truly. Mickey, too, had a very good game. Really controlled the choke points well. Kept his back line very safe through some nice self-bolts in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah. There he comes in like the Riders of Rohan. Coming to the aid of the men of Gondor at Minas Tirith.
Is that what they did?
A horse lord indeed. Survivor of the Battle of Helm's Deep, which didn't really include horses until the very end, but you get the idea.
Well, did his job, adjusted his tactics, made himself not the target of Mad Life's ultimate in a lot of these fights in the game, so I really like the way they mixed up the team fighting. See him staying back that time until Lyra is the one who becomes subjugated by the mighty Trundle.
Yeah.
And at that point, Ixu has absolute free reign.
Will he be defeated in a fight? Nay. Nay, I say.
Free reign, also a horse metaphor there.
There you go.
So
yeah.
we really just nailed that.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Well, we're
it's gonna be banned. Whatever.
All right. So we are going to go into our last game of the night. Spoiler: Shy's back. So OMG. What a surprise. I don't think Utora necessarily did that badly in the previous game, but Shy I think was a little bit more reliable in game number one. We'll see.
Yep.
Perhaps they have strategy here if they want to go ahead and try and take the Gnar away like they did in game number one on the red side, the first round of the draft.
Sure.
Although I do think that Afreeca is probably going to adapt, and I think we're going to see the Talia TF Gnar bans once again.
Well, at this point, I mean, CJ can kind of play whoever they want, wherever they want. They're not going to make playoffs, so have fun.
They could technically make playoffs.
Could they?
It would be really hard, but
I guess technically
they could end the season. In fact, 8-10, and depending on how everything else shook out in the league, it's obviously really unlikely. But
yeah, mathematically next to impossible.
Yeah.
Like, there's a better chance of like a meteor hitting the studio than CJ making it to playoffs. About the same odds.
Okay, there you go. I'll just go with that. You are the numbers master after all.
I am.
That's what we call you, the Rain Man on the side.
I'm definitely an excellent driver. That's for sure.
All right. Well, it looks like we're going to get into this game pretty soon. Everybody's actually in the lobby this time.
Yeah, and we're right into picks and bans already.
We will pray to the piggyback gods that we don't have a pause. Oh, piggyback gods,
carry us into the next pick and ban phase.
Please, without delay, can you expediently give us a game of League of Legends?
Without pause. May our socks be ever colorful and entertaining to the fans.
Please spare us from Twitch chat hangman.
That's right. Ah, he has listened.
All right,
We are in Picks and Bans. Talia, the first ban by Afreeca.
I think it's Talia, TF, and Nar again. Just go ahead, remove those. And with the rising priority on Hecarim, do we even see a first pick Hecarim here? That is an intriguing question.
I think it's a certainly a possibility.
I really think it is a possibility. As long as they ban that Nar one more time and take away that major counter pick. It's ban TF, Afreeca. Everybody knows that's what you're going to do.
You know, Shy, no stranger to the Hecarim pick either, so if Afreeca doesn't first pick it, CJ could certainly take it away.
Yeah, as long as the Nar is banned. Blind
Yeah.
picking it otherwise is a fool's errand. So 3 jungle bans in game number 1 for CJ. Are they going to go
There
there?
it
There
is.
they go. Okay, yeah. They knew it was going to be first picked. But this also means that the Nar, not so much of a necessary ban any longer. And I think you do just chip away at Ixu's champion pool because he can't get Hecarim. Apparently he does things like play Poppy. What they should do is ban GP and first pick Shen.
Yeah, definitely a possibility.
You just want something reliable for, okay, we can ban the Nar again.
Right. First pick Trundle, maybe?
We could go back to the first pick Trundle, though. It would be a different player, Ixu playing instead of Linderong.
They did first pick it in game number 1, but like you said, yeah, it was a different top laner at the time.
Now, I think CJ will, yeah, Lysandra. That's a good ban against Mickey. You don't have to really deal with that like when you play against any other team except for the Afreeca Freecs.
He was a great Lysandra, that's for sure.
Yeah, so the tough thing is it Shen or Gragas that you go for if you're Afreeca? I think Lyra has put such a premium on the Rek'Sai this season that you just trust his Rek'Sai abilities and say, screw it, let's take the Shen first to make sure that Ixu at least is on something comfortable.
I agree. Oh, they could...
That is not what I would do when both Sivir and Ashe are up.
All right. Taking the Ashe.
Yeah, was banned by CJ in the last game, but taken by CJ in game number 1. So obviously a premium on that pick in the series, but on the whole, I think you're going to be pretty happy with the Shen pick up there.
Yeah, probably. Thinking about it, and they're going to go with the Ashe.
So give away both Shen and Gragas. Problem is that if Shen is picked, neither Shy nor Ixu, notable GP players.
Well, I mean, Shy played a lot of Jax back in the day. An early Anivia would be a theoretical counterpick to Mickey picking Vladimir.
Yeah,
maybe just showing that, saying, all right, we're ready for the Anivia in case you go for it.
That is, I think that's exactly what they're showing, though. Mickey playing so much Vladimir this season, and I fully expect Afreeca to try and take that pick. They won't be too worried about grabbing it. The other reason why you may not want to pick the Ashe so early is that why take the Ashe when you can take Vlad Sivir later on and really force your way into the back line with the On the Hunt?
Well, Lyra may be going with the Graves. It was a powerful pick for Haru in game number 1.
I don't know if you do this. I think you go for the Rek'Sai. Graves would be very good in a pick composition with an Ashe arrow. We've seen that Thunderlord Graves from Winged and now Haru absolutely melt people 100-0.
Still, I mean, like you said, Lyra's got so much experience on the Rek'Sai. He's performed so well on the Rek'Sai. I feel like you still go for it. But they may disagree. Mickey, of course, going to go with the Vladimir. I don't think he's too intimidated by the possibility of the Anivia, and there's possibly the Shen pickup.
All right, if it's going to be Shen Vladimir, they should round out the Ashe with an Alistar support, so they have something for the Shen to go in on more reliably. The Shen is, in fact, in the end, going to fall into Ixu's hand, lasting in the draft a bit longer than we might have thought possible. Kramer may be returning to his bread and butter of Ezreal. Let's scale into the late game. Now, Sky did play a lot of Lulu in spring, but we have not seen Lulu go too well. Ooh, GP for Shy.
Yeah, it's a possibility. GP Ezreal, okay. Can kind of, follow the Shen, quote-unquote, with that GP ultimate, of course, but for Shy, it's a tall order for this guy, I think.
Wow, okay. That is certainly not a champion that we would have expected Shy to be playing this evening.
Yeah.
Comes a little bit out of left field. I'm checking to see if he's actually ever played a competitive game on Gangplank. He has. He has 0-1 all time.
Wow.
Only a single instance of him using the GP in professional play. Flower thinking about that Tarek, but again, Shen targets, not a whole lot of them. Not very many ways to engage, and they don't have a speed boost either for the Vladimir. It really limits their options. They're going to be great at kiting with this composition. At least they have the Ash Arrow, just no really good target for the Shen.
Well,
maybe Proto Belt Tarek.
Whoa.
Lee Sin. That'll do it.
All right, well, that's one way to get the Shen in the back lines, that's for sure. Lee Sin, Tarek will be the final pickups.
Winged and Lyra, the two players who will occasionally go back and pick up the Lee Sin in the odd game here or there.
I feel like we haven't seen it be too successful lately, but...
Well, especially against Gragas, because when you Q him, the second part of the Q can be interrupted by body slams, so it's hard to duel him in the jungle if you're a Lee Sin. We've actually seen Lee Sin Gragas as the matchup both times, but the ability to get that Shen into the backline is valuable for the Afreeca Freecs, for sure.
So one final pick for CJ, looking for a mid laner here. Victor's still available?
Yeah, I think you just take Victor.
Seems like the safe way to go. Nivea, I mean, they showed it before. They tried to...
There's something to be said for a Karma pick here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. Ooh, wow, the Malzahar, though. Could be interesting.
We've seen this played by Fly into the Vladimir matchup successfully, and they're going to go for it. Have that pushing pressure against the Vladimir earlier. And the best part about this matchup is that you can prevent him from pooling by ulting him in a gank, so he actually can't escape from you.
That's right. Can be suppressed.
Lots of follow-up CC from the Gragas too, so Mickey to be careful here against the Malzahar and will be struggling in the early parts of the game.
That's right.
And Afreeca, question for them is, can they lane swap? Because they'd love to be able to get a ticket out of the laning phase, not really wanting the Shen and GP matchup, which we've seen go heavily in favor of Gangplank. Afreeca here going with the Tarek. They're going to be really difficult to kill. Obviously, shields from Stand United, Tarek ultimate, the sustain from the Vladimir, any kind of team fight is just it's going to take a while for CJ to really grind through the front line and all of the protection that they have.
Yeah, I feel like if you take what Afreeca has right now and you add in, the aggression that they started to show again last game, it's looking pretty good for them,
Yeah, the difference is that at least CJ has more tools to turtle up this time. Hard to hit an Ash Arrow onto an Ezreal Braum combination. What are you going to do?
That is
trying to make a pick in that fashion in the early game. So scaling with Ezreal and Gangplank certainly going to be scary.
Well, either way, we'll see who manages to take this one. CJ trying to get a win. I suppose mathematically it is possible for them to make the playoffs right now. They just want to feel a little bit better. And Afreeca wants to try to make sure they make it to the playoffs. Let's see who takes this best of three. Time to get in the game and find out. All right, well, it's another pause.
You thought you were going to be watching League of Legends.
Nope.
But instead, you get to look at our handsome faces instead, which
right.
is better than League of Legends in many ways.
Whenever I am wearing this vest and I see the collar kind of goes over the edge of it, I kind of feel like it's similar to the look that Lando Calrissian had in Return of the Jedi. Only he was wearing like a bolo tie at the time, and this is like a regular. That's the only time I pay attention to ties. By
Is
the
it
way.
Star Wars?
That's right. There you go. You got
Why
it.
don't you start, adapting your wardrobe towards Star Wars costume fashion? I would really enjoy that if you do that. Can you wear like a big Jedi cloak?
Yeah.
For formal occasions?
I could.
Great. Okay, let's start doing that. On cast, preferably. Everybody else is in a suit, and you're wearing a robe.
This is OGN, man. I mean, they let us wear some crazy stuff sometimes. So yeah, I think if we can get away with the rainbow suits, maybe I can get away with the Jedi robes. You know, it'd be kind of hot in summer though in Seoul. I don't know. I don't think I want to do that.
It's okay in winter though. Jedi robes.
Yeah, actually,
Great.
that sounds really nice.
Awesome.
This is very comfy. It's like one of those snuggies, or you know what do they call them? Where it's like the like blankets with arms.
I don't know.
I guess it's a robe. It's a blanket with arms, really. But
yeah, it's a
but
robe.
there's
Duh.
yeah, but there's like some special stupid like infomercial thing where it's like clearly a robe, but it's like a little bit different than a robe. It's like a sleeping bag with arms. So you unzip the bottom and stick your feet out and walk around.
Wow, that sounds terrible.
I don't know.
Why would you spend money on that?
I don't know, man. I saw it on TV in America. There you go.
Who even watches TV anymore, duh?
It was a long time ago.
I know.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Where they wore Jedi robes. And I would appreciate more bolo ties, too.
Sure.
I mean,
Well, I know you
Lando
would.
Calrissian has a pretty badass cape, too. Just
That is true. That's a different look, though.
Billy D. Williams rocks that cape.
Lando was a very well-dressed character in Star Wars. It's true. Han Solo was, too, though, for the most part, you know?
If you guys want to laugh, you should go watch some of the Colt 45 commercials with Billy D. Williams from the 1980s.
I don't know if I've seen those.
Oh, my God. They're so good.
I guess I haven't seen those, no.
Yeah, it's.
Does he reprise his role as Lando Calrissian?
No,
Oh.
I'll show them to you later. But
All right,
you
all right,
guys
we'll
would
check it
probably
out.
enjoy that more than this pause. Is Billy D. Williams Colt 45, where he tries to sell you premium malt liquor.
Hey, well, you know, a man's got to eat, right? And sometimes a man's got to hawk malt liquor to the masses.
I would take a Colt 45 sponsorship, Noah.
Nothing wrong with it.
I would hope that they would.
You got to eat too.
I hope they would let me reprise those commercials. If I could play Billy D. Williams' role, it would be incredible in these commercials.
Same clothes?
Yeah, everything the same, just with me.
You know, you were wearing this tie once at an event. That was kind of like a little. It was like at Worlds last year, where there's like this little X kind of thing. What was that?
Cross-continental tie.
Cross-continental tie.
Yeah, it's continental tie.
It sounds like a breakfast I had at a hotel somewhere. But that's a tie, huh?
Yep, it is.
It's all right. All right. The more you know.
All right, we're in game now. It's okay.
All right, that's right. There you go. We're so educational. It's time to move into game now. Perhaps.
About 1980s Colt 45 advertisement.
Hey, you know, they don't teach you that kind of thing in school. That's the type of thing you can only learn on LCK Summer here on OGN.
That is actually a very true statement.
You are not going to find this information anywhere else.
About Billy D. Williams sponsorships.
Yep. What tie he wore.
He's a smooth guy. I love Billy D. Williams.
Yep. That's right. Hangs out with the Solution first mates. That was like the fish dude who was the co-pilot when they were attacking the Death Star in the third one. Name of Nien Nub.
He had a lot of
course.
He had a lot of face mucus.
No, it wasn't really. I don't know. He
didn't have
face
like
mucus.
goo on him.
No. I think your Jabba had the goo.
Does Jabba even have goo? Jabba looked pretty dry.
Jabba had a lot of goo. No. Jeez, man. Go back and watch Jedi again. There was a lot of goo.
Was that added later? Was that the addition of the...
George looks like, I really always pictured Jabba with a lot of goo, so it's nice.
More goo, please.
We can go back and put that in with the magic of computers now. And he's going to sing a song and dance, too.
His mouth was gooey, I'll give him that. But
Yeah,
the rest of him looked kind of dry.
It's like a snake. You'd think it's slimy, but it's really very dry.
Yeah.
No, he was not. He was gooey. About the mouth.
Yes, his tongue was definitely gooey.
Perhaps other orifices faded off screen. Thank you. Well, here we are. And of course, that Vlad going to be pushed pretty hard in lane by the Malzahar.
You bring up a good point, though. Why don't we know more about hut mating rituals?
I don't know, man. That's a great question. There hasn't been any documentation of that I'm aware of. There's some parts of the expanded universe that people just don't want to expand. Snowflower, look at the dazzle, but now he is in big trouble. He's going to have to flash here, maybe. Yep, there it is. Summoner used.
Maybe dazzling too aggressively, but that's okay. He's probably not going to need that flash.
Over dazzle.
Sometimes you get so excited to dazzle that he turns into a problem, man.
That's true. It's True, you never know. It's easy. Friends don't let friends dazzle too hard.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes when I try and pick up girls in a bar.
Oh, really?
I overdazzle.
You
yeah.
dazzle them too hard. I thought I thought you were gonna say that's what happens when you put too many sticker gems on your dolls. Just bedazzle them a little bit too much.
Yeah, that happens too. Sometimes at the same time, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the real problem.
You really shouldn't do that to cats.
Well, pretty standard lane swap we got going down here, Doa.
Yeah, that's true.
And that should be nice for CJ ENTUS. Get their scaling side lanes in a good unharassed place in the early game.
Nikki though, getting some nice aggression on this turret. Here comes Gragas over the wall, going for the blue buff, but Lyra's right there, gets spotted by the ward. They spot each other, and here comes Madlife to help out.
Yeah, this is really dangerous for Lyra trying to play
on
the weak side.
Oh, all right.
Tempest, cripple.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa. Lee Sin, what moves? So cripple. Very wow. And turrets are traded. Oh, Nikki getting low.
Is he though? He's got transfusion.
Yeah, it's true. But remember, we've seen, Haru has to flash out of that one apparently?
Yeah, he was going to get pitched in by the Lee Sin and the Ashe on the other side of the wall. So it's better just to use that early again. We're probably not going to see with the lane swap reversing and the duo lanes heading back to take out the tier 1 turret. The odds that you're going to need that flash are small, so it's better just to make sure that you do not end up the target of that first blood. Lyra here, not going to find anything. Hawkshot will discover Haru.
Yeah, Krug is being led astray. They will trade them. The Krugs have been traded. Meanwhile, Saki just pushing up the lane, and of course, going for the next turrets. And I don't know, you think we're in for something similar to what we saw in game number 1?
What, Afreeca doing nothing? I mean, I really hope not.
I mean, these very long lanes, you know?
Well, I don't know if we're going to get quite that same amount of pressure all the way down where we take out the tier 2s yet again. I don't think that's going to be the main focus here for Afreeca, but you never know. Ocean Drake up first here. Not the biggest priority. Afreeca can, of course, make the decision to try and trade the Drake for a tier 2 turret, but they're already coming back, as you can see. As the recall from Ashe already starting the channeling, so looks like we will not see that this game, Doa.
All right. A little bit more action.
Well,
perhaps.
Theoretically, the Ashe should, with actual combat statistics, might be able to start really bullying this Ezreal out of the lane so they can push up and take the first Drake of the game for themselves. Lyra's got to start doing things right now on this Lee Sin. He is going for the Tiamat first, and we've seen this with Lee Sin builds. Obviously, just the AoE helping his clear out pretty substantially.
Those little demons make weird noises.
You don't like his voidlings?
No, voidlings, I guess. Yeah, that's what they are. Voidlings around right now. You know, it'd be cool if they like exploded, you know, did damage to things around.
Oh god, no.
Yeah.
No. That would be incredibly broken in lane.
What if it was like when you ult, you get to choose extra trait for the voidlings?
Is that what you want? More Malzahar? You just want more Malzahar?
Maybe. Haven't decided yet. Ixu waiting patiently for the wave. And here it comes.
How exciting. There is Ixu with his glorious minion wave.
Blunty at the ready. His magic sword, otherwise known as Blunty. It's magic, but it's not very sharp.
It's definitely it's made out of light, so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Light can cut things if it's a laser.
That is true. Doesn't make it sharp.
It's true. Similar result. Blue buff being handed over to Sky, of course.
Sky hasn't been able to do much in this lane so far against the Malzahar. Not the same kind of presence that we've seen from a player like Fly in the matchup. He certainly has been pushed back more often than not.
Whoa, hi Ashero. Oh, and Mickey gets caught anyway, gets suppressed, going in with the pool, gets it with the Q right at the very end. Meanwhile, Lyra comes in for a bit of a shield, exhaust go down. On the Sky and Lyra, whoa, Lyra going deep, gets the kick, and that's a nice first blood going over to the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, Lyra
What a play for
sometimes
Lyra.
has these really good Lee Sin games. We've seen him go very aggressive Lee Sin builds in the past. Warrior Enchant, heavy damage. And
wow.
That's the kind of play. If you can't play Lee Sin like that, the reason why he's not meta is because you have to make the plays. He has to have an effect in the early game. Otherwise, he's just going to be terrible late compared to the Gragas. Lyra really showing up right there and helping pick up the kill. So
yeah,
first blood goes over to Songyun, who is waiting for the Malzahar delivery.
I want to see another replay of that, or a one replay of that even.
Just a replay.
Yeah.
Should be sufficient for us.
Just a replay. One replay, sir. Please. One replay. All right.
We never get them when we want them, Doa.
I know. Hard to get him in the piggyback, I guess.
No, it's exactly as difficult as normal broadcasting.
So hard.
I guess.
Seems that way sometimes. I don't know why you wouldn't want to see a replay of that. That was an awesome play. It's a great move.
Haru coming in on the invade right there, taking away the blue buff, but not like it really matters to a Lee Sin. And
flash body slam onto Lyra. There's the explosive cast knocked right into the stun passive from the
Shen.
Braum. Shen did come in, but it was enough. Actually, Kramer goes down. That's a double kill now for Ixu. What is going on? The duel, Ninja versus, well, whatever Gragas is. Shy drops the ultimate.
He
Ixu
got
have to
there
back away.
in just the nick of time.
I
Now they're going to
guess.
try and make a play onto Shy too. He's all alone.
Yeah.
To dodge the dazzle, but he has no mana.
He does avoid the dazzle, but he won't avoid death.
That looked like
the kill.
That looked like a suicide attempt right there when he came in and hacked the barrel, making it explode.
Maybe.
But unfortunately, doesn't actually do damage to him. So comes in and instead Songyun.
I'm going to take you with me.
And Snowflower pick up another kill. Well, that was a really good. I really want to replay of that fight actually, Doa, because Ixu came in when Lyra basically had no health left.
Yeah.
And what happened was he put down the dodge field and saved Lyra for just long enough that he was going to pick up a double kill in the engagement. So impressive turnaround there that was just so close to not even happening. Stand United just very, very barely completed the channel.
In the end, Afreeca able to claim the first dragon. This is now their 6th dragon in a row. This series, they have controlled the dragons at this point, 9-1 in this series. Impressive.
It's been pretty dominant.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. It's actually 7-3. Still very dominant.
There we go. A few more for CJ in game number 1, but hasn't looked too good for them since. And right now, behind 2,000 gold at 11 minutes, things peachy for the Afreeca Freecs.
Songyun just going to keep pushing up this top lane for the moment.
Gonna go ahead and check the Rift Herald there with the Hawk shot. Some good wards there in case CJ wants to go deep again. One thing that CJ has been doing well this entire series has been making sure they have deep vision in the enemy jungle.
That's true.
The warding has been on point. They just haven't been able to do much with the information that they receive. Right, Haru wants to make a play. He doesn't really know where the Lee Sin is because Lee Sin was now actually walking past any of the wards at the entrances to the jungle.
Yeah, they see him now.
Well, they know there's a pink ward there, so Lee Sin's going to clear it.
CJ at least aware of where that jungler is.
Ixu, though, on the roam. They've got the opportunity now to take that Rift Herald. They've shoved all the minion waves past the river point. This is going to be the next game plan here for Afreeca. They don't have the greatest siege with this composition, not at all. Low mobility, low range, lots of melee champions, and they have the Ashe and the Vladimir. They will have a hard time actually cracking the base. with this composition.
They're going to give the buff over to Lyra. Do you feel like with the split push that Shen is supposed to be kind of performing, he may have done a little bit better with that?
It helps his full damage least in solo people. That's the nice thing about it.
Lyra takes away the blue buff. Pyro coming into the body slam, gets hit with the Ash Arrow though.
Bye.
Gets away anyway.
Yeah, just ejected. They got what they came for, which was the blue buff, and they don't want to be fighting in the cannon barrage, so instead of just getting split up by the cannon barrage and the Gragas cast, which was still available for Haru to use, just push him out of the fight instead.
I suppose a little bit of anti-synergy there between the GP ultimate and the Gragas ultimate.
Yeah, you can also force people into the GP ultimate with the explosive cast. Just depends on the placement and how it's used.
True. Oh, forcing the arcane shift, looking for the dazzle.
That's the reason why we saw Kramer pick the Ezreal. Was a bit wary of what could be coming in here from Afreeca, and decided that the mobility against the Ashe and the Vladimir and the Lee Sin probably a safe pickup here for him, as well as we know a very comfortable pick for Kramer.
A safe pick like that, never a bad thing. Still, Kramer pretty far behind in CS at the moment.
Yeah, he has been struggling. Lane swap has not been kind to him. He hasn't been able to find anywhere near as much CS, but it's gone to Shy instead. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep Ixu down because Ixu did get that double kill on the invade into the jungle.
Yeah, if they had been able to avoid that, gotten Shy a killer, we would be in a little bit different situation here.
Oh boy, Tiamat Warrior enchant into what is probably Merc Treads for Lyra. I suppose outside shot it's a Hexbringer.
That's a very aggressive Lee Sin.
Well, this is Lyra will do this from time to time.
Yep.
And he's been successful with it in the past.
Cool to see. Oh, Haru looking for that body slam. Did not want to burn the flash on that one. A little bit too risky. So Shy will start to push down the bot lane a little bit. Nobody up in top. All the action here in mid. CJ waiting. I think he could flash in and emo plague if he's feeling very aggressive.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite that bold to do it under the turret yet. Somebody has to go deal with the massive wave in the top lane. CJ just, they're holding on, Noah.
Yep.
They're 1,500 gold behind.
Could be worse.
They're looking like they might be able to start at least trying to poke out around this Drake, and, well, not anymore.
Shy drops the Gangplank ultimate just to keep the mid lane turret alive for the moment.
They decide that that's going to be the play, but now they don't have Cannon Barrage for the actual Drake spawn, and that's a commitment right there to not really fighting Drake unless they find somebody and really catch them out early.
I didn't catch what the next one's going to be. Maybe it's not something they're as concerned about. Another Ocean Drake, maybe a Cloud Drake. We'll see. We'll find out in 20 seconds.
I wait with bated breath, Doa.
Do you?
Yep. I'm just not going to breathe right now.
That expression, though.
What about it?
Kind of makes you sound like you laced your breath with some sort of bait to lure something in.
Yeah, it's not the right way to spell that, but fine.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds that way.
It actually comes from abated breath.
I realize that, but I'm just saying. The way people
I do find
it
it hilarious when people misspell that, though, like fish bait.
B-A-I-T-E-D.
I'm like,
yeah.
You don't mean that.
Bated breath. I'm like, oh, I think there's medication for that. It's another Ocean Drake, and it's going to go over to the Afreeca Freecs.
Good for fishermen, you know. You just sit in a boat, fish hop right in your mouth.
Yeah,
if you
just,
like sushi, it's awesome, let me tell you.
That is true. Well, you're kind of tasting sushi all the time. Then Ash Arrow onto Haru. He's going to flash to try to get away. Does not get dazzled. Mickey manages to take a decent amount of damage as he goes deep.
There are many kinds of bait, though. It could be night crawlers. You could just have night crawler flavor. worm flavor.
Gross. Gross, man. Could be smaller fish. Anchovies, you know? Dazzle, 2 flashes used by Songyun and Snowflower, just not wanting to engage CJ at all.
Well, they were outnumbered and sort of face-checking a brush in the mid lane. Songyun here right now. No Hurricane for him, though. Got the volley, still not going to do much damage. CJ somehow pushing into this mid lane right now. Lyra decides Shy is the target.
Yeah, Shen is coming down with Sand United. Shy immediately drops the GPL, trying to get away, dodging. He's a pretty crafty pirate, and he's actually going to survive this. That was some nice moves by Shy.
Lyra ate so much damage from the cannon barrage in the minion wave.
Shy kind of gave him the runaround there.
He's really squishy, and the taunt missed on the flash, too. They knew they couldn't pursue that any further against Shy, and this is all falling apart now for Afreeca.
Dazzle onto Haru. Doesn't end up making a big difference. Nikki coming in. There's the explosive cast for the disengage. Ixu goes for the taunt, doesn't land it though on that Gragas.
Just a little bit short again. This is bad. I mean, CJ is starting to ramp up right now. Shy has had a lot of time to farm. Already done with the Trinity Force and building into that armor pen now. Here we go.
Oh, they're going to go in. Taunt onto Mad Life. He's going to get caught out completely. Easy kill for the Afreeca Freecs there. They're going to get the mid lane turret along with that. So
that's the play they needed. They need more money right now. They need more pressure. So they battle back, finally are able to use a Terra Gold to try and dive one of these turrets. It is successful. Get a kill, get another tower. Unfortunately for Afreeca, the next Drake is a Cloud Drake, so they haven't had the best dragon luck in this game to really help out their late game. CJ, though, that's some pretty nice luck for them. Not losing out to a couple of Infernals early does mean that their scaling is going to be a lot more meaningful in 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, so CJ kind of in another position where they need to kind of back off and wait for the late game and hope they survive long enough to make it work.
Not too far down now, but they can't really lose much more. Lyra actually was going for the Hex Drinker with the Null Magic Mantle. Finally starting to build a little bit tankier right now with the Giant's Belt.
Well, it's not as big of a gold lead as Afreeca had in game number 2.
Yeah, should be Randuin's next, one would suppose.
Yep. One would.
CJ hanging in there for the time being. It's not at the worst point for them yet, and Afreeca continues to have to play around Tarek's ult. The really good Tarek players that we've seen in Korea have been very reliable about diving turrets, making those aggressive plays with the Tarek. We think about guys like, of course, seen some good games from Key on the Tarek, seen some great games from Machani too.
That's right. Zoning good, the anticipation good. Especially in Hachani, he has been a great Tarek.
Yeah. Racked up quite a number of MVP points.
Oh yeah.
This Tarek play. Also going for the Proto Belt Tarek, which is incredibly fun to watch.
Just more engage. He's engaging Tarek. Shy trying to disengage from this fight, but he's in big, big trouble. Gets emo play, gets taken out, and there's the kill for the Afreeca Freecs.
Mickey just zipping in with that ghost, making sure that Shy can't go anywhere. And Shy has been left out to dry a lot of this game. He's been farming, yes, and been successful, but every time we see Afreeca just try and make a play on him, no one from his team anywhere close to him. So
yeah,
communication might not exactly be there. Afreeca doing a much better job of warding up in this game. They've managed to push that pink line straight through to the river, and they have so much freedom to rotate through the enemy jungle as a result of the number of pink wards and the amount of vision that they have denied on this map.
Very true. Ixu pushing ahead to that tier 2 now. Starting to do a little bit of damage to it. He's got a ways to go yet. Big story here is that the other another dragon is coming up, and I suppose it is. I believe. Do we see
Cloud?
The Cloud Drake? Right. Yeah. So not as big of a point of contention. Maybe a little bit of Baron leverage, perhaps.
Yes, the good old Baron leverage. Well, at least it'll be useful for some extra stacks for a possible Elder Dragon take, should the game last that long. Provides value in that way, I suppose.
Yep.
So a good situation here for Afreeca. They're looking to make a pick right now. Mickey lurking there with the proto belt.
Just keep pushing the mid lane for the moment. Nobody from CJ coming close enough to be dove over the river.
Can we start calling the Tarek Vladimir combo Twilight?
Yeah, I suppose.
The dazzling vampire.
Yeah. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Afreeca going for this Cloud Drake. I feel like if we had the Warwick Vladimir combo, that would be the Twilight one. Haru wants to steal, does not find it. Afreeca turning around on the Mad Life here. Shine Ultimate. Stand United coming in. Mad Life has to flash away, putting up that shield. It's down now. Throws the Braum Ultimate back through the choke. Explosive cast doing work as well. Here comes Lyra. The Tarek ultimate popped, going to give Afreeca a little bit of invulnerability. They get the dazzle onto Shy. Kills coming in for CJ now, and Afreeca on the run. That's a double for Shy.
That was so late. I mean, they just left the Ashe out to dry, and Shy, all he did was walk up and parlay Songyun.
Yep.
Mickey was just very close to dying right as that fight started off, but couldn't actually get anything done because he had to just pull right out of the Nether Grasp, and CJ may just take a Baron off of this.
Yeah, suddenly CJ winning a big team fight after that Drake, and they will turn this into a Baron unless Ixu can steal it.
Really
Lyra.
greedy by the Afreeca Freecs.
I don't
they
think that
piled into a choke point through the cannon barrage, even though they had already completed their objective of taking the Drake.
Well, Lyra still does damage, so that's something to be aware of if you're Kramer. Okay, now your AD carry doesn't have the Baron buff. That's a little bit sad, but...
It's not that bad.
It's a little bit sad.
AD carry is always going to be with other people who have the Baron buff, so at least you're still going to get the pressure from the minion wave.
I might shed a single tear.
A single tear for...
Only a little bit sad.
For Ezreal not getting a Baron. So let's take a look at that again. I mean, so Snowflower comes in, they catch on to Mad Life, and as soon as he flashes Stand United, you don't walk through. Everybody just getting into the cannon barrage right now. Mickey taking it down very low. Snowflower with a pretty late ultimate also, and ultimate doesn't actually stop any damage because Shy just destroys Songyun in the back of the fight. And they continue just to kite through. It's so hard to commit to that. You already got Mad Life's flash, you got the Drake, don't be greedy. They get greedy, everybody just piles on through a cannon barrage. And the kiting there from Kramer. Now that he has the Iceborne Gauntlet, it's a little bit too much to handle.
Yep. Kramer finding Lyra to be a little bit too much to handle after that fight too.
He's not gonna have a good time against this Lee Sin in a one-on-one situation. He is, of course, under farm, 60 CS behind.
Yeah.
CJ has the Baron buff, but now they actually have to convert it into an actual lead here, and the minion waves are not really helping him out in the side lanes right now. There's nobody even in the side lanes to try and push this up.
That's why CJ pushing this mid lane turret so aggressively. They're going to get it just because they know this is kind of their only chance to get a turret here for the next minute or two.
They don't really have anywhere else to go, but you know what, Doa? They even up the gold count in this game. That means CJ should be happy with taking that Baron because now the scaling is really going to start to kick into gear for them.
Yeah, they made it work. Now this game kind of up in the air again. Wow, CJ continues to push. Here comes Lyra from the side, though. Mickey coming in from behind with that Stand United. Kramer caught immediately. Yeah, great flank coming in from Afreeca Freecs. That's one kill already. That's two as Songyun picks one up. CJ routed. They split up. Haru on the run. Meanwhile, Sky completely caught again. Double kill for Songyun. And again, just a great flank. Mickey coming from behind with Ixu coming in with the Stand United at the same time. Got right onto Kramer immediately, and there was just nothing that CJ could do.
Yeah, and as soon as you catch somebody like that, Mickey just dodging around right here to the side, getting the pull off for Haru. Lyra has so much damage, he'll be able to finish this off.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Mere ace.
Well, just getting such a huge Hemo Blade. Remember, that amps damage by 10%. So they just crush CJ. CJ without the proper flank wards to pull that off. And impressively, Mickey just did that with Ghost and Flash. He didn't even have TP. Great setup there and a great engage by Afreeca. I can't wait to see that again. Really good commitment from Mickey, too, on both of the Summoners and the Proto Belt to get the proper positioning.
It's weird, isn't it, though? Because this is the Afreeca Freecs that we thought we would see. This right here.
Yeah, look at this. Great flank. Oh, 4-man Hemo playing, and then Lyra gets into the back. Of course, Kraber immediately tied up. He's got nowhere to go in that engagement. Still doesn't have his flash, so he can't escape from the combination of Vladimir and the Shen. Songyun nicely sidestepping the silence there from Malzahar and make it look easy. So CJ ENTUS collapsed on from 3 different angles.
They do, and again, I mean, this is what we would have expected from, you know, the first game from Afreeca Freecs instead of the extremely passive play that we ended up seeing. This is more the Freecs we know and love, the aggressive team-fighting team.
Yeah, certainly true. They've done much better in the second 2 games of this best of 3 this evening.
Yeah. 5,000 gold lead. It's not enormous, but it's pretty good for about 28 minutes, I suppose.
Kramer too. Now he's had to go for a QSS as a 3rd item. He was already pretty far behind as a result of the CS lead that Songyun achieved, and now he's hurting even more. It's going to be really hard for him to deal with the Shen, considering that he still doesn't have any kind of armor penetration.
You know, as an Ezreal too, you'd expect him to deal with things a little bit better.
Just part of the lane swap, they gave Shy so much of that farm, the empty lane farm, to try and get this Gangplank online, and just hasn't been paying off.
2 minutes until next Baron, but the Afreeca Freecs will go ahead and claim their 2nd Cloud Drake. That is their 4th Drake in a row in this game, and that's going to make their 9th Drake in a row in the last 2 games. It's a lot of Drakes.
So many Drakes.
Yeah.
Another chance here for Afreeca to redeem themselves at a Baron. Pick that up in just a few minutes. Turrets still going their way, and another cannon barrage used just to clear out a mini wave. This time it is not going to be enough, Doa.
Doesn't look like it. Haru coming in to try to be intimidating, but the turret goes down anyway. Ash Arrow barely grazes Zach Gragas, but no follow-up for Afreeca. They're forced to disengage. They got the turret. They don't really need much more than that. I'd say maybe that Ash Arrow a little bit ill-advised.
It's all right. They have time for the Ash Arrow to come back up prior to a Baron fight. The cannon barrage should be up by approximately the start of that as well. Shy feverishly pushing to make sure that they can at least make some sort of contest over this Baron, but once again they fall into 5,000 gold back.
It's a big deal. Lyra. On the inside of the map. And yeah, Baron should be the next big point of contention for this game.
Lurch goes ahead and takes away the blue buff. More important for them to deny it right now. I mean, they have 3 resourceless champions on this team. Vladimir, Shen, and Lee Sin. Going to be really interested in picking up very many of those blue buffs. As long as CJ doesn't get them, that's enough for the Afreeca Freecs.
Yep, and Baron is up. So, here we go. The Afreeca Freecs have a good chance to take an inhibitor and push this one home with a Baron win. See if they can set one up. Mickey in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, forced to use that dual. Saw Haru coming in. Don't want to get caught by the Braum passive.
Yeah, also the blue buff in this scenario better because Mickey's going to be CDR capped after the Spirit Visage and the Proto Belt anyway, combined with Runes and Masteries, and then Lee Sin at least gets some energy regeneration, so I guess it does make more sense just to give it on the Lee Sin. Will increase his damage output, particularly since his passive makes him auto attack faster, so the more energy he has, the more passive procs he can get.
True.
So, if you have a Vladimir in the mid lane, you are a Lee Sin, you have permission to get the blue buff.
Nice. Finally. But you should probably give it to your support anyway.
Clearly, that's the most logical thing to do.
They'll need the mana to do the damage. All right, Afreeca Freecs. They could start it. I think they caught Mad Life recalling there.
Well, Kramer isn't anywhere close either.
Yeah.
Gotta keep Haru out of this. They see him on the other side of the wall. Cannon Barrage comes in.
Okay, there's the zoning. There's the Ash
Nice
Arrow.
job.
True Shot Barrage comes through, but Baron still goes over to the Afreeca Freecs. Haru does not die, but I think Afreeca Freecs still pull back after that. Yeah, they won't pursue it. Better to just kind of heal up. You've got the Baron, and now you can regroup for a little bit more pushing.
Afreeca dealt with that really well. First off, it was taunt straight into Dazzle, straight into Arrow onto Haru. They do some damage to him, see if they can get a kill, but they don't bother to use any summoners for it, so they drop the Hemo Blade and then back right out, get the spend in before the Baron, or before they try and push with this Baron. It's really nicely played. Zoning on the outside of the pit. Haru never had a chance.
Yeah. So now, how methodically can the Afreeca Freecs close this out? That's the next big question, I think.
All right, we got it. Protobelt Tarek, Noah.
Nice.
It's back yet again, this
It
time.
is.
Snowflower
Raid
with
right
the
now.
purchase.
The more dazzle, the merrier for this Tarek.
He just wants to get close to you before he dazzles you.
How else can you see him in all of his glory?
As close as possible. He has to be filling your entire field of vision.
His hair does that usually from a little bit away. You don't need to be right next to him. Whoa, all right. Going to town.
Attack animation cancel party right there.
Yeah. And here we go. Afreeca Freecs putting some pressure on the mid and the bot lanes. CJ with some pretty good defensive options, though.
Really hard for Afreeca to siege this unit. They have to be engaged in this split push.
It's a 3-1-1. And it's spreading CJ pretty thin. They're starting to take some damage on these turrets. Mixu duking it out with Shy. Shy actually flashes away. Go toe-to-toe with the Shen and the Vladimir. Not too surprising, though. Shot Barrage, just kind of clear a little bit of minions. There goes the inhibitor turret. Leader coming back in for more damage. There we go. Explosive cask used by Haru, too, to keep Lyra out.
Well, keep Shen out.
Right, that's what I meant. Yeah, Stand United, I missed that, yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely had a Shen on top of him. That's it. Not who you want next to you. That
Shen was a good ninja right there. I did not notice.
First time in his life. I'm sure he's thrilled about that, Noah.
I know, right? 2 inhibitors down. Afreeca Freecs still looking very, very strong as the first waves start to push in. Not super minion waves just yet, but they are annoying for CJ to deal with that Baron buff attached.
Going for the final inhibitor, Afreeca.
Yep.
Really wanting to play this one by the book. They'll have a mountain of gold to spend for taking this down.
All right, GP Ultimate, there's a Braum ult coming through. Snowflower pops that ultimate for Tarek, trying to keep people healthy. Ixu in the back lines. There's the turret, it's gone. Mickey still alive for the moment anyway. That Vladimir can heal up a little bit. Inhibitor getting low. Afreeca Freecs backs off a little bit. Mickey has to retreat due to some low health. They get the inhibitor anyway, so all 3 down now in favor of the Afreeca Freecs. They are totally fine with taking this Elder Dragon on the way back to the base to set up that final push.
Well, I think you go back before you go for that
all right.
Elder Dragon. Shen's already on the map, and
I suppose
you'll be able to get back to that soon enough anyway. You know everybody has to be in their base right now on CJ just to deal with the double super minion waves. So get that next. You really just want to heal up and spend all that money you just made.
Well, now it's time. The Elder Dragon. And this should be plenty of power for Afreeca to end it.
Lyra has purchased a Duskblade.
Hey, why not? It's damage Lee Sin, man.
He sold his Tiamat and he bought a Duskblade. He is brimming with confidence right now. He is just the one-shot assassin Lee Sin.
I like it. All right. Separating the team a bit as they come in for another push. Mickey moving up the mid lane, paving the way for those minions. Top lane should push by itself. Shot Barrage goes through, but again, the super minions hard to deal with for CJ. Shy push back as well. And this could be it. Okay. Snowflower popping the ultimate as they go in. Kramer has to back off, does not die though. Lyra may be in a little bit of trouble here. He will go down. A kill for Kramer. CJ trying to push this one back. Afreeca Freecs on the back foot, but now the turnaround, the reverse as the kills come in. Songyun, Mickey both grabbing one. There goes Nexus turret number 1, and Stand United will keep Mickey nice and healthy. There goes Shy, there goes the Nexus, and the Afreeca Freecs. Pretty crazy game number 1, but live again, and in the end, they will take the match 2-1.
Yeah, CJ just not able to defend enough in the early game to get that scaling rolling. Afreeca lost that Baron, but you know what? They turned it around with a really good Vladimir Shen flank to immediately nullify the Baron, and then from there it was just all Afreeca.
I agree. That one fight
was really good.
It was so well executed.
If they hadn't pulled that off, we may very well have been looking at a CJ victory here tonight, Doa.
Yeah, would have been CJ's only 3rd match win of the season. But
shocking to say that, especially because last year CJ was legitimately at times the 2nd best team in Korea. We think all the way back to spring of 2015 when they had that epic series where they nearly beat KT in the semifinals of playoffs, and it was only that truly heroic play from Marin with the teleport to stop the minion wave that actually netted them that victory. And even last season we said, well, now that BDD's coming into his own, turning 17, we expect a lot out of this player. He's not even starting any longer, so this has been troubling times for CJ. And now that Kongdu and Spenu have been relegated out of the top tier of competition here in the LCK, nobody else left to take their place besides CJ, who is already towards the bottom of the standings.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about CJ being, relegated out of LCK. That would be monumental. A team that was so dominant in the early days of League of Legends here in Korea, on the verge of being eliminated from the major tournament.
Well, also, I mean, just pre-League of Legends, too. CJ ENTUS is a staple team here in Korea and has been for a decade.
Yeah, quite the esports pedigree with lots of history in Brood War, some StarCraft, too, as well, and in League. So, I don't know. I don't know what the future of CJ is. I mean, we talked about them needing to make big changes. They did make big changes, but the new players they brought in have just not been working out.
Yeah, it's a rough time for them. And
it is.
Being in last place puts them in some pretty grave risk, especially because Spenu has been doing well in the challenger scene.
I suppose similar things can be said about Longzhu, too, a team that
Longzhu at least looks better now.
For the moment, anyway. We'll see if it continues. It's a good trend, but I need to see more. I need to see more from Longzhu.
I think Longzhu has generally been trending upwards, so I feel pretty confident in what we've seen from Longzhu. Certainly they gave the Rocks Tigers a run for their money the other night. So
slowly but surely, perhaps, or slowly anyway.
Rather quickly, actually. They turned it around pretty fast after they brought Frozen and Crash It into the starting
lineup. I'm thinking
lineup.
like the entire time Longzhu has kind of existed, the move to becoming a good team has been long coming.
Yes, it has. So we'll see if they can keep it up. But yeah, Frozen and Crash at least have produced better results.
Yeah.
So I imagine we'll stick with that lineup for a while.
That's right, and Lyra gets the MVP. Hey, I mean, once in a while you can bring that Lee Sin in. He built damage, got the plays.
Why not Duskblade
Lee
Sin?
Hey. Why not Duskblade? Yep. This was the play that really kind of started things off.
Yeah, I'm glad we get to take a look at this again. Even through the exhaust, Lyra following up with the second part of his cue, flash into the kick, and then dips around the Raptors.
Smooth, very smooth.
Yeah, very smooth indeed. Lyra here. This is the play I really want to see. Look how low he gets. And the Shed just shows up at exactly the right time. The ward jump actually keeping him alive right there.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't solo that, Lee Sin.
No, he will kick you to death. Astro slowing up harder there a little bit.
Check out what Lyra did besides get knocked into the sky in this engagement. Looks like he's just autoing. Okay.
Yeah.
Just did a bunch of damage, I guess. This time he is here to help Mickey. Mickey offering a little bit of the slow with the Sanguine Pool, and then coming on through the Resonating Strike.
It's a lot of damage. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Korean junglers picking Lee Sin, building damage.
I miss the days of lots of Lee Sin. He's such a fun champion to watch.
Yeah, definitely gives you more dynamic play style to watch for sure.
Yeah, not like Rek'Sai. Ooh, baby.
No. No. Well, he goes in, he gets knockups too, but it's just not the same, you know?
I like ward hopping, pinballing around, much more exciting. But it's going to do it for us tonight, Doa.
Yeah, that's right. That's going to be about it. Another night of League of Legends done here on LCK Summer. We're nearing the end of the regular season, but yeah, SKTelecom getting their win earlier in the day, getting that 2-0, and now things looking a little bit touch and go for Afreeca, but they were able to take down CJ 2-1. That's about that. Yeah.
Indeed it is.
Indeed it is. So I suppose I can probably close it out now.
Yeah,
Usually
I
we wait
think
for a
you
little
can.
bit of direction, but I won't. I'm going to do it right now. So that's it. End of the show, guys. We will be back tomorrow with more LCK Summer. And from
possibly Prey's 1,000th kill tomorrow.
That's
too.
true.
So you guys can tune into that as the Rocks Tigers come back, and we'll see if Prey can get. I believe he has 6 kills remaining before he hits that 1,000 mark.
It's close. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next time.